Ladies and gentlemen, I am back. It is Friday. Oh, excuse me, it's Friday. And you know how we do Friday. It's always the drive time, 6 o'clock. I'm joined with Color. I know he's been not as active as usual, but how you doing? And thank you for ingratiating us today with your presence. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, man. How you doing, Shake? Nothing like starting an intro off with a nice little hiccup, like a literal one.
Yeah. So
where else can you have a show where the host starts with a hiccup other than a tailgate, right?
Yeah, hell yeah. Listen, man, this is the only show we talk dolphins, aliens, you name it. I don't think there's been a topic that has been off discussion on this network here.
Yeah, we might even get into neighborly stabbing victims.
So when we get back, we'll get into the draft and hopefully Ali might come back. So
yeah, it's all important. He's like,
yeah.
He's like, oh, Color's here. I'm out.
All right. See you in a bit.
New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics. Officially licensed everything.
Get ready to dive into a new world of online shopping with the Fins Tailgate. Whether you're a die-hard sports fan or just looking for the latest fashion trends, we've got you covered. With a wide variety of products from your favorite sports teams to stylish accessories and home decor. We're your one-stop shop for all things tailgate. Our easy-to-use website and hassle-free checkout process make shopping with us a breeze. Plus, with frequent sales and discounts, you won't want to shop anywhere else. So come on in and join the party at the Finn's Tailgate, your new go-to destination for all things tailgate.
Let's start off. What's up? Let's start off with Bonjour. Appreciate you. Hey man, I appreciate you that you coming from you means a lot, you know. Vamos Gatos. My man Grumpy is in the building. What's up? Raphael Courtright. And by the way, Michael K brings up a good point. There's one topic that we don't talk about, and that's Buffalo Bills Super Bowl trophies. I don't think that could be hey, they might do it next year. But as of now, there's still no. We can't. That's not a discussion about Bills trophies, Super Bowl trophies. So yeah, you're right. I agree with you on that, Michael K. Shout out to you. Tonk 7, what's up? John Featherline, first in the building. Appreciate you as always, man. Thank you. So what's going on? Now that we got to a week to kind of sit on the drafts, what you think? Anybody have any input?
Well,
Merry Christmas.
We got a barrel. We got fish. Now we just need to put a team together.
Yeah. What about you, Ali? What do you got?
Keeping it, to be real about it, I kind of like the draft. They drafted a player that was on my top 5 must draft board, to be honest. And they drafted a position that I definitely thought was a need. They backed it up with solidifying their offensive line. So great. Now the trenches should not be an issue. And I don't want to hear that the offensive line is an issue ever again. So I don't want to hear that we don't address it, because we do address it, just maybe not in the fashion that everybody wants. I still am kind of concerned about the corner room. I like the guy from Florida, but I don't think he's our true number 2 on the opposite side of Ramsey. Now, Ramsey might be here. He might not be. So maybe we need 2 number 1s still. Mm-hmm. I kind of like the kid that we got, the safety. I also like that they doubled down on the defensive tackle position, actually tripled down on it. I thought that was great. My favorite pick, I want to say, is Ollie Gordon. The guy it can do a lot. He's an amazing pass catcher. I will almost argue that he's a better pass catcher than even Devin Achane. Yes, I said that. And ultimately, I think that they have a lot of talent in that undrafted free agent room, starting with Andrew Armstrong, which I am very surprised he didn't get drafted. But he led the SEC, and I will take it all day. And I am willing to bet that he will probably make the roster.
Oh man. Yeah, but one thing, Chris Perkins said best. As much look, he's a Gator, and I don't care what he does now. Just like I'm sure you didn't listen. You liked the fact that you guys had McMillan and Baker, but just because they went to Ohio State doesn't mean that you're not going to call them out for what they do in Miami, right? So I'm doing the same thing. And one thing Chris Perkins said, he goes, you're kind of fooling yourself if you think a 6th to 7th round pick are going to come in and be day 1 contributors, And that's
depends on the position, but I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
There's some positions that a 2nd rounder ain't much different than a 4th rounder if the guy just happened to be, if it was in the cards that he was drafted in the 4th instead of the 2nd. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if you're talking about a running back or these positions that I don't want to say they don't require as much, there's just not as much to it for some of the positions. So, sometimes it's just raw talent. And if you've got 5 guys that are worthy of being a running back in the NFL, and only 3 teams need a running back, then 2 of those 5 good running backs might be taken in the 4th or the 5th. You know what I mean? But I'm just really I'm glad we got Jordan Phillips back, man. I'm ready for Jordan Phillips 2.0, man.
I was waiting for somebody to say something about that color.
I had to do a double take, Ali. I thought I was looking at an old article from like the late 2000s or something.
Yeah. And I like this Jordan Phillips too. I think he's going to help help that defensive tackle room and help the rotation, because that's one thing I want to say that I kind of feel we're lacking, or at least prior to the draft, was the rotational defensive tackle room. Keep people fresh. I can't have Seiler out there 100% of the time, even though I would love to. We're here to win games, not just get tired trying to win a single game. You know what I mean? So, with that being said, I kind of like what they did. I do agree. Sometimes talent can be found in the later rounds, 4th, 5th, or 6th round. It's very possible. People are talking about Quinn Ewers right now in the chat. Look, Ewers can call the throws, but he has a lot of problems that we still have with our current QB1, right? In the biggest moments, he falters, or makes an ill pass that ends up turning the game around. That's the problem with Quinn Ewers. Outside of that, he could be formidable. But there's a reason why a lot of people that really have studied him say that he's the right-handed Tua.
Papa Paul, what's up? Grumpy.
What's up, guys? What's up, Grumpy?
What's up, Papa Paul? How you doing, bro?
Good. How y'all doing?
Living the dream, baby. Living the dream. Got my stogie. I'm happy as hell. We're just talking about the draft pick, draft.
Yeah, no, I agree with. I believe Ewers is the right-handed Tua, and Jordan Phillips. I mean, the one thing that kicked off real well with me was, on the phone before they even had a chance to really ask him about being a Dolphins. He's asking if he could get the playbook.
Yeah.
So he's ready to rock and roll.
Hey, Ali, I know you watched some of his stuff. TD said, I think one of the big differences between him and Tua is he has the ability to throw outside the numbers.
Yeah, he does. Don't get me wrong. How do I say this? Like I said before, the guy can make all the throws that you ask of an NFL QB. That's not in question, right? His arm strength, I will argue that is just slightly better than Tua's, slightly, right?
And here's the thing about Tua, though. Tua can make all the throws too. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately for Tua, he needs body mechanics to make those throws.
That is true. That is true. But here's also the argument I make against Quinn Ewers too. Go watch his tape last year and go watch the year before, right? He falters against the more elite and physical defenses, right? So watch him against Georgia, where he back-to-back games, he got his ass kicked. Go watch him against Ohio State. He looked average at best in that game. And then he's really ultimately why they lost the game in the end as well, right? He, against more physical, more aggressive, and more sound defenses, he falters. He will beat up on all the teams that he should beat up on, just like the current guy. That's why I said he's no better than what we already have. Don't expect him to come in and replace the guy. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, Ali, so if I may.
Yes.
If I may, Shay, can I say something?
Yeah. Dude, this ain't Twitter. Go ahead.
Okay. So that's a good fact, Ali. That's a good fact. But to me, if Tua is the same as Ewers,
Yours, yeah.
Yeah, Urs. People are calling me sewers. Look. I believe this guy.
I like
You know
that.
what I mean? You know, they call them sewers. But bro, I'm in Texas, right? I live in Texas. I live in Austin, Texas, and
Yeah.
I've seen this. I've seen this guy play, bro.
I understand. I have too. Remember, he was at Ohio State before he was at Texas, bro.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Well,
sir.
that's great because when you all are done, I got questions for both of you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay. So to me, he's a better version than Tool. It's just a right-handed guy, right? So I believe. Look, man. I believe this guy is gonna beat out. What's the quarterback that we? What's his name again?
Zack Wilson.
Oh, okay, that guy.
Stifler's dad.
That fucking guy. I'm sorry.
Here's on.
Sorry for the language. Sorry for the language, gentlemen.
No, as long as you don't use racial or any slurs of any kind, you're good.
Okay.
As long as it's
So
not more
fuck
than
that
1%,
fucking guy.
As long as it's not
That
more
dude
than
is
1%
trash.
of the words
That
we
dude is
use.
trash.
Yeah.
That dude is trash. And what I'm saying is, he's gonna get beat out by Urs, bro.
So
Just the way. Just hold on. Let me make a point. Let me land.
Before you land,
Because-
I just want to shout out to my homeboy EM Dolphin fan. Now go land.
What's
We
up,
getting any
EM?
snacks on this plane?
Hey,
Grumpy?
hey, that's my boy. But hey, EM
We
led, bro.
getting any peanuts on this plane, Grumpy?
You will get some. Yes, sir. God damn it, Color.
I got ketchup packets if you need some.
Jesus Christ. You guys are funny. You guys are funny, man.
Grumpy, have you
Man, I'm trying to fucking land, and you guys are fucking asking if I'm gonna fucking give you guys peanuts, bro. Come on.
Oh my god!
Hold on, did he say penis?
I think he said penis for real.
He did, yeah.
I said peanuts.
Okay, my bad. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
So look. So this guy, Zack Wilson, got beat out by a rookie, Bo Nix, right? So you don't think that this fucking rookie, Urs, is not gonna beat out fucking this fucking clown? He's a clown show. He's a trash. He's trash. Do you think that this guy is not gonna beat out fucking goddamn Zack Wilson?
Or Grumpy, let me.
And that's why I land. That's why I
Let me
land.
put some context. Let me get this real quick. Let me get this. Grumpy, let me put some context. I heard this so many times. See, Denver took a flyer on Zack Wilson, where Denver invested a first-round draft pick. Investing a first-round draft pick isn't the same as taking a flyer. When you invest a first-round draft pick, you got to make sure that that draft pick is priority number one. They're not going to put a flyer over a draft pick. You know what I'm saying? So if they
who's the quarterback there?
Hold on. If they play equally well, they're going to they're going to put a priority on that first round draft pick over Zack Wilson 10 out of 10 times.
Yep.
Okay,
Zack
so who was the quarterback? Hey, color. Who was in Shake? Who was the quarterback? Behind Zack Wilson or before Zack Wilson? Who was the quarterback before them? Who was it?
What are you talking about?
For the Denver Broncos. When Zack Wilson was at Denver, who was the quarterback?
It was Russell Wilson.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Oh, shit. That's my point.
Hold on.
That's my fucking point. That's my fucking point. Russell Wilson beat out this bitch ass fool.
Hold on.
You got a
Grumpy?
correction for me?
Yes, I'll let you correct it, Color, because that's not correct. Go ahead.
I don't know. I the only
okay.
Before Bo Nix, I remember Russell
was there
Wilson.
the year prior to Zack Wilson being there. Russell went to Pittsburgh before Zack arrived, so that is not correct.
Oh, okay.
So who's the quarterback
Who was there before
Zach Wilson?
Nobody. They got their equal at the same time.
It was only Zach Wilson and
I think he meant who was there before Bo Nix.
Nobody.
Yes.
Which was
Russell
Wilson.
Okay. So Zach Wilson
Russell Wilson, and the reason they traded Russell Wilson is because he didn't want to restructure his contract.
I understand that, but did he start the game?
No, he didn't have to compete with Zack Wilson, if that's what you're wondering, Grumpy.
Okay,
no.
but Bo Nix was behind Zack Wilson, correct?
No, Bo Nix was but they drafted behind Bo Nix. It wasn't the other way around.
Yeah, they drafted him first.
I understand that, but he got beat up by a fucking rookie, bro.
Again, you're not going to put your first round draft pick in the backseat. I don't care. Look at Ryan Fitzpatrick. Ryan Fitzpatrick was better than Tua, but because they invested a 5th overall pick, they leapfrogged him over Fitzpatrick because they're not going to let their first round. They want to see what they have in their first round.
Yeah, pick. Grumpy. They're not gonna have a veteran like Zack Wilson above a top 15 pick. If you're drafting in the top 15, you have to start.
Not unless you're a longer term veteran like an Alex Smith or an Aaron Rodgers.
And that's what I'm saying. Listen,
in the case of Patrick Mahomes and I meant Aaron Rodgers behind Brett Favre.
And the only way he was gonna play over Bo Nix is if he played above and beyond. But if they played equally, Bo Nix was gonna get that
now Grumpy, if Zack Wilson was a future Hall of Fame Super Bowl winning quarterback like Brett Favre, then you're right. Like Bo Nix would have beat him out to get that. Otherwise, Zack Wilson would have been the guy, and they would have taken their time with the draftee. You know what I mean?
Good evening, gentlemen.
Okay. Well, let me ask you
because Zack Wilson sucks. If they're equal in performance, the rookie's gonna get the job, dude.
Von Joe, let me ask you this.
No. First off, Grumpy, I need you to relax. Your hate for Zack Wilson is making you loud and wrong. They both came in during the same offseason.
Okay.
One came as a free agent, one came as a rookie, via draft.
And if they were going to make that rookie sit behind anybody, they restructured Russell Wilson and kept him.
You don't
Zack Wilson was a trade, but it was like a late pick trade. So
yeah, so you're telling me that Zack Wilson is going to beat out.
No,
I'm not telling you anything. Nobody's telling you anything. I'm just giving you facts. But your
Zack
statements
Wilson is trash, bro.
We're just saying, Grumpy, that if both of them are equal, the Ewers is going to get the QB2 job.
Yeah, no, and for me, I go based off what Sean Payton said. At the end of the season, he did exit interviews saying that the reason why Zach didn't get any starts at all is because Bo was healthy the whole season, but he was practicing with the number ones the whole season and stuff like that. He just didn't get any playing time, and out of his own mouth, Sean Payton said that Zach was picking up the playbook fairly quickly, and his accuracy was improving throughout the season and stuff like that. He just didn't have a chance to show it.
There was no reason to bring it in at the time.
That's a lie, bro.
Really quick, Grumpy, let me
offer. Oh my God, bro!
Hold on,
Are
real
we
quick. Let me
kidding
say
me? What
something real
fucking
quick.
happened in Denver?
Let me say something real
quick.
quick.
Isn't that what happened in Denver? What happened in Denver?
Yeah, I know what happened in Denver. You know what happened in Denver? Bo Nix fucking beat him out, bro. And Sean Payton never wanted to fucking deal with fucking this guy.
I don't care what quarterback was going to be there.
Can I say something, please? Can I say something, please? Grumpy.
Jameis Winston could have been there and Bo Nix would have got the job.
Zack Wilson already had his chance to be that guy, that rookie that gets the job over everybody. And if you don't think he did, then look what happened in New York. Joe Flacco was obviously the better quarterback that year. but they kept starting Zack Wilson over him because he was their draft pick.
No, he was a first-round draft pick.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, he
People
was
keep
in the
forgetting.
top 3. He was a top 3 draft
Why,
pick.
why
Right.
people acting like Bo Nix
So it
was in a
didn't matter
first-round
that
pick?
Joe Flacco was obviously better than him.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
Grumpy
and
was-
Zach
and
Wilson
people
did.
Well, doesn't it
Zach
matter?
Wilson did.
It
hold
doesn't
on.
matter
Zach
when the
Wilson,
quarterback.
Hold on, Grumpy.
when-
hold
when-
on. Zach
oh my
Wilson
God.
didn't beat out Joe Flacco. He was given the job.
No.
So Zach Wilson's already had the chance that Bo Nix got last year, and he squandered it.
But can you blame him for squandering it when the Jets are incompetent?
No,
No,
because
exactly.
there's ways you can show that you're not squandering it while your team is 4-12,
Yeah.
and we know somebody that did that.
Deshaun Watson.
As a fact, you could, at the end of the day, if he would have put the hard work in and put it in, was focused and determined about his craft, he would have got the starting position. He would still be in New York.
Coming off a 4-12 season, the Browns gave their entire future up for Deshaun Watson.
Mhm.
The Jets said bye-bye, Zach Wilson.
Yeah. Yeah. The other thing is, let's also look at his abilities, right? Zack Wilson does have an ability that Ewers does not. And that's his ability to be able to run out of the pocket and actually run, actually be kind of almost like a dual threat quarterback. Right.
But Ali,
Laughing. I'm being serious. Go look at the tape. Ewers can't run out of the pocket if his life depended on it. And we want to bitch at Tua for not running.
Oh,
again,
my God.
I'm not debating this with Grumpy because he's just going off emotions, not facts, and I can't debate emotions. I'm not doing that. Especially where your emotions are leading you to things that are just blatantly incorrect.
Okay, so Vanjo,
but
so
Ali,
you're saying that Zach Wilson is gonna be a fucking good ass quarterback here in
where did you
Miami?
hear that come out of my mouth?
Oh
Where
my
did you hear
God.
those?
Man,
Wait,
stop.
time out, Grumpy.
Stop,
Where did you hear
man.
those words?
You know
Grumpy,
what? Fuck it.
Grumpy,
All right, bro.
where do those words come out my mouth? Where did you hear that during this show? Just name one time I mentioned those words that came out of your
you
mouth.
never say anything like that.
No, I want Grumpy to tell me though. That's what I said. Because apparently that's
you
what
never
he's getting.
said
From.
that. But
Okay,
what
so
I'm
why are you saying
is,
that's what I'm saying?
Why is it that you motherfuckers, all you motherfuckers, that saying that Zach Wilson is gonna fucking be a good quarterback here? He's not.
Where did I say that
You're
he's going
not
to be a good
giving him a
quarterback
fair
here?
chance,
Wilson
dude.
is
You're
gonna
not
make
giving
the
him a
team.
full
Hold on.
fair chance. What the hell?
No. Hold on. Again, where did I say that he's going to be a good quarterback here?
You didn't, Vanjo. You
No,
didn't.
I want Grumpy to
Zach
tell me where did I
Wilson
say
is gonna
that?
make
'Cause
None
I
of
don't
us
know what he's saying.
motherfuckers did.
No. The reality is this, Grumpy. I understand you have a hatred for Zach Wilson. I get it. I don't know where it stems from. But what I will tell you is this. What I will tell you is this. Quarterbacks go to the New York Jets to die. Look at the quarterback that just got paid this year, Sam Darnold. He was a first-round draft pick from the Jets. We used to terrorize that man so bad that he himself said that he was seeing ghosts in the backfield against us, right? That we used to laugh at him just like Zach Wilson, right? And then look what happens. He goes to a couple different teams and turns his whole career around. Now he's got a big payday. He's a Seattle Seahawk. He's going to be the starter there and everything, right? And, sometimes people got to take the long route when they become a Jet. And who knows? Maybe Zach Wilson can be good. I'm not saying he's going to be good. All I'm saying is, let's give him a chance. That's all.
Ali,
He had a fucking good.
My brother.
real quick, guys. Here's the thing,
I'm
Ali.
done.
One
I'm
of the things I'm hearing about Ewers versus Wilson, if you want to look at the QB, is the fact that Ewers plays better within a
system.
construct, right? He's better of a system quarterback than Wilson is. Wilson is more of a wild card.
Do we even know that though? Because did he ever play in a system? And started.
No, I'm saying that's what I heard.
Oh, were you asking Ali? Were you asking about Zach Wilson playing in a system or Ewers?
I'm talking about Zach Wilson specifically because he just said that Ewers plays better in a construct. But I will argue that because you can go back and you can even ask Shake Money because he researched this. You can go back to BYU. Do you know what system they run there?
West Coast.
No, not even just West Coast. They run our system, our scheme, right? So we don't, as a Jet, who knows what they were running? Nobody could even tell what they were running.
They're
Well,
listed.
Ali,
as well.
That makes it
on
better?
that note, I say touche,
fuck
good
outta
sir.
here.
You got me there.
They're
Again.
listed as West Coast.
I will go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah,
Listen,
no,
again,
and-
this is information I
and-
gotten, so I do not know this for a fact. I haven't done the research myself. So again, I will defer that to you if you already did that research and you already broke it down. So I'll easily concede this argument to you.
Well,
the
if you
other
think
thing,
about it,
the other
listen,
thing,
hold on.
the other thing is the mountain of things that a new player has to go through when they get onboarded into the NFL can be distracting. And if you have a crap organization like the Jets, a lot of those guys are not groomed properly coming in. No pun intended.
I understand.
They have to. There's all kinds of stuff that guys don't even realize. They go to like mandatory trainings for like finances and shit like that. You guys don't realize that these people are coming in. Not everybody had NILs. They're coming in. They're overnight millionaires. The NFL has programs and requirements for these rookies to go through certain things to get themselves right.
Yeah.
Okay. When you see a player that gets right out onto the field and performs, it's because he's so damn good and so well put together that he didn't need all that onboarding.
Also,
A lot of it has to do with maturity.
And also, I want to point out something else too. If you look at his rookie year, right? He played relatively better his rookie year to his second year because two
They
things.
changed
Number
the
one,
offensive coordinator.
the offensive coordinator was
Right.
Shanahan's pass game coordinator. So they ran a similar scheme to what we ran. And then his next year he had Nathaniel Hackett, which runs a totally different scheme than what.
Right. You
He runs a homegrown
You also
system.
have all kinds of political issues going on in the building, like not political, like real politics, like distractions and people
the
not
Aaron
getting
Rodgers
along,
situation.
and whatever else. It's a crap organization. I'm not trying to say that means that Zack Wilson is going to be one of those dudes. Hey, plenty of people still thrive.
Color,
in a
to be-
crap
color-
organization.
color,
If
to
she
be fair.
wants it, I'll go right
Color-
back to it. Nobody's
Color,
going
to
to
be
claim
fair.
that the Texans at the time were a model organization.
True. Color, but to be fair, Zach Wilson making himself the MILF hunter.
I remember that crap.
I think that's where Grumpy's animosity is coming from, because Grumpy, I know Grumpy already. I kind of feel like I know him well. The dude don't like goofballs, man. If you're a goofball, you're not going to get along with Grumpy. That's just all there is to it.
Yeah,
I understand.
For the Zach Wilson thing, I'm gonna give him a chance, to be honest. See, I think this scheme would be. Doesn't Sean Payton run the Shanahan system too? West Coast offense, kind of, or no?
Can we
Yes,
start
sir.
calling it what it is? The Bill Walsh.
He does the same thing, bro. That's why he kicked them out, because fucking Zach Wilson did not fit his system. Sean Payton,
lie.
bro.
That's a
Sean
lie.
Payton.
On the Ewers
That's a
thing,
lie.
on the Quinn
Payton
Ewers.
didn't say that, Grumpy.
Okay. I watched a video from a pundit, a YouTuber from Texas that follows like Texas football and
I follow
all
the same
things
guy. I know you're going to talk about.
and he gave a rundown on what he thought about Quinn Ewers. And the biggest take I got from him was that the guy has been dropping off ever since high school. That his best years, the last time he was the cream of the crop was in high school.
No, and because of the fact when he got to Ohio State, he never got a chance to start. And
Well, maybe not. I'm just telling you what the guy said. He said that the guy
and the injuries.
every
hurt
time
him
he's
too.
taken a step up a level, he's regressed.
Yeah,
So
and
he
for me,
didn't
the
grow to his
injuries,
environment.
The injuries hurt him too, Von Joe. You don't see the velocity that you used to see, because I followed the kid since high school too, and he was known for having a cannon. Once he got to Texas, he had multiple arm surgeries, had multiple arm surgery, Tommy John surgeries and stuff like that, and a rotator cuff. So the velocity, his arm strength is still there, but the velocity and zip dropped off a little bit because of the surgeries. To be honest, that's why you don't see.
What Color just told me is that every time that pond got bigger, he didn't become a bigger fish.
And he didn't really have confidence because
I'm going to grab that video and post the link in the chat in case anybody else wants.
And Sarkisian actually said that he was already planning to start Arch from the beginning of the season too. Like he wanted to start Arch from the beginning of the season, but he was forced to start the veteran because Arch wasn't ready and stuff like that yet. So he wanted to start Arch Manning, but he couldn't because the coaches said he wasn't he wasn't ready to handle the big games yet and stuff like that against Georgia. So
hey, real quick, where's my there you go, my 4th and 10 you guy. Can you confirm or deny this? Bo Nix was like a 7-year senior before the draft.
He was a 5th-year senior. He's exaggerating a little bit. He redshirted like twice because of an injury at Ole Miss and stuff like that.
All right, man. Crypto's here to now that the crypto's here, the quality has gone up, and we're gonna talk about how we could strategically get Devontae Parker back and win the Super Bowl. Right, Crypto?
Well, that means the quality going down if we're talking about that.
What are we talking about? When you change your mind? I can't hear you. You're breaking up, Crypto.
I have no idea. Man. Well, how about now? Can you hear me now?
Now we can.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Quality must be going down 1,000 photos. Talking about that.
Yeah, but I tell you what, Grumpy, we love your energy, man. I love your energy, Grumpy.
What's up, Crypto?
Hey, what's up? How's it going, Papa Paul?
Good.
What's the latest and greatest?
What up, Papa Paul? Hey, what up, Crypto?
Hey, what's up, Grumpy?
Nah, chilling, bro.
Mic check.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. What's going on, everybody? What's the latest and greatest? Any more new propaganda I need to be updated on?
We've been talking about Zack Wilson this whole time.
Oh, no new fresh propaganda coming out of the management, or
there's no new propaganda yet.
Yeah, well, let's start some. Our UDFA were graded day 1 draft picks. There you go.
Oh yeah, I agree with that, Shake.
Did you
I'm
see
all about the Andrew Armstrong agenda? I'm all about it.
Did you guys see that half of these guys like who grade drafts graded as like a D-? Like a lot of the guys that grade these drafts, like for me, those things are ridiculous. You can't really analyze a draft instantly. I understand you want to do instant reactions to get clicks, but you can't really fairly grade a draft until 5 years after the draft, right, Ollie? Am I correct?
Yeah, technically you can't grade a draft until 5 years after. That's when you really know if
the drafts. Can you take any of these draft grades seriously when they give some of these teams A+, or like they did with us a D- because they felt we reached for Kenneth Grant at 13?
Mm-hmm. Repeat that again. I apologize.
I don't know if they feel like we reached, Anthony.
Yeah, they half of the guys who grade these drafts felt like we reached for Kenneth Grant, saying we could have traded down. Forgetting these people are delusional.
The national guys.
Yeah, the national guys forgetting the fact that anybody outside of the Colts wanted to draft Kenneth Grant. The Falcons, the Bucks, the Rams, the Steelers even wanted to draft him. So did the Chargers. So I don't know where they had this notion that he was going to be there if we traded down.
Are you getting this from other GMs? Where you getting this that they wanted other teams were going to draft them? Did the other
Because
general managers
a
say
lot
that?
of teams. But here's the thing, though. There has been a lot of reports. Not just from the media, but from coaches and stuff. They've hinted at on who they want. And besides, don't you think that there are ways teams can figure out who wants who ahead of time? I mean, a lot of these teams have people in the know.
Not necessarily.
But you know what? Real quick,
they have different draft boards.
Well, here's the thing. What the reason why Chris Greer doesn't have any more credibility when it comes to people call me saying that was his picks. When they drafted Charles Harris, he said the same thing. When they drafted Cam Smith, he said the same thing. So there's a lot of picks that he said that were like, oh man, that was our guy. You know what I'm saying? That there were total flops. That he said, oh yeah, they called me and said that was my guy. So
yeah, to me, I think that pick was Marvin Allen, not Chris Greer. To be honest, I know Chris Greer is the face of that draft. He's the face saying he took credit, but to me, that's a what is it called? A draft, a Marvin Allen draft, because that guy honestly reminds me a little. He's Chris Jones. He reminds me a little bit of Chris Jones, kind of how he plays defensive tackle.
I think he reminds me of Tim Bowens.
You do?
Yeah, I really think he's Tim Bowens 2.0.
Hey, Shake, you mind if I play this audio real quick?
Yeah, go do your thing, baby.
All righty, cool. I'm going to try to put it in a way that we can.
You need an ASMR podcast, Color, to be honest.
All right, let's see here. We'll put Shake right there and see if I can get it to. No, we just want Shake so we don't get copyright. All right, here we go.
The 7th round, we had Damian Martinez running back out of Miami. He got selected by the Seahawks. And what about this at 227? Curtis Rourke out of Indiana.
All right,
got drafted before
I'm a little
Quinn
ahead.
Ewers. Curtis Rourke. As you can see right here, Mr. Quinn Ewers himself got selected 231 by the Miami Dolphins. Here's where things get interesting, but first things first, clap it up. Nice little golf clap. Congratulations. You got drafted. It's a big day, and you should celebrate it, rightfully so. But everyone and their mama is asking me the same question. Matt, what happened to him? Why'd he fall so far? He was the #1 high school player. He was a 5-star recruit. He had a good career at Texas. What went wrong with this guy? These are all fair questions. They really are. But here is the cold, harsh truth about Quinn Ewers that nobody's wanting to tell you. Was he a stud coming out of high school? Yes, 10,000%. There wasn't a high school quarterback I love more and regarded as high as Quinn Ewers in an extremely long time. I'll go so far as to saying this. He was flawless as a prospect coming out of high school. Nothing wrong with his game at all. Hence why he had a perfect scout grade on 24/7 Sports, and he was the #1 overall recruit in high school. I'm not trying to sound like a smart aleck here, but you do understand what a #1 overall player means, right? There's nobody better than you. You are the cream of the crop. You're the best of the best. You can't do anything better to improve your ranking. The way he moved in the pocket, the way he analyzed the field, the short passes, the mid-range passes, the deep ball, it was on our level compared to his competition. He was perfect in every area as a high school prospect. Keyword, high school. When he got to college in his first year at Texas, you remember what he did against Alabama on those first couple of drives before Dallas Turner drove into the dirt? He lit them up. If he doesn't get hurt, they win that game too, not just the one at Alabama. I'm talking about when it was at Texas the year before. The sad truth about Ewers is he reached his peak as a high school senior and freshman at Texas. He has not gotten better since those days. If you think I'm wrong, tell me why in the comment section. I would love to hear an explanation because I've watched every single one of his games, and that's how I view it. If you take away his first read, and especially his second read, he's burnt toast. You see, in high school, your first read, rarely if ever, maybe 1% of the time gets taken away, and you have to actually act like an NFL quarterback. Same thing in college. Well, what happened is in college, these teams start to realize, hey, if we can just lock in on the star wide receiver, we can just take away this first read that he loves to go to, that's when he may run into some problems, and problems he ran into. And where these scouts really started to get concerned with Ewers is they saw it, especially against Georgia. If you send pressure at him, he's like a deer in headlights. He's awful. Granted, these are things you can work on. He can improve on all this stuff, but as it stands right now, not a good prospect heading into the NFL. Whereas guys like Cam Ward, did you notice how calm, cool, and collected he always was at Miami, whether there were 3 guys rushing or 8 guys? That's what NFL scouts like to see. Quinn Ewers gets some happy feet, makes some bad throws, one thing leads to another, and that's how you finish the year with 12 interceptions. Another thing that has hurt him, and it got exposed this most recent season as well, is he's not good at reading defenses. I still like him much better than some of these other quarterbacks. I'll put you like this. I like him more than Tyler Show out of Louisville, and he got drafted 40th overall. But the problem with Ewers, and it's what I'm trying to explain to y'all, this is why he fell in the draft. Coming out of high school, no flaws. Heading into the NFL, he has multiple flaws, and they already got exposed in this most recent season at Texas. Here's the last thing I'll say before we get a move on. If coming out of high school, Quinn Ewers' stock was $100 a share, right now it's probably like $2 a share. I'd buy a bunch of it. I wouldn't go all in, but I'd definitely give me some. I am not giving up on him quite just yet. I can't do it. Won't do it. I refuse to do it. Tez Johnson from Oregon.
Well, that's pretty much what I was saying, bro. It's not, he didn't get better.
Right. Well, not only that, but he's like he'll buy the dip, but $100 to $2, that's not a dip. That's a crash. You know, like, I wouldn't be buying no $2 stock that was trading at 100. I mean,
I keep trying to.
The company that was worthwhile.
If it's trading at 100 and it drops to 60, yeah, that's a good buy. No, not if it drops to 2.
Remember what I said.
0.
Remember what I said, Color, that he against the most elite defenses, he's a falters, right? He just said he can't read defenses. Send 2 or 3 defensive tackles at him. He's toast.
Well, Ali, back to the stock analogy. You fall much below below $2 and you're going to get delisted.
Yeah.
I don't know where he got those numbers from, to be honest. That's a significant crash.
What he's talking about is $100 meme coin that went to 2. Yeah, buy 1 million of them. You know?
Yeah, and to be honest, I've said this in college. He got hurt by choosing. He originally chose Ohio State, and he never got a chance to play because they had 2 veteran quarterbacks in front of him with Braxton Miller. I think it was Braxton Miller and KJ. Was it the guy who played at not CJ? Was it CJ? No, it wasn't. CJ was after him. Braxton Miller. Damn it! Who was the other quarterback at Ohio State when Quinn?
Not sure, but I will say though, before I switch devices and get on the road, the guy's got a Texas accent. He's from
Georgia.
Texas. The guy played in Texas, and this guy with the Texas accent claims he watched every single one of his games. I trust every word that guy just said. I'm just saying, man.
Wait.
It's just me.
No, I know who this guy is. He's Matty B. Great. He's a Georgia fan. He's not a Texas fan.
I mean, he could be wrong. I just trust him. I don't know why. I feel like the guy knows what he's talking about.
All right. Okay. So maybe that guy's a Georgia fan, but Mike on the Mic, my co-host of 4th and 10U, a college football show, who lives in Longhorn country, who actually lives in the backyard of the Texas Longhorns.
He's a Texas fan. That's right.
He's a Texas fan, says all the time that Ewers is the right-handed Tua, makes all the same throws except when the light is shining the brightest against the more elite defenses and better teams, he falters, which is pretty much what that guy just said. Carbon copy. That's what he said. So I trust Mike on the Mic, who said similar things to this guy. I'm sorry, but I don't believe in Ewers. You guys can sit there and suck on the hopium all you want. I'm not one of them.
He's a backup quarterback. I'm not saying he's going to be our
He'll be
starter.
lucky to make this team if really. I mean, he'll make the team just because we need a quarterback. But I don't think he's worth anything, to be honest, at this point.
So you don't think he beats out Zach as the number 2?
No, I don't. I don't think so, because I'll tell you that Zack Wilson has a stronger arm. Zack Wilson has the ability to run out of the pocket when shit's getting real in front of him. And he's actually a pretty good runner, surprisingly, right? Now, is that saying Zack Wilson's going to beat out Tua? Hell no, I'm not saying that, right? What I am saying is that he can definitely hold off Ewers.
Yeah, and I've said this. Me and Shake and Color actually talk about this, and Crypto too, that I've said that this offense would be a lot better with a mobile quarterback, and they can open up more of the playbook with a guy like Zack Wilson who has a strong arm, because you see half of the passes that we throw are in the middle of the field, because McDaniel probably knows that. McDaniel and Shanahan know that Purdy and Tua don't have the ability consistently to throw outside the numbers, Ollie. So most of their throws are in the middle of the field, going inside, and not in the boundary. So I think with a guy like Zack Wilson, you can see more of those to the numbers, to the sidelines with.
What happened with
What
Gaskin?
happened?
What happened with Gaskin? R.I.P. Gaskin. What happened?
Myles Gaskin passed away?
I don't know. No, my first time hearing about this. Huh?
And
I don't know.
And Ali, the comparison I've like in terms of how he plays quarterback, I'm not saying
Oh, okay. He said it was a typo.
Okay. The comparison I had for him is he reminds me of, I'm not talking about the mentality with Quinn, but the way he plays the quarterback position, kind of, he reminds me a little bit of Philip Rivers, kind of.
You think that who reminds you of Philip Rivers? You're talking about Quinn Ewers?
No, Zack Wilson. Zach.
Oh, okay.
Nah, I
Maybe
wouldn't say that.
With the throwing, his elongated throwing motion, because that you see that long windup Zach has, like he doesn't have that compact throwing motion. It's like remember how Philip used to always like extend his arm sideways then throw it, like that long throwing motion he used to have. That's what Zach has. Quinn, to me,
He is quarter sidearm. He had a quick release though. Rivers did.
I want to know what Zack Wilson did to Grumpy, man. Did he like flirt with his mom or something? Because he is pissed. Anytime anybody brings up Zack Wilson, he has nothing but negativity to say. Holy shit.
Oh, Grumpy doesn't like Zack Wilson anymore?
What's up, Joe Riss?
Dude, Grumpy's like going off in his hair. He just said F you to me because I brought him up.
When did Grumpy stop liking Zack Wilson?
I don't know. What's up, Joe Riss? How you doing?
Hey, Joe. How you doing, Ollie? What's up,
Good.
everybody?
What's up, Joe?
Oh, just
Grumpy.
happy it's Friday.
when is your next live show for college? When do you start your first live stream for the college show, Ollie, by chance?
We had it yesterday. So if you go to my channel, which is at 4th and 10U, all one word, you can check it out.
Hey, by the way, I heard that Zack Wilson is the Canelo of quarterbacks.
Let's not compare him to Canelo now.
I don't know, bro.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard. Zack Wilson is the Canelo.
I think what happened is Grumpy tried to offer Zack Wilson a beer, and then Zack Wilson like slapped it out of his hand or something. I don't know what happened, but Zack Wilson like stole Grumpy's chocolate milk or something. I don't know what happened.
No, I think it's just like Color said. I think he can't stand goofballs. And Zach
Damn, Raphael Cartwright. Holy crap. Grumpy's mad because Zach got more hair.
Oh, Jesus. Let's not start that.
No. I just think it's funny.
Shout out to Grumpy. I love that dude. He has good energy.
He does have good energy. I agree with you, and shout out to him for sure.
Yeah. Do you guys think are there any young corners that are going to be on the trade block that can't start because of the people that they have in front of them that we can trade for?
Not very many. Not very many. I don't think we're going to be in the mood to trade, to be honest. I think we're going to be signing. There's a lot of value free agents we can pick up.
I'm staying away from Asante Samuel because of his mental. Like, he has the reason why they didn't sign him to he's from the Chargers, right? Asante Samuel?
Yeah, I think he did play for the Chargers.
Yeah. The reason why he probably didn't stay, they didn't re-sign him because there was reports coming out he was causing issues in the locker room, and he had serious, like, he wasn't taking the, like, he has serious mental issues and stuff like that.
Who?
Asante Samuel.
That's why he's not on a team yet. You're saying?
Yeah, and
I mean,
that's another reason why the Packers took this long to re-sign Alexander, Jari Alexander, because he's the same way. He's too much drama. He's too high maintenance. He was causing issues in the locker room all the time.
I don't know. Looking at this cornerback class, though, with all those injuries they had, and, you know, if some of those guys aren't actually ready or there's some issues there, you could see these free agents get a big, you know, signing at a team that's competing.
Hey, by the way, real quick, I'm sorry. I'm glad, Tonk. I'm glad you're up here.
Yo.
Tonk, Bill Belichick was listening to last night's show.
Yeah.
And he wanted me to play this message.
Okay.
All right.
Play it. Let's hear it. What did his girlfriend allow him to release it first?
Tonk, why did you say that? I rewatched that. Why did you say that?
Did Jordan?
Hold on.
And tell you all the truth about my relationship with Jordan. The truth is that you're all just a bunch of fucking haters, and it drives you crazy to see a 70-year-old guy happy with a smoking hot 24-year-old chick bouncing up and down on his crusty pair of balls. You hate it because I've made it in life and you haven't. I've got 8 fucking Super Bowl rings and you got none. I can get any chick I want, but you probably got to come home every night and stick your 2-inch fucking pecker in some barn animal of a woman. I mean, come on. Yeah. Robert Kraft has to go to the rub and tug and pay for it. And Brady, the guy's wife, got knocked up by a fucking karate teacher. What a loser. Anyways, everyone saw the interview. That bum reporter was supposed to come talk about my book, not my dating life. And Jordan shut his ass down, just like Malcolm Butler shut down Mr. Unlimited on the goal line in Super Bowl 49. She was just doing her job. But you all want to make some fucking thing about it. It's pathetic. So please,
okay.
I wish that's how coaches thought.
Oh, okay.
Hey, don't shoot the messenger.
So
that shit's hilarious.
So let's go
hilarious.
Let's go backwards to forwards, and let's start with Malcolm
Shout out
Butler.
to Bill Belichick.
Was it your girlfriend that benched Malcolm Butler against the Eagles?
I guess so.
So was that what happened? And then two,
he deserved to be benched.
And then two,
yes. Yeah, I agree.
Did she? It sounds like you hired HB to make that recording.
No, I didn't. It's just something.
Actually, you know who it sounded like? It sounded like Joe Rist made the recording. To be honest,
yeah, exactly.
It sounded exactly like Joe Rist.
Are you saying I can do a good Bill
voice? That's who that sounds like.
Holy shit! It sounds just like him. I kid you not, bro. I kid you not.
I should work on that. Yeah, that's pretty funny.
We're gonna hire you to be our Bill Belichick from now on.
No comment.
If you were to just break up your speech a little bit and be a little deeper, yeah, you would have it spot on.
And a little bit more sarcastic.
That's fine, Bill. You can hang out with all the chicks you want. We just won't ever ask where you met them.
Hey, Joe, use your voice as if you're being skeptical about something, and you'll have it.
I've never really studied Bill's character, but I will now that I'm realizing the voice match is there. So.
Pull your head back raise your eyebrow and talk like you're skeptical about something, and you'll have it.
Him and Saban sound exactly the same, to be honest.
No, I don't think so. I think Joe Rist is a doppelganger of Bill Belichick.
I actually do have a doppelganger that played in the NBA, Robbie Hummel.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Who's that?
Robbie
He's a
Hummel.
center for Purdue.
Yeah, he used to play for. How'd you know he was with Purdue? That's crazy.
Because one of our centers played for the Heat, played for Purdue.
Oh.
He was on the Heat for like 2
Anthony Manzano studies college sports though.
Yeah.
That's like a Joe, we got plans to make, bro.
Huh?
Hang out after the show backstage with this Bill Belichick thing.
Hey.
We got plans to make, bro.
Hey, Shake. Hey,
Yes,
Shake. Earlier you were asking. You said that so Michael K said that we talk about everything but the Bills Super Bowl trophies, and I was like, well, why did he ask about
Super Bowl
that?
trophy?
Is that the shape of his favorite
That a
butt
joke?
plug?
Yes.
Yeah, it's the shape of his favorite butt plug.
Damn, you got some beef with Bill.
Damn, bro.
No, that was
Damn.
for Michael K.
Oh, I was gonna say I thought that was about Bill Belichick.
I thought he was in transition. I've been calling him Michelle K.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's non-binary, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, Jesus. Jeez.
Hey, Ali, you realize you're
Joe
giving the keys to the tailgate to Michael K by saying that, right?
The keys to tailgate.
You're giving
I don't
him
care,
the keys
bro.
to the tailgate by
He wants to sit here and troll the whole time. He wants to sit here and troll the whole time. Well, guess what? I'm trolling back from now on.
Comments for us.
No, but all he has to do is, I ain't gonna say it, but because I know Michael K ain't really like that, but there's ways to let our masters know that somebody was dead naming us. You know what I mean? Like, it's Michael. If Michael wants to be called Michael, we need to call Michael.
Yeah, because we're an honorable association.
He could be European. It might be Michelle. Michelle is a what do they call that? A name that can go both ways.
Yeah, Michelle is a French name for Michael.
Yeah.
That's why we're friends, Ali, because you understand my logic, bro. That was brilliant, man. That was a good
I'm telling you, I understand. I have a cousin. Listen to this. It took me a long time to figure this out, though, right, when I was a kid. But I have a cousin that I always called him Chris. Come to find out, his real name is Kristen. I had no idea. So it's one of those names.
Some males named Kristen before.
There's a former corner for LSU that played for the Saints, Kristen Fulton.
Yeah, that's how.
Yeah, it's usually. I think it's usually like it. I don't know which one it is, but the male version is either with an I or an E. Most of the time, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I want to say the male version's with the E because the I is the the feminine version.
You won't.
Yeah.
Right. You won't ever see a male Kristen YN. You know what I mean? Ending in YN. Likely not.
Oh, by the way, remember in European Vacation, the guy thought it was a guy because it's French. He thought Michelle was a dude. Remember?
Mm-hmm. And I can even see how Christian might have evolved into Kristen if you're talking about some group of people that maybe changed their dialect or something, and maybe even like it might even be more modern, like Appalachian way to say Christian, like Mr. Kristen. You know what I mean? Yeah, like
that's a unisex name. That's a boy and girl name.
Unisex was the word I couldn't think of. Yes, unisex.
Unisex name.
It's like people over time were saying the word Christian in a certain way, and eventually it became easier to say Kristen in their dialect. Is how it probably evolved.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
and that's actually that name is common. That's a common Viking. That's a common Viking name from like Denmark and stuff like that.
And I can see an old Norse speaker using the word Christian and making it sound like Tristan because he's got an old Norse, you know.
I know both. A boy named Christian and a girl named Christian. I
Viking
know
with that
both.
name, would you say anything to him? Really?
Yeah.
Think about a Scottish guy. A Scottish guy might even say Christian instead of Christian. He's a good Christian.
I gotta exercise. I got an exercise since we're on names. I got to exercise for everybody. Your actual gangster name will be the color shirt you wearing and the last food you ate. Start with your gangster name. What is your gangster name?
What did you? Wait. What did you say? The color of the shirts and what?
The color of the shirt. The color of the shirt that you're wearing right now, and your last food that you ate. That's your gangster name.
Black burrito.
So I'm Black English Muffin.
Black English Muffin.
Damn. I'm not gonna. I kind of like my name. Mine's Red Sub.
Mine's is
hold on,
blue.
what is it? What is
Mine's
it?
is okay. Tonk is your gangster name is the colored shirt that you're wearing right now. Combine it with the last food that you ate.
Naked pizza.
Nice.
Oh, shit.
That would be beige or peach or tan. That's all tan. Yeah.
My gangster name is Blue Smoothie.
And by the way, Tom, Tom, there is a color for naked. It's called nude.
Hey, by the way, hold on.
Nude.
Hey, that's the perfect. I'm
not at a nudist colony. I'm just outside.
Hey, by the way, that's the perfect name for Tonk because that's TMI.
Oh,
that's true.
Hey, that is true. That is 100% true. Hey, color. You know what's kind of cool about my gangster name, Red Sub?
Damn.
You know what's cool? You know what's cool about my name, Red Sub? The movie I watched last night was Hunt for the Red October, which is about a submarine.
I was just gonna say you're talking about the Red October. So
I like B McD's name. It's Orange Nugget.
So mine would be Black Egg and Cheese McMuffin. So do I English muffin?
Black McMuffin?
Well, it's an egg and cheese English muffin because it was from Dunkin' Donuts, so you can't call it McMuffin because that's McDonald's exclusively. So, Crypto, what I want to know is, do I shorten it? What's better? Do I shorten it to the Black English or the Black Muffin?
Shorten it to EM for English Muffin.
The Black English. Yeah, that's the Black English. Oh, you got an EM. Yeah, English.
And then you get EM up here saying that there can only be one EM, so we can't do that.
So, Crypto, I'd be like one of those British actors that play on Doctor Who, right? You know what I mean?
Depends on how bad you want to burn it. Depends on how bad you want to burn your muffin, bro.
Fred, what color is your T-shirt?
My T-shirt's white.
And then what was the last thing you ate?
The last thing I ate this morning was the last time I ate. And all that was a bagel, bro.
White Bagel. That's his name, White Bagel.
White Bagel.
Oh, my God. So here we go. Hold on. Here we go. We got Fred and Color rolling out. And Fred is the White Bagel and Color is the Black Muffin.
Wow.
I know.
This might be better for insomnia, but her name was Jennifer.
They call us the Sandwich Gang. That's what we are, Fred. We're the Sandwich Gang.
I hear you.
No, Fred. I got a better one. We're the Breakfast Club, baby. What's up, man? Black Muffin and White Bagel. We're the Breakfast Club.
I like that.
It should be called Breadfast.
Damn. Hold on. I like this name. Is that Capital Life? Enchilada? Wait a minute. Hold on. I saw it. Great Empanada? God damn. That's a hell of a gangster name.
Great Empanada. That is a good one.
Great Empanada.
I'm the Black Burrito. He's rolling with me. Mine sounds like
That's
a
a
porn
good
name.
one. I like that one.
Here, I got you. We
Oh,
don't give
shit.
out. We don't give out knuckle sandwiches. We give out bread fists.
Them.
You know what's interesting is we're a panel full of Dolphin fans, and not one person's gang name is starts with Aqua or Orange.
No, someone said orange in the chat.
Someone
Oh,
said
okay.
Orange Nugget. Yeah, B McD is Orange Nugget.
Orange Nugget.
Orange Nugget.
Color smoked and
Aqua
orange nuggets.
nothing. Blue nothing. Damn. You fasting, Liz? Blue and aqua
Blue nothing.
So you on a permanent fast? Great quesadilla. God damn, Raphael.
Hey, Fred. How's the recovery going?
Hey man, it's going real well, man. It's going real well, man.
What happened? What happened? What are you recovering from?
Oh man, I had a little bit of a collapsed lung, man.
Damn.
I was gonna say, Fred, that you sound 1,000 times better, man, and I hope everything is all well. To be
Thanks
honest.
a lot, bro. Thanks a lot, man.
Damn, Fred, are you saying, Fred, are you saying that watching Tua play literally gave you a connection?
Oh my God, Color, it worked
took
on
the
me,
breath
bro.
out of you.
Man.
Yeah, it took the breath right out of me, cuz you're right, bro.
Took
Whoever
the
said
breath
that,
right
man.
out of you, man. Knocked the wind right out of you, man. Dang.
I didn't know how serious I was. I just went for a simple chest X-ray, and next thing I know, they said, "Man, we got to get your ass to the hospital." I said, "What?" They said, "Yeah, well, they taking you over to emergency right now." I said, "Oh shit!" Scared the shit out of me. So the guy explained to me that, you know, I had a hole
Gotta
in
quit going to
one lung.
sleep, man.
I had a hole in one lung. Then the work I was doing, which was sandblasting, they said I had some kind of a mass on the other lung. They didn't know if it was cancer or what. So after the test, man, like, you know, they
Wow,
came
it's
to the
probably a big silicone nodule.
Yeah, after the biopsy, you know, they found out that it wasn't cancer, but you know, like a mass buildup from the sandblasting, you know, that you could get for working in mines
So
and
you got
having
basically
kids and
you got a big right. So basically you got a big quartz crystal in your lungs.
Yeah,
A
but
big
you
what,
ain't wearing a respirator when you doing all that?
You got a big
let me tell you,
quartz
man.
crystal in
Yeah,
your
let me,
lung, man.
let me tell you for that question. Yeah, I did have a respirator helmet. However, man, I didn't have the most modern equipment, man. You know what I'm saying? Like they could have been better, man. You know what I mean? But
Right.
I was just going for it,
Are you using one now?
making that money and just going for it. What you say?
Are you using a better filter now?
No, I ain't even sandblasting now, man. You crazy? Are you
Oh,
kidding?
okay.
Fuck that. I got out of the business,
Well,
bro.
damn, man. Yeah, that stuff, dude. Yo, I've been in construction a long time.
Fred's over here manufacturing diamonds in his lungs, man. Damn.
Yo, I've been in construction a long time, and I remember back in the day, working in Florida, everything's fucking concrete. And so, you know, if they put in a lintel wrong or a header wrong, the guy would have the concrete saw. He'd be sawing above his head with no mask, no goggles. Okay, and the concrete dust.
Yeah, that was me.
Is just
That was me, Tom.
blowing right in his face, dude.
Yeah,
Just
man.
concrete.
I thought you looked familiar to me, Tom.
I'm
That was
like,
me that day, bro.
That's
that's
something
like
you don't want
literally.
in your lungs.
It might
You
be
don't
the
want
worst
concrete
possible
tendrils
thing to
in your
do
lungs.
to your lungs. It might be the
Hey,
worst thing.
Tom, that was me that day, bro. I thought you looked familiar when I
Something's
met
just
you, bro.
That was
That was
in
me that day
2000.
with
You
that.
sure that was in 2006? I'm talking about right now.
Oh no, I'm kidding. But that is stuff I used to do because Florida is a little behind the times when it comes to following like OSHA regulations and all that.
It's
There are no respirators on construction workers
no,
in
I feel
Florida.
you, dude. I remember one time I had to take a fucking so we were building in Okeechobee, we were building 4 houses in a row, and we were making the house pad, and the house pad needed to be like what is it called? Where you what is it called? Where you have the machine that makes it compacted. So I was running with a compactor for like hours and hours and hours with no fucking ear muffs on.
Oh man.
So
Wow.
like, dude, dude, can you like? It's like, can you imagine what like that shit did to my ears? Like that shit fucking destroys your ears, man. That shit fucking destroys your ears.
A color. So like, so when I was up here on these panels, and I get the yelling and all this and all that. Oh my God, man! I mean, it really took me to get some air, man. To just get up some air in me, man, just to go in on these panels.
I blame
with the
Pete.
yelling and shit, man.
I blame Pete for that, Fred. I blame Pete for that.
So I had to take a break from the panels for a while, man.
Damn, Fred.
But I feel a lot better now.
You have to go break somebody else's jaw, Fred, to relieve the pressure.
Nah, man, I'm hanging up the glove, Crypto. I'm hanging up the gloves, man.
The fragment of someone's jaw collapses lung.
Yeah.
Hey, did you guys?
Hey, Crypto, that brings a whole new meaning to diamond hands. Fred's got diamond lungs, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
You buy all the crypto to win them.
Hey, crypto, I wouldn't have lasted 10 seconds, bro. I'd have been out of it in 10 seconds, bro. It'd have been all over for me, man. So, I'm just trying to get the old lungs to do what they see if they ever get back to normal, man. I don't know. I'm still going through tests, man.
Did you guys see Popovich is stepping down?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
you know
he's
it's
gonna be
coming.
the
You know
president,
it's coming.
though.
It was coming. For him to step aside. That what's her name take over.
Well, I mean, I think what sealed the deal with that
Now
was
Becky's gone.
his
I think
health, like
his assistant was gone.
The blood clots, I think, just made it even more.
He's had some health issues.
Yeah, he had to step down. He had to step back because he was having blood clots.
Oh wow! So he was
his players got the blood clots.
Who are we talking about?
The head coach of the Spurs.
Oh.
So he
stepped down. Oh, you're not talking about Popovich, are we?
Yeah. Yes.
I thought that guy
I thought it was cancer related.
No, it was blood clots.
Oh, it's his player that got blood clots.
I don't know. I think in his leg.
Hey, let me ask. Is Pat Riley still hanging around, bro?
I think so. I think he's still on the president of. I think he's the president of Miami.
You're confusing Popovich with Wembanyama.
No.
Yes. No,
he's
he
the
doesn't
one
have.
that's got blood clots
Popovich had
in
a
his
stroke. He doesn't have blood clots.
Right.
Oh, that was. I'm sorry. That's what it was. A stroke. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was a player that had the clots.
No, I know Wembanyama did. Yes, I know Wembanyama did, but I thought Popovich also.
Oh,
did. It's a stroke.
Yeah, this was
it was a stroke.
a month ago.
It was. I think it was a mild stroke, is what he had.
So who's the oldest head coach in the NBA now, man?
Well, now it would be
probably what's his name, Milwaukee.
What's his name? What's his
Doc
name?
Rivers.
No.
Steve Kerr.
Hey, what happened to Popovich? What happened to Popovich?
No,
he had a mild stroke.
At the same
time. That's why I saw some article that he's not going to be coaching anymore. Okay.
Well, that's probably that probably helped make his decision.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's her name was in line, but she went.
But
to
he's
the
gonna
WNBA.
but he's gonna take on the role of president.
Well, yeah, you do that. That's a desk job.
Yeah, he can do that.
But I mean that's great. When I read that, I like as much as I don't want to see him retire, I want to see him healthy and as a head coach. I think the NBA is, has a huge loss when he had to step down. The NBA suffered because of that, but that's just the way it is. But as far as him becoming the president now, like I think it's going to be great. I think he's going to be the next Pat Riley. I think he's going to keep bringing championships to that team. Absolutely. He's going to help with picking the players and all that stuff. Like, good for him. I mean, I'm glad that he can, after having a mild stroke.
He's really the GM anyways, for picking Duncan and all them.
Yeah, he's gonna be the president. They said.
Yeah, but I mean, now he still gets to have his handprint on the team, and you know,
Hey,
like he's not going
that's
anywhere.
fine.
Really, he's not going
that's
anywhere.
fine. He can do
Like,
that.
hey, what was it, man, that confined Don Shula from coaching in a wheelchair on the sidelines, man? Did he develop some? You know, what was his illness that he had to coach from a wheelchair, bro, on the sideline?
I forgot
He
what
could
it
feel
was.
Tua coming.
I don't know what it
shit,
was.
I feel
when
you, man.
that
That's what, yo, that's
limited
what.
him.
Made him
That's
ill.
I forgot.
He could sense Tua on the horizon.
Yeah, that was probably it.
he says two on the.
He
Yo,
He
just
said
created his
Tua was
health
coming to
immediately.
take the franchise.
Yeah.
He saw Tua
Nah,
30 years in advance.
he would
Damn.
have told Marino how to win the Super Bowl before that.
No, maybe fire Abadali or fire what's his name?
I mean,
know.
but yeah, Greg Popovich was the winningest
Actually,
head coach in NBA history.
reading it, he just retired on his own terms. It wasn't due to illness.
Yeah, but I mean, having a mild stroke is that
No,
is
I'm
part of
talking
your-
about Don Shula. Is what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah, but what
Don
put him in
Shula
what put him in
retired
the
on his own
wheelchair,
accord.
Ali? What put him in the
Yes,
wheelchair,
on his
Ali?
own accord. We'll do that on his own accord.
You know what's
Yes.
crazy is
Shay.
Deion Sanders, Coach Prime.
Right, Shay.
He often is in a wheelchair. Sometimes he was even on a stretcher.
Well, he's got
So-
diabetes. He's got one of his toes missing.
What put him in the wheelchair? Real quick, I'm sorry, Tonk. I didn't mean to cut you off, but just to answer the question everyone's asking. What put him in the wheelchair is he had a heart procedure in 2016. So this is well after he retired. And that's where his he became really ill and got put into a wheelchair.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember used to seeing Shula, man, run up and down the sideline, man. You know what I mean? Like,
I remember him driving the golf cart around. I remember.
yeah, man. He was there.
Hey,
to
what
slow
happened
on
with
the drive,
Elway
man.
in a golf cart? I heard he killed somebody on a golf cart.
Yeah, his
What?
yeah.
John Elway.
What? Elway killed somebody on a golf cart?
Yeah. Joe Riz, tell the story because I don't know all of it. Go
Don
ahead.
Shula was 90 years old, by the way.
Yeah, he was driving a golf cart. I think his business partner or someone that's involved with him on the team or something. Jeff Spurbeck, 62-year-old, fell off the golf cart and died. Must have hit his head.
Shit. Bro, I kid you not. Yesterday, there was a massive accident on US 1 here. A car hit someone driving a street legal golf cart. I don't know if anybody died, but it looked really bad.
If that doesn't sound like Florida, I don't know what does.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah.
A traumatic brain
Florida
injury.
man,
falling off the
Florida
golf
man gets in an accident. Oh, let me guess, he was driving a golf cart.
That's gonna
Hey,
scar.
man, you know what, man?
away.
You know what I see? You know what I see, Ali, man? And it's crazy, man. I see you know these people confined to these electric wheelchairs or battery wheelchairs, man. You know, man, sometimes, man, these people just have no regard for traffic, man. You know, they just think they're in the wheelchair, man. They can just go, man, when they feel like it, man, not looking for traffic or anything, man. I caught that about 2 weeks ago, man. How this guy, man, just literally ran a light, man. Ran a light in a fucking wheelchair, man. Like, come on, man. You got to do better than that, bro. Everybody knows you're in a wheelchair, but you still got to look for the traffic, man. I mean, come on now. Come on.
Yeah, I hear you on that. This was an actual golf cart, though. So I know a lot of people like you don't see it a lot on the street here in Port St. Lucie, but it's starting to become a thing. And someone merged with somebody else, and all I say is I didn't find out about the injuries yet, but the golf cart looks destroyed. I'll tell you that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Traumatic brain injury, hit his head on the concrete.
Damn. Hey, man. Hey, Ali, is it? Do they wear helmets in Florida, bro, when they're riding motorcycles, man?
No,
It's
you don't
not
have to. You don't
required.
have to. It's not
It's
required.
not required. I have my endorsement, and I used to ride in Florida, and you don't have to have insurance, and you don't have to wear a helmet. But I did both.
Yeah.
I had insurance. Insurance is like $20 a month for a motorcycle, and a helmet is $50 every 3 years. So it's like people are like, oh, because I would talk to people. I'd be like, when I talk to them, like just random motorcycle. Because when you drive a motorcycle, you say hi to everybody. It's like a community. But like everybody's like, oh, you don't have to have insurance, right? I'm like, yeah, well, I don't have to go through someone's windshield either. But if the shit happens, I want to have insurance.
Yeah.
I want to say in
and what's
Florida, you only
crazy
have to
is-
wear the helmet if you don't have the insurance or something. There's like one or the
well,
other
maybe that's a
thing.
new law. That's a new law.
Wow.
Because when I was there,
Actually, my
you didn't
brother
have to
drives a
have
motorcycle. He doesn't have to have either.
Yeah, you don't have to have shit. You know what's crazy is the people
He
that
wears
got
the
those
helmet though.
laws.
He wears it though.
Hell you didn't fucking wear a helmet? Are you kidding me?
Hey,
Are you
Ali.
fucking kidding me? You lose.
But hey, you know what's funny?
You lose.
Hey, but you know what's crazy?
only lose. There's no winning on an accident in a motorcycle. There's
But you
no
know
winning.
what, Tongue, you know what the number one reason I heard that people don't want to wear a helmet is, I don't want to mess up my hair. I'm like, are you gonna mess up your hair, right?
Listen, there is a reason, because it was a group of motorcyclists that got the law passed to where you don't have to wear a helmet. And they said that it's because it's so hot that when you're sitting in traffic, it's so hot that it's bad for the brain. And what's even crazier, because that's the stupidest thing I ever heard. Because what are you standing there for 4.5 hours? No, it's like 1 minute, and then you're driving again, and it cools your head off. It's the stupidest thing I ever heard. But what's crazy is,
you know what else is bad for your brain? The concrete.
But you know, but what's crazy is multiple people that got that law passed died of head trauma from a motorcycle accident.
Yeah, it was a lady too.
It's like literally they're dying. They're dying for their cause, but it's like, I'm sorry, but y'all are that stupid that you're literally dying for this shit, and you still don't understand what you're doing. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'll agree with you, Tonk. It's absolutely crazy. I will tell you this. I have never I've ridden like scooters and stuff, but I've never ridden like an actual motorcycle before. But driving on the road, I actually witnessed a live, really, really, really bad motorcycle accident. And I will tell you this. Never will I ever ride a motorcycle without wearing a helmet, no matter what the law says.
Never.
I will never ever go without it. When I saw that, I was just like, yeah, I'm always wearing a helmet. I don't give a fuck.
I never even needed to see that. I never needed to see something like that for me to know that I don't want my head fucking split wide open on the concrete.
Exactly,
you know what's crazy is, I started out on a scooter that was less than 50 cc, and I still had a helmet, and I still had insurance, and I'm going like 30 miles an hour. But I don't care how fast I'm going. That car will kill me if I don't have on, safe gear. And I'm like, even I wrecked on a motorcycle before. But what's crazy is,
did you have on a helmet?
Yeah, but so I was really new to driving a scooter. And so I just wasn't used to like wide turns and sharp turns yet. And so I took too wide of a turn, and I knew I was either gonna hit the curb or I was just gonna wipe out. And I was like, well, shit, I have on a helmet, long sleeve pants, long sleeve shirt. I just said, fuck it, I'ma just roll. And I rolled, but like I knew it was going to hurt, but I had confidence that I was going to be okay because I had safe gear on, and I landed pretty decent.
Hey, you know what? I seen this guy just yesterday with the craziest handlebars, bro. Like, his handlebars were straight up in the air,
like
man.
10
This guy,
feet in the air. I know.
man, it's fucking. He's like, he's got to reach way the fuck
it's
up.
Fucking stupid.
Like, bro, what the fuck kind of? Why would you want handlebars like that? Man?
Are we talking about like the chopper style where they're like straight up?
Yeah.
It's not my thing. I don't really care for that style. I think it's somebody told me that that rides bikes a lot told me it's kind of like a way to keep yourself attentive to what's on the road and stuff because it requires more concentration.
So well, that's the thing. So like, so you gotta be someone that can read environment really well and like be like, because it's different on a motorcycle. You are not safe. Like if you get into an accident, you will lose. Like you lose every time. So
Definitely.
you have to be on alert. I avoided multiple accidents with other people because I was so focused on my surroundings, and because people don't see you. I've had people switch lanes and almost run me over. I had people pull out in front of me like I was driving straight, and I could have T-boned them if I didn't. Like I knew that they were gonna do it because I could see. Like you have to see things well before they happen, and like you.
Hey, Talk, you sound like a motorcycle dude, bro. You ride motorcycles frequently, bro?
Yeah. I still have my endorsement. It's just
what kind of bike did you have, bro? What kind of bike did you have?
The last bike I had was a Honda Rebel, but it was a 450. It had a 450 engine.
I gotcha. What I want, I do want to get a bike, but what I want is it's kind of nerdy, and you guys are probably gonna laugh at me. I would love to have myself a like a World War II Indian with the little buggy on the side. I would love that.
That's dope, dude.
Yeah, I always got a kick out of them growing up as a kid, and I just think it would be really fun to have.
No, there's not really any nerdy bikes. I mean, I guess you can. I guess like you could be a geek. Like I guess you could be geeky with a scooter, but there's no real nerdy motorcycles. That's not. I don't think that's really possible.
You hear that, Crypto? You hear that, Crypto? Be on the lookout for guys on motorcycles when you're driving that truck, Crypto, man.
Crypto, you're driving trucks now?
Bunch of people over here.
Yeah, but you know what? Though Florida is a really good state.
I've been driving trucks, Ali.
Florida's a really good state for motorcycles. It's flat. It's wide. St. Pete is a really, really good city for motorcycles. They're everywhere. There's scooters everywhere. So, like that was one thing that helped. But I started riding a scooter because like it was 2011 and gas hit $4 a gallon, and I didn't live close to where I was going to college, and so I just couldn't afford to drive a gas guzzler vehicle. So I was like, I'm not taking the bus, so I bought a scooter. And then once I got my motorcycle endorsement, that's when I got a motorcycle. But it's really freeing. It's a very freeing experience.
Kind of like no pants, right?
What? Oh yeah, baby. Just the fucking leather things that cowboys wear.
Chaps.
Damn, you out there wearing chaps?
Chaps, and no chafe, if you know what I mean.
Damn. Tuck is out there doing his police academy impersonations.
I was out there like Leslie Nielsen.
New boot goof and 911.
Damn.
I was pulling up like Leslie Nielsen.
Damn.
So we're 12 days from the schedule release. That's when we
got schedule release in about another couple of days.
The bikes release their schedule, but it doesn't.
And we're 8 days away from my birthday.
Okay.
Who's that, Ali?
Yeah.
Like a bash on here.
I'll probably be up if you guys are having a show on Saturday night on my birthday. I'm probably going to be drunk or something, and probably able to stop in like that. But yeah, I'm going to be. I'm probably going to be down south at South Beach. To be honest, is probably where I'm going to be.
Yeah, we're gonna be 12 o'clock midnight.
Insomnia.
12:30. Yeah, 12:30.
When is that?
Saturday nights we do 12:30. Me and Crypto.
Nice.
Tonk comes up and shows up, and you know what I'm saying.
shows up and knocks on the door. And we let him in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yo,
I'm
I
not
don't
even
know who it was
excited for the
earlier.
schedule release because every year the media team for the Miami Dolphins just find a way to like slack off and not do anything. Everybody else takes it serious but us. It's so bad.
Yeah, the Bucks already released theirs. It
That
just
Did
doesn't
they?
show the
one was
dates.
so stupid. The scrolling, everything scrolled by real fast, like how we were supposed to be the fast team or whatever. I couldn't stand that.
We weren't even the fastest team. We were the slowest team. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's minimal effort from our social media team for years.
It's
years
Was
and
it the
years.
Chargers who had the Japanese Japan animation?
Yep.
That
It's
one was a cool one. I love that one. That one was cool.
That's the Department of Miami Efficiency.
Yeah, I mean, for years, not just the schedule release, but just everything. Our social media is just so cheesy. Like the most posting they do is about outfits that the players are wearing.
Oh my gosh, it's so I hate shit like that. Who cares?
Did you guys notice that the only video that they made, and Big Philly, shout out to him because he brought this up in the space, and I agree with him. Did you guys notice the only video that the Dolphins put out of camp was a check down from Tua to Achan, and that was it? Usually they put out like some big 40-yard pass or some big passes or something. No, it's just one check down from Tua. That was it.
And by the way, I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not saying I don't want him to be like Tom Brady or Dan Marino-esque, but it wasn't even the Tour standard that throw.
Yeah, it wasn't, to be honest.
Yeah, I think the hype has sailed on Tua.
Ooh.
No
Shots
more
fired.
pregame propaganda, off-season propaganda with the workouts. We're not getting that no more.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think they're going and finding
looking
these
forward
like
to the workouts.
20-year-olds that are working for the social media team and saying, don't show Tua because we're planning to get rid of him or anything. But I don't think the hype is there.
Maybe the Miami Dolphins should hire Belichick Productions. They seem to be getting a lot more media, sighting right now. I'm just saying.
He's gonna. We don't want
show
to.
anymore.
They just need
They're gonna. They're gonna put it on their Facebook. Like they're gonna have it so their setting is who can see it. Like where you could say like everyone or these people except for this person are gonna put two on there so they can't see their posts.
Yeah, I don't know.
Did you see? So LeBron James unfollowed the Lakers, but he also is injured.
Oh, you talking about when he had that fall?
They said he tore. They said he tore a MCL in his left leg, in his left knee.
When did this happen?
He did get hurt during the game. It was
it was just reported earlier.
I think
his ego got hurt.
Where we at?
He hit his knee collided with what's his face, the guy that has the Italian name for the Timberwolves.
Brooke Lopez.
No, not Brooke Lopez. It wasn't him that he ran into. He has an Italian. It's like Da Vinci or something like that.
DeVito
plays for the Timberwolves.
Vincenzi, yeah.
You know who I'm talking about. You know who I'm talking about.
Milwaukee drafted a couple of years ago. Yeah.
The DiVincenzo.
Yeah, DiVincenzo. He collided with him, and it looked like he got tackled at first, but it really they just collided. That's all.
Yeah, he's
Where are we at with the NBA playoffs? Because I've been watching hockey like nonstop.
The Lakers are out. The Heat are out. Fights have been going on. I don't know where the Rockets are at now. I don't know where that's at.
I saw the highlight of the Knicks hitting that game winner.
They're demanding to play Boston. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I get
into
no
the
point
second
going
round.
out of hockey. The hockey playoffs have been sick.
OKC been waiting forever to wait on their opponent.
Who's in the playoffs in hockey right now?
You got the Capitals are going to be playing the Hurricanes. The Hurricanes just knocked out the Devils.
Okay.
You got I think the Kings got knocked out last night by the Oilers.
Okay.
They're going to be playing. I forget who they're playing on.
Are they still in
Oh,
Edmonton? Or
they're playing the Knights, the Vegas Gold Knights, and Edmonton. I think are playing each
What
other.
about the Avalanchers?
Yeah, they play Game 7 tomorrow. I think
Against who?
the Stars. It's either game
the Dallas Stars.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to my team, bro. In the 90s, they were everything. And then the 2000s come and they just went to sleep.
Yeah,
The Red Wings.
Still alive, too. I think it's Toronto and are the Panthers still in it?
Yeah, we beat
I think that's who they have next is Toronto.
Ooh.
And it's like the basically the final 8 teams, I guess, left in the playoffs. I've been gambling a lot on the games and doing real well. Just find the teams that you get that are in the plus and they're playing at home. If they're an underdog but playing at home, I've been getting winning 80% of those.
I want to go to a hockey game and see a guy get checked right into the glass, bro. Like see his face right into the glass, up against the glass. You know what I mean, bro?
Hockey games are
Damn, you're gonna go to a hockey guys. You're gonna go to a hockey game and tell them put it on the glass.
Yeah, see somebody's face checked right up on the glass.
Bro, the best games that I've ever been to was in the 90s when you had Colorado Avalanche versus the Red Wings. There was blood on the ice. That's how good of a game. You had coaches climbing the glass to fight each other legitly, right? It was crazy nuts back then. I'll never forget it when one of the Colorado Avalanche from behind checked Dino Ciccarelli. His nose exploded right where the wall and the glass meet, bro. It was that bad. They had to carry him off the ice. It was pretty bad.
Yeah, they used to fight. I mean, they used to fight like crazy back then. Because I last time I watched hockey, when they had rescue on there. And man,
bro, when I watched hockey, none of them had dental insurance because they had no teeth. They were all knocked out, bro. Now they all have dental insurance. That's why they all have good teeth now. And that's fact.
By the way, I don't know if you know this, but Mr. Polk was a hockey all-star at Southridge.
Damn.
Hey,
right?
How could you say that, man? Man,
what school did you go to?
Killian.
Killian, my bad. How about you? I'm sorry. All you Southern schools look alike to me.
Y'all probably didn't even have hockey teams until a few years ago.
I'm glad whatchamacallit didn't hear that either. Mr. KP didn't hear that either. He would have been mad too.
I know.
Joe Riz, do you know who Gordie Howe is?
I remember him.
I got to have breakfast with Gordie Howe one day. I got his autograph and everything. When I was a little kid, my mom went to an event where he was at, where they were serving breakfast, and he sat at our table, and I had a conversation with him, and he signed a puck for me and everything.
Wait, Arlie, are you you mentioned the Avalanche or Red Wings before? Are you a fan of one of those?
I'm a Red Wings fan. I grew up in Toledo, Ohio, which is 40 minutes from Detroit. So that's Red Wing territory. We had a farm team that they used to have called the Toledo Storm. They still own the team, but they've changed the name. But it was owned by the Red Wings. So we used to go to games all the time.
They had Dominic Hasek, the goaltender. There was
Dominic Hasek, Dino Ciccarelli, Chelios, who used to play for the Chicago Blackhawks. We used to have Steve Yzerman, who really, in my opinion, is the reason the Lightning won a Stanley Cup championship, being the GM over there. And in addition, we also had Steve Fedorov, Mike Shanahan. We had a lot of good players back in the day.
Lidstrom too.
Lidstrom, almost forgot. Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah, I grew up in Jersey when the Devils had all those great teams in the 90s and early 2000s. I was spoiled with hockey like you were with the Red Wings.
Yeah, that's what I used to call the golden years of hockey, in my opinion, were like the 90s and early 2000s.
Yep.
Hey, isn't there a hockey team named the Jets, bro?
Winnipeg. Yeah,
Winnipeg
Jets. I think it was that when the Atlanta Thrashers left and they brought back the Winnipeg Jets.
I think you're right.
That was when was that? Mid 2000s, late 2000s. I think it was late. I think I was in college. I think it was late.
Are they still called the Jets? Are they still called the Jets?
Winnipeg Jets, yeah.
Oh, have they won anything lately, bro? Like or ever like the Jets? Huh?
There you go.
You know what? You know what's crazy? I never understood why they call it the Columbus Blue Jackets. Have you ever figured that out, Joe Rist?
No, that was the team I was trying to think of. They have game at 6 tonight and at 8. Oh, and
yeah, I never understood how they got their mascot name. To be honest,
it's got to be something. I don't know. I have no idea.
Here's something I don't understand about hockey.
Yep.
When I used to watch hockey, when the guys used to get in the fight, I would think the referees would go and break them up. The referees used to stand there and let them fight out.
Yeah, they let them get it in, bro. They let them get it in for about 3 minutes, man. Then here comes a referee to break it up. They let them guys fight.
When the referees gonna jump in and break it up?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Ollie, you'll like this one.
It was cool, man. It was cool because them guys, they would throw their gloves off, man, and then just square off in the middle of the ice, bro.
I mean,
they still let them do it. They don't let it get out of control too crazy.
No,
where
what you said, Joe? I couldn't get what you said, Joe.
Oh, I was going to say, Ollie, you'll probably like this. The reason they're called the Blue Jackets is because it's honoring Ohio's contributions to the Civil War.
Oh wow! That's crazy. Here's kind of here's something that you may not know about Ohio, but it's very, very rich with Native American history. So that's why I disagreed with changing the name of like the Cleveland Indians to the Guardians. I always felt like there's a state. Not every state probably has claims to this, but I can tell you there's so much Native American history in Ohio. I always felt there had to be something like something to the Native Americans.
I hate those new names, man. I hate when they do that. Change the names up, man. You know what I mean?
I hate that too.
First, it started with the Washington Bullets, man, and started with them. As far as I can remember, changing the name up. Started with the Bullets.
Who are the Blue Jackets? Are they hockey or?
It's a hockey team. Hockey.
Oh, okay.
Hey, what's up, McCullough?
What's up, guy, Mr. Polk, and guys?
That is very interesting, Joris. Thank you for sharing that. I never knew that.
It would be like calling them blue coats.
You can't about that, Joe.
Later.
What'd you say, Color? Say it again.
It'd be like calling them blue coats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, the one I don't understand is like the White Sox and Red Sox. Is there like any significance to that other than the socks the guys were wearing in the uniforms?
I think that's all it was.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I thought you were talking about the Red Wings, Ali, because
I was originally,
but I looked them up. They're the owner that developed the team back in 1932 had named them the Detroit Falcons, and then renamed it to the Red Wings. So a Red Wing is a Falcon.
Well, yeah, it had to do with the bird. Yeah.
In Chicago, there's a lot of Dutch heritage in Chicago. And the Cubs is Dutch for poverty franchise.
By the way, you cannot interchange that with Red Hawk either, because Hawks are not Falcons.
Speaking of Falcons, Ollie, I've noticed you call the Falcons the Falcons. I've always wondered about that.
I noticed that too, bro. He's got that like
the Millennium Falcons.
That cultured Euro pronunciation of Falcon.
I don't know. I think maybe that's just my Ohio accent because that's how they say it in Ohio. So
it's got to be, bro. It's got to be. It's got to be.
It probably is. I like the fact that you tried to add some Millennium Falcon in there. I'm a huge Star Wars fan, so I kind of like that, but I don't know if that's where it's
I
from.
thought you said, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
I think there is one guy. Was it Moff Tarkin maybe that pronounced it like that? Falcon.
I gotta go on the road. I'll be back.
However, Color's the one that's the Star Trek fan, so maybe he's the one that says Vulcan.
You Millennium Falcon.
Millennium Vulcan. Hey, that's Spock.
Hey, can somebody
the Millennium Vulcan.
Can somebody tell me what a Met is, man? The hell's a Met? A Met, bro.
like the New York Mets.
It's short for
man.
Metropolitans, the New York Metropolitans.
Yeah, that is what it is exactly.
Okay. Thanks for that.
City dweller. It means city dweller, urbanite. The New York urbanites.
It was the Crystal Mets.
But since we have
Can someone tell me what a Philly is?
A Philly?
Philadelphia.
It's a horse.
Philadelphia.
It's a horse. It's a baby girl horse.
Is that really what it is?
It's how you say Philadelphia from Philly.
I get that. The whole point is they named their team after their city. Is basically what I was trying to say.
Hold on. Another word for Philly is like when you're doing a hard time in prison and you go to bed at night, you do a Philly.
Explain that one, Jake. Explain that one, Jake, man. Explain that one, bro.
No, we don't need that. I'm gonna mute. I don't want to hear that explanation.
Yeah. Hey, I can say that I was alive when Wayne Gretzky, Steve Yzerman, and Fedorov and Mario Lemieux were playing in the league all at once.
Yeah.
Who, what, and where?
I gotta.
If you have to say who, what, and where for Mario Lemieux or Wayne Gretzky, I'm sorry, bro.
I know Wayne Gretzky.
I got a show correction to make, Ali. Sorry, Tonk. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Philly, Philly, is not a female pony. That is spelled Filly, and it's commonly confused with Philly. Philly in the dictionary, Merriam-Webster's Philly, is a word coined by the city of Philadelphia to mean anything pertaining to the city of Philadelphia.
So they just so the mascot really. So to be honest, they're just named after themselves.
It's a slang word. It's a slang word. It's an adjective in Merriam-Webster's dictionary. It is of or relating to the city of Philadelphia.
It's just giving Will Smith something to rap about.
So they literally made up the word.
I think that's what they named their blunts after. I think I heard that.
Yeah, Phillies.
Philly blunts.
Give me a Philly song.
Yeah.
Well, I got a question. When it comes down to the Cleveland Browns, is the Browns a dog or a hat?
What's that, Mr. Paul?
The football team called the Cleveland Browns.
Shout out to Tyrone, if you're watching. This one's for you, baby. Tyrone, if you're watching.
Speaking of Browns.
Yeah, does the word brown refer to a dog or a hat?
A hat? H-A-T?
Right.
Damn.
When do you call a hat a brown?
No, I heard. That's what I heard. It used to be called. When you hear the Cleveland Browns, they say, at one time they referred to a derby hat, or then I heard the same thing for it refers to a dog.
The Browns were really named after their co-founder Paul Brown.
Oh, okay, got
it.
Yeah. What is weird though? What is weird? I'm sorry, Shake. I know you want to say something, but just real quick. What is kind of weird is I don't understand why sometimes I want to say during the winter months, Cleveland puts that weird Christmas elf in brown and orange on their field. I don't get that.
It's not a Christmas elf. It is Brownie the elf. That is their mascot, and a dog, often a bull mastiff, representing the dog pound. A dedicated section.
That's why I got the figure. Thanks for that color. That's why I got the brown. The situation. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Christmas elf.
I'm just saying it's an elf, right? And what do we know elves for? Christmas. So.
What if you're a Tolkien fan?
I don't know. I can't really sell you. I guess you're right, but it still looks like a Christmas elf. I'm sorry. The elves in Tolkien look completely different.
Elf on a shelf?
Elf on a shelf.
That's what it looks like. It looks like an elf on the shelf wearing brown and orange.
So is Mr. Hanky an elf?
But don't know.
That's who I was thinking, Mr. Hanky. You said
Is that an
earlier.
elf?
I don't know.
Because,
That's a
hey,
good
because,
question.
hey, he is a brown.
Yeah, he's definitely brown.
You might be right.
And it's the only
Brownie
Super
the
Bowl,
elf
and it's
is
the only
Mr. Hanky.
and hit that bowl he goes to is the only bowl the Browns are going to this year.
Right. Hey, Tonk, what do you think about a clip in a Family Guy episode where Brownie the elf takes off his suit and it's Mr. Hanky underneath?
And he like smokes a cigarette.
Right, exactly. He flicks a cigarette.
So this is interesting, Color.
Like you
Hold
would
on,
be an
Color.
outtake, like, oh, that one time, Mr. Hanky dressed up as the mascot for the Browns.
Right. Peter would be like, it was like that time Mr. Hanky was slumming.
So,
like, "You believe
Color,
this
this
shit?"
is interesting. This is interesting. So you are right about Brownie the elf is the official mascot and midfield logo of the Cleveland Browns. The character's origin, though, is rooted in Scottish folklore, where brownies were described as small elf-like creatures that helped with chores. The Browns adopted Brownie as their mascot in 1946.
Right.
And it's been a prominent symbol until the 1960s.
So if there's a stadium that they play in and it shows that little elf,
Yeah.
and I
That's the
always
Cleveland
wondered,
Browns Stadium.
I'm like, what the fuck is that thing?
Yeah. So they didn't listen. That was popular during the 60s, and they brought it back recently, and I didn't understand why.
Well,
I don't even understand why we had it in the first place.
Ali, there is a bit of irony there. I'm wondering if that's
Hey,
why
Battle,
they
who got
also
timed out?
named the younger Girl Scouts brownies.
Wow.
That's
hold
true.
on, real quick. Who got timed out? CCRR. But go ahead. I want to know who got timed out. Please tell me who. Ah, damn.
Well, elves, and besides that, a brownie is obviously, like they're saying, Brownie the elf. So all brownies are elves, but not all elves are brownies.
It's kind of like dinosaurs. All dinosaurs were reptiles, but not all reptiles are dinosaurs.
Exactly. Or a square and a rectangle, Tonk. All squares are rectangles.
A rectangle is also a square.
Right. No. Other way around. A square is a rectangle, but not all rectangles are squares.
No, a rectangle is a square.
Hear me out, Tonk.
Making me busy, bro.
I'll go by pure definition. A rectangle is a polygon with 4 right angles. A square is a rectangle with 4 equal linear sides. So a square is a rectangle. It qualifies because it has 4 right angles.
You know what else is square? Let me ask you this: is a rectangle a rhombus?
No.
Maybe.
But a square is a rhombus.
No. A square is a rhombus because it has 4 equal linear sides.
Yeah, it's just a goofy looking square.
So basically, you could say a square is a rectangle with 4 equal linear sides, or you can say a square is a rhombus that's not a rectangle.
Yeah, I mean,
because it has to have 4 right angles to be a rectangle. Hence the name rect, the German word meaning rect, meaning right, and angle, rectangle.
he was right.
Wow. I really learned some shit today, man, I must say.
But you had the premise right, Tonk. It was just, inverse.
Can you look at G McGee's comment?
So, you all right? Yeah. So it says no. A rectangle is not always a square, but a square is always a rectangle.
Correct. A square fits the definition of a rectangle.
Yeah, because I remember,
What's up,
learning
Casa?
that when I was in. I forgot what.
Well, see
I think it was
what happens, Tonk,
pre-calculus.
and it didn't affect you here, but what happens to the average person is they assume that a rectangle has to have unequal linear sides. but that's not actually written in the definition. You know what I mean? The definition simply is a polygon with 4 right angles. The only way to draw a polygon with 4 right angles is to draw a rectangle, whether it's square or not.
It's a quadrilateral.
I'm confused as hell, man.
Absolutely, you could say quadrilateral. That'd be a little more specific than polygon, because all shapes
that's why
are
I said it,
polygons.
because I know you like to be super specific.
No, I'm not saying you're wrong for doing that. I'm saying that polygon would suffice because it encompasses every shape. You know what I mean?
No, but Fred, we had these.
But yeah, quadrilateral would be more correct. Yes.
Yeah, those part of math classes. What I miss is the periodic table. That's what I'm gonna start looking at again. Since I'm
That's intro to chem.
What's that, Tom?
That's what you have to study to take intro to chem is periodic table of elements. That's like the first thing they want you to do.
Now try to tell somebody that the C word is a polygon.
What?
You know what I mean? The C word that no men are allowed to say in the presence of women.
The C word?
The C word is an actual
or the P word, the P word, or the V word, whatever you want to call it.
I don't know. I don't understand what.
Well, specifically the C word, Shake, because that is a word used to describe a polygon, a certain polygon that is shaped that way.
Damn.
I don't.
It is actually a technical. It's not a slang word. We use it as slang, but it's not actually a slang word.
Are you fucking me up now, Color?
I'm
man?
not.
The
most vile curse word in the world is not actually a slang word. Yes, that is correct.
I've gone all the way up to calculus and statistics, and not one time did they say CUNT represents a rectangle.
Because it doesn't have any mathematical value. It's like a Fibonacci pattern. It doesn't have any real value. It's just a coincidence. Because a conch shell has that shape.
Damn.
A conch shell?
A conch shell. And I would have
a CUNT shell.
It's above my pay grade, but man, conch sounds a lot like that could have come from the same word.
A conch shell.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying it did. I'm not that smart, but with linguistics, I'm not that learned. But
that's the weirdest shit.
When words sound like each other, they usually a lot of times come from the same root.
That's crazy, man.
Is that why people like to whistle in them?
Well, we just talked about Kristen coming from Christian. It's the same phenomenon.
Also, too, talk with conch shell, you can listen to the
yeah.
This guy in the 50s, this linguist in the 50s made this documented this whole like algorithm. Well, it wasn't really an algorithm, but we would effectively call it an algorithm now, where he proved that like word and showed how with certain criteria how words physically evolve in the human mouth after
Hey, Color, how do you come up with this shit, man?
I read books. I read that in a book.
I know. I told you should go on Jeopardy.
And if you're like me and you don't like actually reading books, Audible is freaking a godsend. I fucking love Audible.
I've been taking I hate reading books because I fall asleep.
Me too.
I've been taking it's called Great Courses.
Great Courses is awesome, dude.
Hold on. 50 Shades of Grey is on Audible.
No,
probably.
Yes, it is actually. My wife listens to it.
Yes, it is. I thought you were asking if I listened to it.
Hey, Shay, tell you the truth, bro. I hate reading books that don't have pictures in them, bro. Tell you the truth, man.
Yeah, but if you get a good reader, because they have different readers, Fred. And sometimes if it's a popular enough book, they might have 5 or 6 different voices reading it. You know what I mean? Like you can choose. So like some people are good. These voiceover people are pretty good at basically drawing the picture in your head, man, the way they, read stuff.
Yeah, they keep you engaged.
Yeah, definitely.
But you know what though?
Oh,
I will
okay.
say
But
this,
Doc, if you'd like to listen to the book, it's called "The Horse, the Wheel, and Language."
All right.
I'm gonna put that on my list as a to-do thing. Catch up on my
Changed my
math.
life. That book changed my life.
Squares
Hey,
and
Cole, you
circles.
know what? People don't read books no more. They just Google every fucking thing now, though, bro. You know, don't they? Fuck.
No, some people. I think what it is. Some people learn. How is it? At if you show them or they perform certain things, they can learn it better than they would after the book. Some people now.
Oh yeah.
Hands on. They call it
Tom
hands
was
on.
just saying, and I suffer from the same thing. I fall asleep if I read 3 pages. I'm out.
Hell
You know,
yeah.
that doesn't mean I don't like reading. It don't mean I don't like learning and reading book and consuming information. It's just I don't like doing it that way. If
Yeah,
somebody's
the only
reading me
reason
the
I
book,
ever read was because I went to college and I had to.
exactly.
Hey,
When I was a kid, I was a bookworm.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. Whatchamacallit? Crypto. I guarantee you, he probably could read a lot of.
Because like even in high school,
Crypto reads smut novels.
every book that they ever wanted me to read in elementary school, middle school, high school, I never read any of them.
I'm having an issue with my mic. What's going on? What you say, Jake?
What's going on, guys? No, I was just saying. I bet you, I bet you read a lot. You do a lot of reading.
Crypto has a signed signed picture of Fabio. Okay, he is a smut novel connoisseur.
Yeah, I do both. I do the freaking audio books and I do the regular way, the old fashioned way.
Crypto likes to read his books in bathtub.
I'm a 26 year member of Amazon Audible.
Audible? Are you really?
Oh
Yeah.
wow,
dude!
That was like one of the first things they started.
That was the first thing.
Yeah.
Paperback books, and then
Yeah,
they didn't
right,
buy
yeah.
Audible though. They didn't buy Audible until the last couple of years though.
Right, yeah, they bought Audible within the last 10 years, yeah, when they purchased them. But when Audible was separate, it was like back in 2000, 2001.
Right.
They was by
Right.
themselves.
I
You
think
used to
they
get the
might have
DVDs.
still subsidized it though.
Yeah, and then you got the DVDs and then the
Let me ask this, man. You know how like a lawyer, you know what I mean, a law firm or whatever, man, you know, they got a whole bunch of books on the shelves and shit behind
they
them.
reference them.
Do you think they read all of those books, man?
Yeah,
Every
no,
one of
they
them
use them
fucking
for
books?
reference. That's what my doctor
No, it's
does.
reference. Those are reference novels, yeah.
Those are
not novels,
reference,
but
yeah.
Reference, yeah.
Or some of them may have read it once as a, like
Yeah.
Tom said, as a requirement in college, so they put it on their
Right.
shelf as bragging rights. You know what I mean?
Well, it's just I mean,
Yeah.
lawyers. There's so much you just can't remember it all. You
Right,
have to
right.
be able to refer
Law
to it.
books. Yeah, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Yeah, law books are a strictly reference. It's just like I worked for a company that did warranty work for 3 or 4 of the major PC manufacturers, and to be certified as a technician, you didn't have to actually know everything about every one of their machines. There's too many machines that they manufacture for you to know everything. No, what they taught you to get certified was how to navigate their service manuals. That's what you learned. You know, so it's same with the lawyers. They don't read all them books. They're taught how to discover the information in those books.
Okay.
Sort of like the library means nothing.
Well,
The library
still a
means
reference.
nothing to somebody that don't know how to use the Dewey Decimal System.
Fucking book have fucking 5,000 pages in it, man. Like, come on, man. Like, who wants to read like that, man? I mean,
It's their own personal Dewey Decimal catalog.
Damn, you had a 5,000 page book, Fred?
Nah,
Damn.
man, you know what I'm talking about. Crypto, real thick books, man. Not a picture in neither one. Not a picture on either page, bro. You know what I mean?
Something to keep you interested.
There is a bit of irony in you bringing that up, though, Fred, because I was just about to say, whenever I read the thing about when Crypto was talking about Audible, Amazon owning Audible, because they purchased Audible, now they have linked the two together to where if you are listening to a book and you want the actual copy of the book, it's very easy to get it from Amazon right out of the whole same interface and all that, right? So now when I listen to a book on Audible, if it's an important book like The Rise and Fall of the Roman Empire, books like that, if I listen to it on Audible all the way through, I will buy the book to put it on my bookshelf so I can tell people I read it.
Well, you know what, Crypto? Yeah. And, you know, like, you know, I'm not ashamed to say, man, but whenever I was coming up towards the library, bro, I hurry up and step away from it, man.
I used to run to the library, Fred. When I was a kid, I was a book. I used to run.
I didn't want anything to do with the library, bro. I'm sorry, I didn't.
I mean, I was like in heaven when I went to the library. But now that I'm older than that, I do more.
I read a lot of books as a child.
Edward Gibbon's book, Rise and Fall of the Roman Empire, still is valid to this day.
But hey, by the way, you know what used to trip me out? Whenever I go to the library and see a big old stick in the newspaper.
A big what?
A big old stick in the newspaper. I guess they want to steal it. Like that.
I'm telling you, like the only thing that would really attract me to a book, man, was Playboy, bro.
Yeah, because of the articles.
Yeah, the articles. Right there.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, inquiring minds wanted to know.
And don't forget the interview. They have interviews too.
Hey, Fred, on TV killed that.
Yeah, so Cosa Nostra, I will in order to not be disingenuous, I will adjust what I tell people. I will say I have consumed all of the information on my bookshelf.
Yeah. Yeah, all I was doing was secure this George Playboy, bro.
TV Spectrum. Well, one thing we know for sure is that Fred definitely consumed his Playboy magazine.
That's right, man. That's right, man. Pictures and all, boy. Pictures tell a lot.
Thank God you're not here, because I won't have to shake your hand.
By the way,
how can you have any pudding if you don't eat
Playboy doesn't.
I'm messing with you.
Playboy doesn't do nudity. You know, Playboy doesn't do nudity anymore.
Is that real? I don't know. I never watched Playboy. I don't know.
No, Ali, I don't believe that, Ali. I don't believe that, bro.
He never watched Playboy.
Every kid's come across a Playboy.
No. See, for real though. I'll be no. Hold on. Let me clarify. Just so you know, I'm telling you the truth. I've actually never looked at a Playboy magazine because I only found my dad's secret stash, a Hustler magazine.
I was gonna say because you already got
why.
Hustler.
Penthouse. Don't get Penthouse.
That's true. Oh yeah, you got me there. I'm sorry. You got me. Touche. Check me.
That's like somebody saying the only reason I never got into business is because I became a drug dealer.
Oh man.
Those were the days.
I mean, I'm telling you, some of the dealers I've known throughout my life are some of the most brilliant businessmen on the planet. If they directed it to something legal, they'd be millionaires. They don't realize if they have that they're squandering.
Yeah,
be able to manage money like that and organize and all that. Yeah. I'm not an organized person.
You got to keep the books too, color. Keep the books and all that, man.
Well, that's then they all go to jail. Then they all go to jail. And they actually then they go to jail and they actually read all those law books that the lawyers didn't read.
They defend their own selves. They call
Yep. Well, that's the only business you can go into, and you can kill off almost 100% of all your customer base.
R.I.P. Pablo Escobar.
Right. Well, tobacco industry. I mean, it's close.
Yeah, the tobacco industry. Yeah.
What happened? Did Pablo pass away?
No, I think he passed away. He passed away a long time.
He passed away a while ago, didn't he?
Yeah.
Is this like the anniversary or something?
What the guy that got caught down
All I know is,
here?
hey, I met this Colombian girl, and she said that I said, was Pablo Escobar a bad guy? She goes, it depends on who you ask, because she said he built up a lot of the poor cities, and
well, not only that, but
he was a philanthropist.
Not only that, Shake, but the wait staff that took care of his compound they didn't know any of all that. They were just people making money and having jobs, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah. From what some of the stuff I've read and some of the documentaries I've watched, he paid everybody. It wasn't like he was scamming people left and right. He was paying everybody.
But
So,
did he get caught down here in Dayland, or was that somebody else?
What's that, Mr. Polk?
Did he get caught down here in Miami at Dayland?
Oh no, they got him at his compound, man.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm thinking about somebody else then.
They have a Netflix series on him, right?
It was
Narcos? Isn't that Narcos?
Yeah, they do. They do. Yeah, Narcos is actually really, really good, by the way.
Yeah, it was like the Colombian military in cooperation with the DEA or something that took him out.
If you guys are looking for a good series, Narcos is really good.
Did they do a movie called The Cocaine Cowboy?
Real quick, leave it to a character named Cosa Nostra to say rest in peace, Pablo Escobar.
Cosa Nostra. Yeah, that was another mobster. Wasn't he a mobster? Cosa Nostra?
Well, Cosa Nostra is, I think it's Italian for something like this thing that we have. And that's what they called the mafia, was the La Cosa Nostra.
Oh, wow.
Man, I gotta go back and look at the Godfather series, because when they first came out, I watched it. It's been years since I watched the Godfather series.
Yeah.
You mean that guy that be in the chat, Cosa Nostra?
Yeah, Cosa Nostra, hold on, is meaning refers to a Sicilian mafia criminal organization.
Right. Cosa says it means our thing. The person that was his real name. Said it was actually on this documentary. I saw it. Our thing is an easy way to say it. That's the short, that's the quick, that's actually what it means. Our thing. The way they said it in the documentary was like this, and they even used an Italian accent. They're like, this thing that we have.
I thought that was his real name, Shake. Hey, Shake, what's his real name, man? You know?
I don't know. I don't ask.
I thought that was his real name. Oh, okay.
Right. The Dolphins are our thing. I got you. All right.
Yeah. His name is Fred. His name is Fred Dunlap.
He's La Cosa Nostra.
Oh man, we know Fred Dunlap is not a cartel, bro. Come on now. I mean, come on.
It's a cartel, goddammit. That's the second cartel.
I mean, come on, Fred. The Dolphins are not a cartel. What?
Well, Fred, you gotta admit now.
Fred, they literally called you to slap your lung, bro, without even touching you, dude.
Yeah. Well,
by the way, I don't know if you guys know this, but
sorry, Mr. Polk.
Crypto is Swahili for Devontae Parker.
I heard the same thing.
Yes, Swahili.
Hey, Crypto, Devontae Parker was really your dude, huh, man?
That's our thing.
Not even.
You was a real fan of Devontae Parker. Huh?
No way.
What you say?
I was the reason why he's not on the team. I'm the reason why he's not on the team. Chris Greer, honor my wishes.
Oh, for raw, you weren't a fan of Devontae Parker, then, huh? Were you
the reason why he got
Parker business?
I was a pretty good fan. I was a pretty good fan of Devontae Parker, man. I was.
You guys hear what happened to Crypto? You guys heard what happened to Crypto, right?
He started
He got all excited because he got an invite. All he had to do was listen to a 30-minute speech, and he got a huge invite for this timeshare, right? And they told him he was going to get to meet his favorite wrestler, DDP, Diamond Dallas Page. So he goes there for the invite, watches the whole thing, decides he doesn't want to do it, and then they said, all right, here, you get to meet the famous wrestler, and it ended up being DVP instead.
DVP walks out.
They did you wrong. They did you wrong.
They did me wrong.
Did you ever sign up with that timeshare? I forgot to ask you. Did you end up doing it or
I
not?
don't go until June. No, I don't go to the presentation till June.
Hope to God they don't
End
bring
of
out
June.
Devontae Parker, man.
No, it's the end of June. No, I don't go till next month. I get to go listen to about an hour worth of nonsense.
He goes
Or
to
5
sign the
hours.
registry. He goes to sign the registry in the foyer and peeks at a couple of the previous guests, and the last one in there was Devontae Parker.
Yep, they
I'm
call
gonna
that
go in there and give me some cold biscuits and some croissants.
Be like, Crypto open the fridge and be like, "This ketchup is crusty."
Go.
Call up to talk
This
about
mustard is full of water.
I know they're gonna be serving a lot of cold croissants, but I'm getting ready.
You know, they say if you believe in hell or heaven, but if you believe, because I don't want to offend anybody, they say when you go to hell that it is really everybody experiences it differently. Like for most people, it's whatever their biggest fear is. Like if you have a fear of spiders, you'll see nothing but spiders, or if you have like a fear of some monster or something, right? Crypto's going to go to hell, and it's Devontae Parker walking in the room.
Right. Hey, Ali, and they're all going to be dressed like handmaids.
Oh, man.
That's definitely
Devontae
hell.
Parker's in red gowns.
That's not on the hill. It's Dante. That's Dante's Inferno. That's the 9th level.
Dante's
It's a new level.
Bro, I feel so bad for you if that's what it ends up being.
Ali, did you just stumble across that, or like Dante's Inferno? Like,
He said it. He said it. Crypto said it himself.
Are you thinking that? Like, that's an amazing coincidence.
That's what it is. Yeah. That would be my new level in the Inferno.
Bro, just imagine if he broke out as the wide receiver. No, hold on, Color. Hold on 1 second. Just imagine if the DVP actually did break out to the wide receiver we thought he could have been. Then we could have coin phrased Dante's Inferno because he would have been blazing, heating every freaking game if he was the wide receiver we thought he could be. But it never panned out.
Revis Island, meet Dante's Inferno.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been awesome.
Yeah. Creeds. Man.
Yeah, every level of Dante's Inferno, DVP is going to be there to usher Crypto into the next level.
Hey, Ali, you think Devontae Parker never panned out, bro?
Well, no.
Not to the hype and not to the talent that I thought he could. No, not at all.
I mean, he showed talent here and there, Fred. So, yeah, I guess in that respect, he panned out. But when you're talking about this guy was supposed to have a career, bro. Like,
the way people talked about him in that draft.
He was supposed to have a Chris Carter-like career. That's what he was projected to be.
More than Chris Carter, bro. No. The way people talked about him in that draft, they said that we came away with the biggest steal in draft history during that time, right? And the fact that he did not pan out to that hype, that's where it's a failure. He had an okay, career, but that's all it is. It's okay.
Overall pick, it doesn't,
Do I like his ball catching skills? Absolutely. The guy is a great receiver.
Yeah, I thought they were off the roof. I thought they were all off the roof, man. His catching skills too, Color.
Fred, when he was at Louisville,
consistent. He had the same problem Tua's got.
Yeah,
100%. You're right. You're right.
Man, was
The same problem as Tua.
But who was the quarterback at Louisville? Anybody know?
It was Lamar Jackson.
That would be Teddy Bridgewater.
It was Lamar Jackson, Mr. Polk.
No, it was Teddy Bridgewater.
Well, I thought it was Lamar for one time. But yeah,
Lamar came in next, but the big famous bowl game.
Yeah, Teddy did. Yeah,
which was Teddy Bridgewater to Devontae Parker.
And then, that's right. Lamar came in after he replaced him. Teddy,
How many different quarterbacks did Devontae Parker have, bro? 4 or 5?
Well, in college.
Well, if you count all our backups, there probably maybe 12. Because Tua was never healthy, so it probably 12.
Wow.
Shit, freaking, hey, hold on. First of all, Fred, if you're trying to use that an excuse why Devontae Parker never panned out, why don't we look at Justin Jefferson? He's had multiple quarterbacks, and from day one, he's still blazing it up and everything. So I don't want to hear that quarterback.
Devontae Parker got Tua and Tannehill paid.
Justin Jefferson got Kirk Cousins somewhat paid, but definitely got what's his name? Sam Darnold paid for sure.
Listen,
Yeah, for sure.
Listen, listen. I'm not denying that Justin Jefferson, aka Baby Devontae Parker, is a good receiver. Come on.
Baby DP.
Big money.
That's the next BDP.
Oh man. I'm sorry, I can't.
Well, hold on, Ali. How many quarterbacks did Justin Jefferson play with, bro?
He's had. Hold on.
You see how crappy Minnesota is?
It's at least two.
At least three.
I thought.
Yeah, it's at least three, maybe four.
He played with Mullins for a little bit. Let me see who else. But Mullins was on that team. And there was another San Fran quarterback.
Sam Darnold.
So here. Let me name all of the quarterbacks that Justin Jefferson has had in his 5 seasons. Kirk Cousins, Sean Mannion, Josh Dobbs, Nick Mullins, Jaron Hall, and Teddy Bridgewater. Let's not forget about Teddy Bridgewater. So it's more than 4. It's like 5 or 6. Damn.
Yeah, he had a lot. You forgot Minnesota team was in shambles of Fred.
Hey, Ali, did he have 1,000 receiving yards with all of them, bro?
Most of them, yeah.
Yeah, let's look that up.
They was playing different parts of the season. Remember, they didn't all play full season, so he still managed to get his 1,000 yards outside of him being hurt.
With Mannion, with quarterback.
So check this out. He's played 5 seasons. He's played 5 seasons in the NFL, Fred. And in all 5 seasons, he was over 1,000 yards, bro. Can you believe that?
A whole slew of quarterbacks.
Even when he got hurt.
Even with Mannion?
Even with Mannion, with all of them, he was over 1,000 yards.
Wow.
So DVP my ass. I'm just gonna say that.
He was like Durham Smythe. He had a catch radius like Durham Smythe.
He's not baby Devontae Parker. He's big Devontae Parker.
No, that's Devontae Parker.
He's Devontae Parker's daddy.
He's Devontae Parker Jr.
Sounds like it, bro. Sounds like
it. Justin Jefferson's dad is Devontae's grandfather.
I am the only one allowed to be a Durham
Smythe. Ali, I ain't giving you that, bro. I ain't giving you that, Ali, man, because at that time, there were no other wide receivers in Minnesota, bro. He didn't.
My boy out.
That's going to make it harder. You can see the whole argument.
Hey,
but
I have proof here. Listen,
Minnesota always has like they always. I mean, all the way back to when Favre went there, they always have like a receiver that gets a lot of yards. Chris Carter played there.
Kind of true.
Like they
Carter. They had at least 1 or 2.
You know, like they always have. They had
like another Carter, Anthony Carter.
Receivers.
Yep.
Check this out. Hey, check this out. When the Vikings was looking for a new defense coordinator, Justin Jefferson went up to the head coach and says, "Listen, I want Brian Flores." And when Brian Flores got there, he says, "Hey, I want you to turn me into Devontae Parker. Make me as great as him." You coached him. I need to be like Devontae Parker.
He's
Hey,
like,
Tom,
look, he's
Tom,
no,
Fred,
you know
Fred,
I wonder if it has
you guys, I want to make this. I just got to say this real quick because I got to step away for a moment.
No.
Fred, I just looked up who did Justin Jefferson play with at Minnesota because you said they had no other receivers. Well, at one point they did have Michael Thomas. They also even had Mike Evans and AJ Green.
Michael Thomas, Ali. I never heard of him, bro. Me myself, bro.
Okay, well you've heard of. I'm just saying. He's played with other receivers before.
I think Adam Thielen
even in college
too.
Did you mean
Adam
the Michael
Thielen was there.
Adam Thielen, yeah, Adam Thielen.
Adam
Adam
Thielen was
Thielen.
there.
Let's not forget about him. Yeah, good one.
Stephon Diggs.
Hey, you know
Who's the new guy they have? They have some new guy that's really good too.
Hey, you know what
I'll be right back, gentlemen. Be right back.
Flores? When
Hey,
Brian Flores
Addison.
got there, Justin Jefferson said, "Hey, I'm trying to make Devontae Parker my stepson. What do I got to do?"
Oh, Michael Thomas that played with the Saints, Ali. That Michael Thomas, bro.
Yeah, I don't know if it's another Michael Thomas in the league. Is it? We got two
That's
Michael
the one.
Thomases.
That's the one that played with the Saints.
I don't know. I can
That's
tell
the
me.
only one.
That's the only one that's in the league.
Oh, okay. That's why I was saying.
That's the only one in the league.
That's why I was saying
That's
never
we
heard
got
of
another
him.
one.
Then I thought about it, then I say, oh, it must be that
That's
Michael
we got a
Thomas.
new one. Yeah, I don't know. You know, there's a million Jalen's is in the league, so might be another Michael Thomas.
You ain't
Speaking
kidding
of
about
Michael
that.
Thomas,
Big.
man,
You know
A
what?
million
You're
Jalen's.
right about that. It's a big increase on Jalen's in the football league. I mean, good.
Yep.
grief,
That's
like a
There's a
okay.
Jalen
bunch
That's
of them.
okay. That's okay.
And they
In
all
about
spell their name different.
That's okay. In about 20 years, it's going to be well eclipsed by how many Tyreeks are in the league.
but you know what,
Pretty
Crypto?
good, yeah.
Hey, Crypto, you know what? That Michael Thomas, man, he disappeared off the map is worse than Devontae Parker did, bro.
Well, crypto. Tyreek himself is going to produce more Tyreeks by himself than Jalen.
Well, they got to spell it differently, though, Color.
Then
That's the thing.
you got all the other versions of Tyreek that already exist. Tyreek Stevenson, a couple others. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it's going to be Tyreek.
Because
like every team's going to have like 10 Tyreeks on their team.
it's weird. It's like you could literally spell Jalen, the last part of the name with every vowel, pretty much.
Yep.
You can use literally every vowel to spell his name.
Hey, Crypto, you can actually use Y. You can also use a Y on the end of that too.
You can use a Y.
Hey,
Yeah,
listen.
there's one that's used Y. Yeah, it's a both.
All I know is if Devontae Parker goes to Minnesota, it'll be Randy Moss, Chris Carter 2.0.
Damn.
That's right. I got
Randy Moss. Yeah, Randy was there too. Yeah, that's right. He was a buddy.
I feel like Chris
there.
Godwin was there too. I don't know.
And it's
Minnesota?
before he got trapped, after. What?
Before he went to Tampa?
You said Godwin? But
I
it's
feel
before
like
Tampa?
one of them guys, either Godwin or Christian
Or
Kirk,
Evans?
maybe.
I mean, Kirk. Christian Kirk.
I know two great
He was in
wide
Jacksonville.
receivers. I know two great wide receivers played in Minnesota, man. Sammy
No.
White.
Godwin's been with Tampa his whole career.
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
Sammy,
And Evans.
yeah.
Yeah, sure did. Yeah, I just
Yeah, that's a real.
There's
That's
a bunch of Evans too. That's a common name too. It's a bunch of Evans in the league.
Yeah,
Jordans and Evans. It's like a bunch of Jordans.
And now there's two tackle. I still can't say it, bro. But you guys don't know what I mean. Or did his brother get in the NFL?
UDFA, I heard. Maybe UDFA. I think Fred. Somebody said. I don't know if that was a rumor. I think UDFA. Somebody picked him up.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Fred, we got Jordan Phillips #2 now.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we dropped somebody with the same name.
Bro. He's gonna be something, man. That Jordan Phillips.
How does that happen? How do we draft like 10 years later somebody with the same name? How does that work?
Yeah, man. You know
play
what?
pretty much the same position, Crypto.
Yeah, man.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
The same position, same name.
Who drafted that Jordan Phillips, man? Who drafted the first one? Was it Chris Greer, bro?
Spear. No, it's for what's his name? Damn. Spillman. I think it was Spillman. It could have been Tannenbaum. I thought it was Spillman. Maybe that was too far back.
I bet you that name Jordan Phillips came into Chris Greer's head, Crypto, to make that pick, bro. I absolutely believe that, bro.
It's like, that's a name. Sound familiar? Let's go get the guy.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, they better not do it if they see a Deion Jordan. Please don't go get
I
him.
know. Oh man, they see another Deion Jordan and they grab him.
Don't do that, please.
That's next year's draft, Mr. Pope. We're gonna get Deion Jordan in next year's draft.
From
The following draft, we're gonna pick up another Tua Tagovailoa.
Oh, please, crypto, nah, oh, crypto.
Hey man, you know what they say, man? Let's draft the Tua Tagovailoa till we get it right.
Wait a minute, where's Tua brother at?
Right.
We want two
Who's that,
Tua.
Maryland?
No,
Yeah, that's where he went to school.
apparently he's on the Hamilton Tiger Cats practice squad.
So if we have two Tuas,
We want you to get paid there. Damn.
if we have two Tuas, we'll call them Wana and Tua.
Shout out to the Tagovailoas putting their guy in the undrafted league. His brother is probably going to follow suit next year.
Well, who's that? Threa Tagovailoa?
No, the one that's on our team now.
No, he's gonna be in the MVP conversation. What are you talking about?
Most valuable personnel?
Yeah. Personnel.
Hey, did you guys see that the Rams are in discussions with the Dolphins about Ramsey?
Who's that? Bill Belichick? Is that Bill Belichick talking?
I'm not surprised.
Heard
I
something
hope he
about
goes back to the Rams. We might get a third or fourth round.
Sean McVay said it in a interview.
He said, "Baby, come back. You could blame it all."
Hold on, Joe. Say that
On
again.
me, I was wrong, and I just can't live without you. That's what the Rams said.
What was that?
Hey, man, you know,
What did the head coach say?
Sean McVay was on an interview with Mad Dog Radio, and he said that potential deal for Jalen Ramsey talks are ongoing.
yeah, bring him home, man. Bring him home, man. Bring him home, man. Let him.
I like
retire,
Mad
man.
Dog.
You know he's got a house probably in Los Angeles. Y'all do know that, right?
Yeah.
He's got a house.
That's how I think guys should go out of retirement, man. They should go out with their whole team, man.
Out there too, he wanted to move the hell out of there, right? Crypto, you say you wanted to move there?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. Yeah.
It just don't seem right, man. Guy goes to another team when he goes to another team, man, and then he retires, man. And at that team, instead of just coming back home, and you know what I'm saying, man. And what I mean by
Campbell do just do that? I heard he was from Arizona. What people saying Campbell was from Arizona? Or no?
Yeah, he went back.
He just went to high school.
Yeah,
Did they bring Jason Taylor back to retire, bro?
Hey,
yeah, retired his number.
Good question.
Yeah, he signed a one-day contract. He signed a one-day contract.
Yeah, but his jersey number isn't officially retired though. Jason Taylor's. There's only 3 numbers that are officially retired in Miami Dolphins. It's 13, 39, and 12. Are the only official numbers that are retired.
Wow!
Across
So
4
You
players.
heard it, ladies and gentlemen.
Greasy, Janka, and Marino.
Yep.
So
4 players,
54
3 numbers, 4 players.
and 4 players. Yeah.
And you know
Well,
what?
that's right. 13 was Jake Scott number.
Yeah, that 13 should have been retired before Marino got it.
Well, Fred, the reason that you make a good case for that, and the reason it should be honored, is because that person had a Super Bowl MVP. So
Yeah, he did. Yep, Super Bowl MVP
as a defensive player. So I think we should honor him at least by giving him an honorary retirement, since Dan Marino retired his number.
How many years did he play, Color? How many years did Jake Scott play?
It don't matter. He played the most important year, 1972.
Yeah, man, I understand that, but I was just asking, you know, how many years did Jake Scott
Oh,
played?
it probably was probably a decade. He probably played a good decade.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Marino shouldn't even have had the number.
Well, then again, they wasn't retiring jerseys left and right back then too. They started like retiring them in the 80s and stuff. You know.
Oh, okay.
What's crazy is if Lakers retire any more jerseys, they're gonna start using letters.
I know.
Like they do.
They're gonna have to use the number 0.
Or they'll be the first. They'll be the first
triple digits,
3-digit jerseys.
Right.
Yeah,
you gotta start using 3-digit jerseys now.
Start using Roman numerals.
Yeah, Roman numerals.
Yeah, no Roman numerals.
Yeah, so like the number that got retired, they just changed it out and put a Roman numeral now for that same number.
There you go. You see somebody with an LV on the back of their jersey.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's crazy. That would be whoever wears 50 would have an L, I think. Isn't it L 50?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. Yep. That's the L. Damn.
Or I got it a negative. This is -8.
Right. There you go. Negative.
That's another one. That's
You just have an emoji.
a number with a minus sign in front of it.
I mean, it's still on the number line, so
Exactly. And it's only negative because it's below 0. It doesn't have any significant difference as a digit from a positive.
Right, it's an integer. Right, it's an integer. That's all it is. It's an integer.
It just means 2 places to the left of 0 instead of to the right of 0.
Right.
Your number pi.
That would be nice to start using positive and negative numbers, you know? Or put a formula on the back of that jersey.
You could call negative integers anti-numbers.
Yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
You guys think
see, this is why you should go on Jeopardy, Color.
So
Thank you for calling Pharmacy Services. My name is Jennifer. Speaking to advocate. How may I assist you today? My name is Carenicia. Calling on behalf of the provider's office to check on a prior authorization status.
Your extra small condoms are ready.
What's that? I can't hear that.
Good. I heard
this
that.
Is CVS. This is CVS. Your anal words cream is in.
Damn.
Hey, crypto. You think they retired? You think they retired Calais Campbell's number next, bro? You think they'll retire it?
What, from the Dolphins?
No, from the Cardinals.
Oh, the Cardinals.
I don't know. How many years he did with the
I don't
Cardinals?
know how many. Yeah, how many people got retired jerseys in Cardinals outside of Williams and Pat Tillman?
He will likely.
Okay, Craig said Jay Scott played 6 seasons with the Dolphins and 3 with the Reds.
Well,
okay, so there you go. 9.
Washington should retire the number 13 then.
So Campbell has 100.
Oh, he went with them first or last? He played with them first, didn't he?
No, that's a good question. Let me look.
Hey, Calais Campbell this year is looking to become the number 2 or number 1 all-time leader in tackles for loss. He has 187. Next up is J.J. Watt with 195, which I think if
both played for the Cardinals.
Huh?
It's crazy.
Yeah.
How do they end up playing with the same team, man?
Yeah, and Terrell Suggs is 202. He's the all-time leader in tackles for a loss. So
nah, man, I don't think they retired. I don't think they retired Terrell Suggs just because I think recently.
Jake Scott played 8 seasons. He was drafted by the Dolphins, or I don't know, but he played for the Dolphins first. Finished his career with Washington in 76, 77, and 78.
Oh, okay. So what I was about to say about
and other than his first year in Washington, he still put up top performances in his last 2 years with Washington. Like he played exactly how he played in Miami, top notch.
Oh man, that's the way to go out.
He can retire. He could definitely put his
I'm looking
number
at
in
his
the
stat
Hall
line.
of
I'm
Fame
looking
with
at the
us.
stat line. There's only one gap in the stats, and that's his first year in Washington.
Who mentioned Terrell Suggs? Who mentioned Terrell Suggs?
I did because he's the all-time leader in tackles for loss, which Calais Campbell's bearing down on that record.
Okay, but I don't think they do it, man, because I think right now Terrell Suggs is going through some bad legal shit right now, man. So they may not do it.
I was saying more about Calais Campbell. Like if he's got an all-time record like that, I think there's a high chance he gets his number retired. Especially because he played at least 8 years in Arizona. He's looking at his 9th year with them.
But Joe, you think he should make the Hall of Fame, Joe?
Huh?
You think he should make the Hall of Fame?
I mean, yeah.
He's going to make that.
So.
He's going to make that. He's
That's
going to make
long,
that.
He can eventually get in. Yeah, he eventually get in. Yeah, he can get in with those numbers.
The dude has had above average seasons for 17 seasons straight.
Yeah, man.
It's amazing how he keeps himself in shape. Good, Chris.
Yeah.
The big.
Hey, once you make the Hall of Fame, is your number retired when you make the Hall of Fame?
No,
it's up to the franchise.
Your
No,
team has to retire your
the
number.
team has to do it. Yeah, it's a team by team thing. Speaking of team, the Packers and the damn freaking got a bunch of people with numbers all over the place.
Hey, one thing I do know for sure is all number 12 in the AFC East are retired.
Oh wow.
But
shake shit, bro.
Yeah, all the number 12s are.
Damn, hey, shake, that was
huge
huge
in our division.
Yeah, listen. Listen, as the AFC as currently constructed, every quarterback at the one number 12 was at the height of their franchise. You look at Joe Namath, Bob Greasy once undefeated. You can't get any higher than that. And the 4 Super Bowls was with Jim Kelly, one number 12.
That was the height of their franchise. Yep. Wow. Number 12. When number 12 was under center, all of those franchises at the height of their.
Don't even bother mentioning Brady.
Shake, that was a real great
crazy.
That was a real good one, bro.
Think about that number. Damn. Can we unretire it so we can have work off that luck? Can we unretire that number? Oh, man.
Damn. Retired at number 12 just for a season, bro.
Just for one season. That's all. We only need to borrow Greasy for one season. That's all. We'll put it back up.
We'll just give Quinn Ewers number 2, and we'll have 12 between both of our Tuas.
There you go. Well, we do. I think Zack Wilson's number 2, isn't he? Or no, is he 00?
Oh, no, he's 0. He's 0.
No, he's number 0.
Okay. Oh, okay.
That means that's how many punches he's gonna get this year.
No, Shake. That number 0. That number 0 is going to represent a fresh new start for Zack Wilson, bro. Starting from scratch. That's what the number is.
There you go. The fresh new start. There you go. There you go, Fred. The fresh new start.
Wide receiver from the Houston Oilers, Kenny Moore, wore 00 on his jersey.
Yeah, he did. He? Yeah.
00.
00. Yeah.
Kenny Moore.
Oh my God, this is so.
Word of mouth. What's good? Word of mouth.
Yeah. Kenny Moore. Yeah. Billy White Shoes Johnson. All them guys.
Billy White Shoes. Yeah. Yeah, I remember Billy White Shoes.
Yeah, because he used to do that funky chicken when he scored that.
Funky chicken, yeah.
Hey, who's the dude? Remember the Dirty Bird?
That was the guy from the Atlanta Falcons.
The Falcons.
Anderson.
The Falcons. Jamal Anderson. That was Jamal Anderson. Yeah. Yeah, the Falcons. The Dirty Bird. The funky chicken.
Yeah.
He did the Dirty Bird, the funky chicken, the damn electric slide.
Hey, you remember the Icky Woods? You remember the Icky Woods shuffle?
Oh, yeah, the Icky Woods shuffle. Yeah, that was nice.
The stupidest man, the stupidest goddamn celebration I ever seen, bro.
Hey, bro, it was funny.
That ain't your favorite celebration, Fred?
Huh?
That's not your favorite celebration?
No, that was the stupidest celebration there could be, bro.
You mean it's better than you mean it's better than Windows 95 celebration video?
Hey,
yeah.
And look at this. Does anybody know how many which of the AFC East? I have a question in a different way. Which out of all the 12 out of all the quarterbacks to wear 12 in the AFC East, can you tell me the franchise that didn't win a Super Bowl wearing that jersey?
Nobody knows that shit. They shouldn't even be a fan of
Ask
the
Michael
Dolphins,
K.
bro.
You ain't kidding about that.
Let Michael K answer that one. He
Yeah,
has to
let
answer
Michael
that
K
one.
ansur.
Yeah, Michael K. Yeah, Michael K.
Number 12.
Surprise us
Michael
all,
K, give us
Michael
that
K.
answer.
That's a good one.
We
Though.
can. Hey,
That's a good one.
let's phone a friend,
That's a
and
good
it'll
one.
be Michael K.
Yep. Phone a friend.
I'm sorry. I'm getting word that Michael K actually goes by Michelle. He is embracing his European side.
Ollie,
Hey,
you know
man.
what? You probably ran
I
across
like
the
Michael
house
K,
to say
man.
that. You just
I like
you
Michael
were
By
K.
the
talking
way,
with something else. And you said
Michelle
Michael K.
Michelle K now sells products on Mary Kay. He's really about the scented Vaseline, so you can definitely find his products there too.
Ali slid across the
He
house like
personally
risky
samples them
business to
himself.
get to the freaking thing to say that.
Hey, man, I like Michael K, man.
Well, hey, who doesn't like Michael K? We all do.
Yeah, man.
Oh yeah, we all do. Michael K. and Sean, Red, White, and Biz. He's cool too.
By the way, Mr. Polk chased away, and good reason, chased away JC.
He was a wait a minute. He was an actor on The Crying Game. Is that what Poster Note said? An actor on The Crying Game.
Damn.
What happened?
He's the actor on The Crying Game.
You mean like
Damn.
Juicy Smollett?
Damn, Michael K.
Crying Game? What's the
Damn.
Crying Game? That's a movie? Oh,
Yes, I go. Yes, I go.
that's okay.
Yeah, it's a movie about Michael K.
Isn't the Crying Game with Michael Douglas, or is that a different movie I'm thinking of?
That's Romancing the Stone.
Also, Fatal Attraction. Fatal Attraction. Right?
Hey, Ali, what's more? I don't know, man. Like, what more do you celebrate? Going to 4 straight Super Bowls? What's the worst? Going to 4 straight or losing 4 straight, bro? I mean, like, which one's the biggest, bro?
Losing 4.
I'm gonna have to say losing 4 straight really sucks, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
but since then they haven't even gotten close. So that's what I gotta say to that. And it was Forrest Whitaker who was in the movie Crying Game. So I almost forgot.
That's one thing about Forrest Whitaker. I don't know if he's sleepy or awake.
Just turn the camera.
Yeah, he's got that droopy eye.
That's why Michelle K has to use that Vaseline because he got that droopy eye.
Forrest Whitaker's a great actor. You know that dude played Charlie Parker in The Bird.
Isn't he playing Bumpy Johnson too?
Yeah, he's a real good actor.
He was in my favorite all-time martial arts movie.
Bloodsport, yeah.
Yeah, Bloodsport.
The Matrix?
Bloodsport, The Matrix. Come on, Tonk. Bloodsport's the best.
Matrix. That wasn't
Matrix
good.
not really a kung fu. That's not a kung fu movie.
Yeah, it's better than a kung fu movie.
He didn't really do nothing for me as an actor. Forrest Whitaker, man. I mean, some stuff he was all right in, man. Then I think some movies, man, like he would seem like he would just try to overplay his part, man. I don't know. That's just what I got.
Isn't he doing that show that he's playing there's a series that's out right now that he's playing Bumpy Johnson, right?
I'm not sure.
What'd you say, Shake? Buffy the Vampire Slayer?
Speaking of,
no, Bumpin' Johnson.
Bumpy Johnson.
Speaking of actors, I saw something the other day that cracked me up.
Yeah, he would make a good Buffy the Vampire Slayer, though.
Have anyone ever seen ever watch In Living Color?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, Living Color was the best.
Yeah.
So you know Jamie Foxx on there when he does the character Wanda. I saw
Yeah.
that said
Yeah.
Travis Hunter looks like Jamie Foxx as Wanda.
Oh my god,
I have a
dude.
mashup. I have a mashup poster. It shows it shows Homie the Clown, like it's a poster. It's kind of like the AI thing that they're doing now. It shows Homie the Clown in a G.I. Joe box. Like it's like a G.I. Joe action figure, but it's Homie the Clown.
Yeah, next time you see a Travis Hunter interview, just picture Wanda.
No, man, nothing like that, man. Come on, man.
Homie the Clown. I don't think.
Hey guys, how you doing tonight?
What's up, man?
Doing good.
What's up, Craig?
Good. I loved in Living Color. I loved the comedian. What was his name? He played like the Mask and then that. What was the comedian?
Jim Carrey.
When he did Fireman Bill.
Yeah.
Remember when he did like Fireman Bill or whatever it was?
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
Let me tell you something.
God, have you guys seen have you guys seen the movie Earth Girls is Easy with Jeff Goldblum, Jim Carrey, and God, there were so many other actors, and Gina Davis is in it. Jim Carrey is doing this. I think it's Jim Carrey. No. Maybe it's God. Oh God, it's one of the In Living Color actors. But he goes, "I need Whiplock for my weblock." You guys ever seen that movie?
No, I've never seen that.
No.
It's some like rom-com that was made back in like the early 90s, and if you ever watch it, like the graphics are so cheesy, but it had like everybody from In Living Color in it, and it's really, really funny.
Wow.
Mm. You know, I heard you guys talking about Forrest Whitaker just now.
Yeah.
I loved him in a couple lesser parts. I loved him in the movie Phone Booth. Did you ever see that movie Phone Booth?
I heard about it, but I haven't seen it.
With the dude, like the dude Colin.
Great movie.
Isn't it? What's his name? That Irish actor, Colin.
No.
Craig,
he was in that.
Hey, Craig Sebring, what's going on?
Yes.
Hey, I know the movie you're about to say next. He plays an Alabama quarterback. He plays an Alabama in that movie. Can't remember the name of it. But he plays
You can't imagine how happy when we skipped on an Alabama quarterback. I was so happy we skipped on an Alabama quarterback.
You mean the movie Remember the Titans?
I think that was our only shot of making the Super Bowl was getting an Alabama quarterback.
No Alabama quarterbacks.
But who got me?
Fred loves Alabama quarterbacks.
Milrose in Seattle, bro.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Another movie he played a good part in. Escape Room.
Damn, that sounds good.
Fred, how do you feel about your favorite Alabama quarterbacks?
Which one?
I don't care.
Did you pick him up from the airport
Tua.
when he got landed?
What do I feel about him?
It was the Forrest Whitaker movie.
I feel like I've always felt, bro. Nothing's changed.
We got to try and get all these Alabama quarterbacks. Got to smack them.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
No, we don't.
Draft them till we get it right, baby. Draft them till we get it right.
Draft them just
Jake,
right,
I
Jake.
love you, bro.
Just
Are
keep
you
drafting
drunk
them till we
tonight?
get it right.
No, we should. Hey, that's what we should do. So that way, if the current head coach doesn't work out, we can get Nick Saban.
Nah, no thanks.
Why would you want him?
Actually, we don't want his ass, Tonk. Don't you remember? He turned his back on the team. He was already here.
I was making a joke.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Hey, you know what? I don't want any more Alabama wide receivers either, bro.
Oh, by the way, the Cougars. What's your team that you watch? Tom, Washington State.
No, University of Washington, the Huskies.
Yeah. The Huskies had a great coach until Nick Saban retired and took. And
Yeah, I
Alabama
know. That's what we were just talking about last night.
Yeah, we had two running backs
Kieran
from
DeBoer. Kieran DeBoer.
Oh, is he the one that coached at Washington?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
And went to the national championship with the quarterback in Atlanta.
Well, okay.
Didn't you guys lose to Michigan?
Yeah,
Hey, are there any other teams?
so did Ryan Day.
Are there any other teams with the same name as like the Huskies, bro? Like, of course, in Washington, and then in Connecticut, bro. Are there any other teams with the same,
The Northern Illinois, I think. I think it's Northern Illinois. They have the same mascot.
Same mascot, yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I think that's it. Honestly.
You got Bulldogs. You got Georgia Bulldogs. What's the other Bulldog team out there?
Ole Miss. I think Ole Miss is Bulldogs too,
Bulldogs,
right?
right?
No.
So is Tennessee. So is Tennessee.
It's Mississippi.
No, Tennessee are the
That's a hound
Volunteers.
dog. That's like a bloodhound
Volunteers.
dog.
Tennessee is the Volunteers.
You got Gonzaga. That's my college basketball team.
Gonzaga.
Bulldogs.
Yep.
Yeah.
Doesn't Oklahoma State and New Mexico State have the same mascot?
Yale is the Bulldogs.
That's
too.
the Cowboys.
Cowboys. Yeah.
Yeah, they did. In fact, I think they had a lawsuit over it because they were saying it was infringement or something like that.
Which comes called the
Isn't
Cowboys
Wyoming?
too?
I think Wyoming is the Cowboy too. So is
Oh yeah, we just got the running back from the Cowboys, bro. It's a Cowboys, man.
Yeah, Wyoming. Yeah, that's the mascot. The Cowboys.
Ali, the dude Ali. He's a Cowboy. Oklahoma State. He's a Cowboy.
Yeah.
I like him. I think he's going to be a good running back for us.
Ollie Gordon? Yeah, dude. I think he was a steal, bro. I really do think that he's a better pass catcher than Devon Achane. I don't care what you guys say.
Well, not only that, I think he's going to put Jalen Wright on notice.
Wow.
He may take Jalen Wright praise, but my thing is this: I like our running back roster spirit. Achane, Wright, Gordon.
Yeah, we have depth.
Yeah, exactly.
The guy we got from the Raiders.
It's an injury-proof running back room.
You know what, guys? You know what? I honestly think they're going to hold Tua to 25 and below pass attempts, bro. I honestly think the Dolphins are trying to put together a more ground game than have Tua throw the ball 30 plus times.
Whatchamacallit was saying that TD was saying that he's not gonna be in charge of passing the ball too much.
I think they have a lot of power back. They have a lot of power backs on the offense. If you ask
I
me.
love the guy. I love the guy we got from Arizona.
Arizona.
The guard.
Yeah.
Jonah. What's his name? Jonah. Savanea. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I like him too, man. And you know what, man? I said if it was up to me, bro, my whole offensive line would be the Polynesian brothers, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I'm serious about it. Whole fucking offensive line would be Polynesian, bro. I'm not lying, bro.
Yep. But for the first time in a while, I feel good about our offensive line.
So you're saying you want to make Tua the other offensive guard?
Yeah.
No. But for real, Shake, hey man, it is what it is, bro. The Polynesian brothers, man, are some powerful dudes, bro. That's just how I see them, man.
What do you guys think about the other guard? Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead, Joe.
I was just to say we have that other the right. We don't know what either of our guards are going to do. Left guard and right guard are brand new. You guys,
I would think you stick Daniels to the left side and you stick this guy to the right side. Then they each have somebody that can like help out, like Pat. What's his name? Patrick Paul.
Yeah,
Then
veteran.
you stick-
Yeah, veteran and unexperienced next to each other, side by side.
Yep, and then you stick what's his name on the right side.
how do you guys feel about that shift from left from right?
It seems to me that all good offensive lines, man, maybe great offensive line, have at least one Polynesian brother on the line, bro.
Well, yeah. Well,
All great
if you look at the Lions, look at the Lions. They got Panay Sewell.
Well, then you go over there to Philadelphia, Shake with the I think he's the left tackle. I'm not sure.
Yoko
Yeah, man.
I think Tampa Bay got one too. If I'm not mistaken.
Man.
Well, I know they're going on the defensive line, Vita Vea.
Yeah, man.
My bad.
That's what I'm saying. Hey, Shake, what you feel about Paul Soliai, bro? Did he do anything for you, man?
Yeah, he was good. I mean, he was good, but unfortunately, he wasn't. He didn't do it. Consistently. He was like towards the back end.
He was okay. He was okay, if you ask me. He was okay.
Yeah, he was okay. I'm not saying. I'm not saying. He was decent. It's like kind of like Christian Wilkins.
And of course, what's his name in Baltimore held that defensive tackle spot for so long, man. Forget his name too, man. But he was another great one, man. I wish I could remember his name, man. But he's another great.
I love we got Kenneth Grant. I don't care what some of the so-called experts. He's gonna be a great defensive tackle for us.
Yeah, he's right next to Zach.
Do you think he's better than Benito Jones right now? I do.
Not yet.
His name
you
was
gotta see
Timu
how he
Fred.
can
That was his
do.
name.
I think he's better than Benito Jones right now, bro. I do.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
Fred, you were thinking of Haloti Nada on the Ravens.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Great one, man. Great one right there.
Yeah, there's some big dudes.
And then I love we got Jordan Phillips from Maryland. That's a nice pickup.
Yeah.
Now we got to
Well,
get a couple cornerbacks in the free agency.
And then we also got Zeke, but I don't know how, since we got him in the last round, we don't. Well, no, I can't say it because like I said, this was a
George, isn't it George Peter from Georgia Tech?
Zeke,
something like that. Zeke, yeah.
Zeke, his name is
he could be all right. You don't know. I'm sorry. I still love we got Quinn Ewers. I don't care what anybody says. I think he'll challenge Zach for the number 2. He will.
No, here's the thing, Craig. With me, I'm gonna tell you, I'm happy with the draft picks that we made. I'm even happy with some of the undrafted picks we made as well.
Yeah,
I'm happy.
Yeah, I think we just needed more Alabama players.
Oh God, Jay, here you go.
We got their long
snap. Just when everything was going okay, here comes Shake with the Alabama. Oh my God.
Sometimes I think Shake's drunk.
Hey, the steal of this draft is the fact that we got Andrew Armstrong, undrafted. He's here to replace Tyreek and anybody else that wants to catch the ball because we know it's going to Andrew Armstrong. Let's go, Arkansas. Come on, let's go, Arkansas.
I've seen highlights of him. He looks pretty good.
Yeah.
I like that thing.
I'm going Troy Polamalu. I don't care what nobody says.
Oh, that's my boy right there.
What do you mean? What's wrong? What's wrong with Troy Polamalu? What do you mean?
No, they were saying Troy Polamalu or Ed Reed. I'm saying I prefer Troy Polamalu.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. I get you. The man with the $1 million hair, definitely.
Troy Polamalu.
Ed Reed kind of defines ball hawk for me. Like if someone,
I like Ed Reed too. I'll take either or, to be honest.
Same,
But the thing I like about Troy Polamalu is he was also a freaking good inbox. He was also a good inbox linebacker.
Yeah, he was all over the field.
Yeah.
And
I remember that last Super Bowl he was in, every time you saw Fitzgerald, no, not Ryan,
Larry.
Larry Fitzgerald, you saw Palomulu running right by him. Like,
Yep.
like he was
Moving
everywhere,
line
dude.
and all
He
that stuff.
was everywhere.
Yep.
Yep.
That guy was, dude. It had to have been terrifying playing against him.
To be honest, I do remember watching Troy play, and his hair. He just looked like he played with his hair on fire.
He was a
You know what I mean?
monster.
And I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. I like players that play like that. We had a guy that used to play like that on the defensive line. God, he was Samoan too. That we used to have in Miami. What was his name?
Oh,
Paul Soliai? Was it Paul Soliai?
Paul Soliai, yes. Paul Soliai had hair like that stuck out, and he used to play on the defensive line like his hair was on fire. I love players like that, to be honest.
You got to have the flow.
Yeah, man.
That's why. That's what we're about to do, Ollie. We're about to put together a team that gets down and gritty, bro. You know what I mean? I see it going that way, man.
Eventually, I agree with you, Fred. But to be real, I just don't have the faith it's going to be this year. That's all I'm going to say.
We're winning 12 games.
We're in the building stages of making that. I agree with you on that.
And if we're losing, Tua's gonna get benched, and here we go, Zack Wilson.
No, even with
put in Quinn Ewers.
You know what kind of we've had all these different types of quarterbacks, but you know what type of quarterback we haven't had?
What's that?
Winning one? Oh, a winning quarterback?
Well, the type of quarterback that's just a mean son of a bitch. That's what we haven't had. We have not had a mean son of a bitch quarterback since Dan Marino. I think we need to go back to a mean son of a bitch quarterback. That was the last time we were fully relevant in this league, and I think we need to go back to it. No more of this pancake, patty cake, pansy, smiley face, good for the camera quarterbacks. I want someone that, you know what? I'm not afraid to yell at my receivers and call them trash right in the middle of a game. I don't mind doing it. I need that type of quarterback.
Ali,
you want to, Ali, you want a Jim McMahon type quarterback, Ali?
No,
give me the meanest quarterback you can find, and that's who I want.
Because Dan Marino just go and grab the face mask of offensive lineman and tell me, hey, you better get it right.
Bro, I have videos of watching Dan Marino curse out his players, bro.
There's video footage of him cursing out the damn cameraman.
And you know who I seen? Dan Marino cuss out on the sideline, Ali. I seen him cuss out Steve. I seen Dan Marino cuss out Steve DeBerg on the sideline Thanksgiving Day against the Dallas Cowboys.
I was watching, like on the NFL Network, they'll play old games and stuff. And I saw one of those games where Marino was yelling, and it was Michael K's dad in the stands.
Are you sure that was Michael K's dad, or was that actually Michael K?
Oh, man.
You're not going to get QBs like that anymore. They're just not bred that.
I'm telling you, we need to find a QB like that because, to be honest, I think we're in the news for not having accountability in certain rooms. And I'm sorry, accountability, no matter what room it is, doesn't matter if it's the wide receiver room, don't matter if it's the running back room or offensive line, defensive line, does not matter. It starts with your quarterback. And if your quarterback don't have accountability of your freaking team, then there's no fucking accountability.
See,
I can remember him even getting into it with Shula sometimes.
Yeah,
I can remember Michael K hitting Dan Marino with a snowball, bro.
that was Liz. Liz said the same thing.
Sorry.
He said, "Get out of here, vagrant."
You got QBs now are getting recruited in like 7-on-7 matchups where they show up in their pajama pants. You're not getting that in your face QB anymore.
Nope.
It's not. It's going to be rare if you find that. Even the talented ones that are coming in.
And that's the problem with football, man. Every time they try to change the rules or they have some agenda, bro, all they're doing, and I'm taking this this term from my great friend Lewis and from El Cap, both my great friends, but they say it all the time that this sport every year with these rules is just more and more pussification of the sport. And that is the problem.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you know what else, Ollie? This transfer portal stuff. You know what I mean?
I honestly don't mind the transfer portal stuff. I mean, it's okay. Let me take that back.
Hey, Fred.
I don't mind it in a sense. If you're trying to find a team to play for, you're actually going to get playing minutes. I get that portion of it. I just don't necessarily care for the, I'm just going to leave because that sucky ass team that I'm really not going to have to play for is going to pay me millions of dollars more, right? That's the money side that I got an issue with, to be honest. But when it comes to, hey, I'm on a team where there's 4 running backs ahead of me, and I'm on the later end of my career, and I really need to do something here, get me to a team where I can play more. I'm okay with that stuff.
Yeah. Hey, Ali, what's your worst rule change so far, bro? What's your worst rule change, man?
The worst rule change?
Yeah, your worst rule change, man.
The worst one I had is the way we have to tackle players. Like, remember back when they changed it where you could only hit the quarterback from a certain part of the body? And if you even if it wasn't your fault where you landed on him, they threw a flag. That shit just pissed me off, bro.
Yeah,
but you know, another play, another rule that sucks, and this is college. If you accidentally hit the quarterback's helmet, it's a targeting and you're ejected.
Oh yeah. But however, they wait. They have I thought they and I could be wrong, Shake. I have to read about that. But I thought they now taken into effect that the situation. They look at the situation now. I think they changed it a little bit, but I could be wrong. I have to look into that. That's a good point.
They pretty much always, even if no matter what you do, you hit that head, don't nail you. It doesn't matter. I've seen it on a lot of games.
Well, I will say that's another reason that exact rule is a reason why I hate Trevor Lawrence. Go watch him when he played Ohio State the first time, right? Ohio State was beating up on Clemson, and the defensive line pushed him out of his pocket. He's looking, couldn't find anybody, thinking about running. The safety comes to tackle him, right? And he waits, and then at the last second, he decides to put his head right where the safety was going to be, even though the safety was already midair, right? And they called it a targeting when it wasn't even intended. That shit is just pussy crap, dude. They have to have context to this stuff.
You know what's the punkest rule change, Ali, to me? Is the launch, bro. The launch.
You mean the kickoff?
No, I mean with a defensive player can't launch himself at all.
Oh yeah, that shit. I know what you mean. Yeah, definitely.
Shit right there, bro. Oh my god, man.
Illegal motion crackdown.
The launch. Are you serious? Players launch all the time, bro. Like, what the fuck? Like, come on now.
Like they want to speed up these games, and Ali, you know as much as I do. How many times you watch a college football? Oh, nope, we got to look at this play. Oh, nope, we got to look at that play. Oh, nope, it was out of bounds, was it? Oh, nope. Hey, they'll stop a game 10, 12, 14 times in a game to look at a
I also hate the fact that they're forcing this tush push upon us, right? And they won't let us line up a certain way that would make it equally able to defend it. And that shit's as crappy as fuck, bro. The fact that I have to line up on the side when he's just gonna walk right past me. I don't understand that whole crap, bro. It's so fucking stupid.
Looking to get rid of that.
It's not going to happen. They're gonna
Fan
get rid
bases and teams are split on it. I mean, if you benefit from it, you like it. If you don't, you hate it. It's I can't stand what it's done to
Right. That's what it boils down to. Yeah.
I really.
have a
And
quarterback that we can do that.
Benefit.
Hey, you know what? There you go right there, John. There you go right there, man. You, how do you not have a quarterback that can at least do a tush push, bro? How can he not withstand a tush push? Come on, man. Come on, man.
Because he can. He's soft. He's an Alabama quarterback. He's soft.
Tush push didn't really take off till like 3 years ago.
Hey, technically, Jalen Hurts is an Alabama quarterback.
Yeah.
Hey, Tim Tebow was the one
Yeah.
who started doing the tush push.
Technically, yes.
Was
Tim
it?
Tebow started the tush push.
Did he for real? Yeah, I guess
But it
so.
wasn't
Yeah.
effective with it.
Yes, he did.
It wasn't. It wasn't successful as a high rate as the Eagles were.
And then years later, Aaron Hernandez in jail was doing the tush push.
Oh God.
If I put it on
that's
a
bad.
time game, though, and I'm just watching like a team, I don't.
No,
wanna see
he
a
was
first-
doing that when he was still in college too.
Do you guys realize at one time the Broncos wouldn't allow Tim Tebow to even attempt a pass, man?
Yeah.
They would just pull it down for a running play. They didn't even want him to attempt to pass.
Yeah, they didn't even want it.
And then the funniest
Even
moment
though,
in
hold
playoff,
on, was that? No, that was before. No, yeah, that was before.
and then the funniest moment in playoff history when he threw that pass and beat the Steelers on a pass.
Yeah. The one pass he threw, I think it was.
He threw a lot of passes in
No,
Denver.
that wasn't the
No, in
only
that game,
pass.
he threw more. He threw more in that game.
Oh, okay. Wasn't
Yeah,
too
but
many
I mean, I don't know. Hey, what do I know?
Nah,
Man,
man.
Detroit, Dan Campbell said, he don't have a quarterback to do it. He's in favor of it. He said, just line up and stop it. Even Dan Campbell's in favor of it.
Center and stuff. Isn't that right? You can't line up over it or something, or I don't know.
Line up anywhere you want.
Yeah, you can't line up on the center. That's the problem, and that's where they're running mostly. They get pushed right through the center above the center. So that's what I hate about it. And there's really, to be honest, in sports and even any type of game, you have to make the game symmetrical. So where you have the offensive advantage, there has to be a defensive equal advantage at the same time, or a counterpart to it. And that's the problem I have with this sport because of that. And they're making it more and more an offense, and at that point, it's no longer sport. It's no longer sport at that point.
No, Ali. I came up with the worst rule change after all, man. I had one, but this one here, top step, bro. And that's the running back lowering his helmet, bro, when he's about to be tackled. Oh my God, bro.
That's gonna ruin Scadaboo's career.
No, they're telling you to lift up your helmet now.
Yeah, I know that,
That's what he's saying.
but
It's a penalty.
how do you not protect yourself? How do you not put your head down and protect yourself if you're a running back, bro? Like, you got to be kidding.
It's tough to do, right? You want to keep a low center of gravity. You want to get through holes. You want to brace yourself for the contact. But
But to change the rule, change the running back can't lower his head. Well, that's all Walter Payton did, man. You know what I'm
They
saying?
could give him the Brian Cox neck brace, and then it'd be.
Hey,
fine.
let me ask you guys this question. Right?
Yeah.
Why do we wear all these pads and helmets if we're just trying to make the game softer and less violent? That doesn't make sense, right? If players are getting into a fist fight, let them fight like they do in hockey. They're wearing helmets and pads anyway. What's the difference?
No, Ali, you gotta control that, Ali, because if not, they'll be doing a Myles Garrett, bro. If you let them fight, bro, they'd be taking off helmets and swinging in, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
I would love to see that. I want to see more of it. Make this sport violence again.
Come on, Ali, man, you don't want to see that, bro.
Yeah, that's like watching NASCAR for the crashes.
That's messed up.
Damn,
I'm here for MAFCA. Make football great again.
Here's a hot take. Tua will be doing the tush push this year.
Hey, Ollie, you need to stop, bro. You need to stop.
I'm serious. Let's go back to making a I want the 1980s to come back when defenses hit you, you could hear bones crunch, right? I want that back. I don't want this. Oh, let me see how fast I can run, and no matter what, you can't touch me because it'll be a penalty. Fuck that shit.
You gotta be willing to get fined.
Ollie, they say the most violent part in the NFL's history were the 60s and 70s. Those were the most violent parts of the NFL. And
I agree. I still think the 80s were bone crushing too. I'm just going to point that out.
They were. But I'm not denying that. But I'm saying they say the 60s and 70s were the most. I mean, I'll still never forget Larry Zonka got a penalty for breaking a guy's nose.
Remember, they cracked down on substances at a certain time too. So before that, people were jacked up on anything and everything.
Oh yeah.
You guys remember? You guys remember Billy Sims, man? You guys remember Billy Sims?
Oh, from the Lions. Yeah.
Okay. You remember what he used to do before he get tackled, bro? Dude, this is what he would used to do. This is what Billy Sims used to do right before, like a safety or defensive back is up to tackle him, come for the tackle on him. He would literally jump in the air and put his foot out like a kick first at the defensive player.
Like Antonio Brown.
No, Fred.
Yeah, no, I know.
No, Fred Tua's going to come back with a vengeance. He will be doing the tush push at least 5 times a game.
Hey, Crypto, could you see him trying to do Tua as a tush push, trying to fit a square peg in a triangle, bro?
They can just tush push all the way down the field.
His brain is going to be
That's going to be our new wrinkle in our offense. Tua's going to be doing the
tush push.
That's our new wrinkle. That's how we do it.
The Tua tush. Okay, that's the new play. The Tua tush. Oh, put that in the playbook. The Tua tush.
And he'll be hurt by games 2 or 3. God,
he's an Iron Man, Craig. You didn't realize that Tua's an Iron Man.
And you know what?
He's an Alabama quarterback, so he's not an Iron Man. Only Jalen Hurts is the only Iron Man from Alabama.
You know what, Crypto? In the running back or the tight end, whatever, the one that pushes Tua from the tush, and when Tua gets hurt, his ass is cut, bro, the next day, bro.
Yeah, who would be doing that?
They're gonna blame it on the tight end.
Yeah. Or John, who would be pushing Tua there?
It'll have to be John. No, he's too small. Tyreek could be getting pushed backwards.
You know what I want to see, Crypto? You know how the guys running back, whatever, man, fighting for the extra yard, and then come 3 more offensive linemen and push the pile. I want to see him do that with Tua, bro.
Tua gonna be like a little rag doll, and they'll get pushed back and forth, tug of war.
Yeah, man.
You're like, what the hell is going on?
Like those rugby players.
That's what we need, bro.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the thing I worry about. Will our wonderful coach, will he stop, like, say we're running the ball, and now especially with this guy we got or the guy from the Raiders, if you're running the ball so well, I would never, unless they stopped it, I would never throw the ball.
That's what they're going to do. That's what I think they're going to do this year, man. Like, keep Tua as keep Tua's attention. Keep his attention.
Got plenty of good guys. You're getting a game to go. Hey, why not? You don't have to have him go out and throw 40 times a game.
Well, hold up. Are you going to be mad, bro, on a third and 5 run, bro, and it gets stuffed, bro? Are you going to get mad then?
A 3rd and 1?
No, I said a 3rd and 5.
Oh, 3rd and 5. No, 3rd and 5. You gotta throw it. That's different, but on 3rd and 1, you got to be able to pound that ball.
No, I understand that, but if they run a run play on 3rd and 5, is it going to upset you? Of course,
it depends if it was or not.
No, it's 20. It's 20. If they make it or not, okay.
If it's 35,
Yeah.
if you
All depends on what kind of mood I'm in.
you use right or Gort if you're gonna do a 35 run, but don't use A chain.
So we don't want to use Tua. We don't want Tua throwing the ball on a 3rd and 5. That's
No,
pathetic,
Tua
bro.
can throw the
That's,
ball, but he's
it's
got to
pathetic.
know. He's got to know when to get rid of it. Stop playing hero ball, as even his own old coach Nick Saban used to say. If you got it, fine. If not, get rid of it or run away or whatever. But he
What do
will.
you mean?
He'll dive. He'll dive.
But
You saw it last
Tua is a
year. He'll
hero.
dive.
He needs to play hero ball. He's a hero.
Yeah.
He's a hero.
A hero
Yeah.
sandwich?
Yeah, he needs to play hero ball. Exactly. Who said that?
He's a hero.
Who said that,
Yeah.
man? Who said that?
I need a hero.
That's exactly right, bro. He
He
is
is a hero.
hero ball, bro. I agree
I
with
will
that.
be your hero, baby.
Yeah.
You can take away the tears.
You're our hero, damn it. Play like it.
Yeah. Let me ask you guys
I
something.
would-
Are you guys okay the fact we didn't draft Shador Sanders?
Yes, for the same exact reason.
Yes.
I was.
I'm
Whoa,
happy.
for the same exact reason. What's that reason, bro? What's that? Who said that?
He holds on to the ball longer than any NFL quarterback. So for the same reason that Craig was just complaining about Tua trying to play hero ball, Shador is even more guilty of that. So
okay.
Plus he
Okay.
bats the ball before he throws it. I think he's got bad QB habits that nobody wants a part of.
Yeah, I did hear. I did hear
I don't know if that's it.
that he wouldn't throw the ball, bro. I did hear it about. I did hear that.
I
Yeah.
liked what Chris Carter said, right? Chris Carter had it right. He's made several points about this situation. First of all, he made the point to say there was no such thing as NFL collusion when it comes to not drafting Shador Sanders in the first round. I agree with that. Number two, Chris Carter made the point. Hold on one second. Chris Carter made the point that yes, he did have first round talent. However, the things that they needed from him, and this is why you go into an NFL draft interview and you go through the process, you have to show teams what is not on the tape, right? What do they need to know about you that's not on the tape? Instead, from what Chris Carter said, this man sat there and started questioning the leadership of the team that's interviewing him, right? That's not what if I'm interviewing somebody like my job. At my job, I interview people, right, and I hire them. I don't want someone that's sitting there telling me that, oh, you don't know what you're doing. You're a horrible person.
That's not common sense. That makes no sense. Nobody will ever do that.
And that's what Chris Carter said he was doing. And I trust Chris Carter.
Yeah, and didn't they say his dad, Ollie? Didn't they say his dad wrote letters to teams? I don't want you drafted my son.
It was only what Dion was doing.
And here's the other thing. Here's the other thing, Crypto. This is the part of the argument that I do agree with you. I wish they would release the video because they videotape these interviews. I wish they would release it so then we could actually say, "Oh wow, he really did interview bad," or "No, that never happened."
Yeah,
I wish they would release it.
The people judge whether or not he interviewed bad or not. So it's speculation.
I can't hear you clear, Crypto, man, and I really want to hear you. I really want to hear your pushback on it, man. Like, I can't hear you clear.
You can't hear me, Fred?
Yeah, man. Go ahead. Nobody else talk in here. Go ahead, Crypto. Go ahead now. What are you saying, Crypto?
No, I was saying the video needs to be put out there if they interviewing them, and there's certainly a lot of wild speculation on them, on whether or not what they did in a private interview setting.
It's all unless they do that. It's all, go ahead.
But here's the thing: I haven't seen any video. I haven't seen any interested in Shador anyway because they had you were in the house before the draft.
Yep.
So I don't think they were interested in him anyway. They kind of had their eyes on you.
ultimately, not working out at the combine is what I think really hurt him. He didn't work out at any of the opportunities. I think that's what really hurt.
Wait a minute, Holly. I did see him that was making passes, bro, at some kind of combine.
I know, but that wasn't. That's not where all the teams got to view him and everything. So that's a little bit different, right? But he went to the Shrine Bowl. Didn't he interviewed, but he didn't really work out or anything there, right? Didn't work out at the Senior Bowl. Didn't work out at the Combine, right? And at best, if you really watch his tape, I mean, I know you guys think that he's really good and there's all this hype behind him. But he didn't do anything that was legendary, in my opinion. There's nothing about him that really says that he's elite. I'm sorry.
Well, they'll put up numbers is better than just as good as Jackson Dart when it comes to passing.
You could be right about that. His passing might be just as good as Jackson Dart, but that's it. Even Jackson Dart, I didn't even think was a top 5 pick, to be honest.
Yeah, but Jackson Dart just went like just a couple of spots ahead of him, and like what even a whole round that he was ahead of him, bro. It was like a pick or two, wasn't it?
No,
that's not in the first round.
Later in the draft, he was like 27.
Yeah, 27.
No, you talking about Will Howard?
You're talking about Will Howard, and Will Howard got drafted after Shador in the 6th round to the Steelers, which I told everybody Will Howard would go to the Steelers. I told everybody that would happen.
Yeah, Will Howard. Yeah.
So ultimately, I think the biggest thing is because of all these teams that came out and said that there was issues with his interview process. Then there must be some type of truth to it. But at the same time, I wish they would release the video.
Why would you be giving interviews if you're not giving draft combine workup? That don't make no sense.
I don't know. The only thing that makes sense
if you think on a certain team that's going to draft you, you isolate yourself to have an interview and workouts with only a small number of people. Not totally. You don't open yourself to all these other teams. You don't think that's going to draft you if they're not in that draft order.
Yeah, and see that's the thing.
That's what makes his stories inconsistent.
He would do this. The only thing that would make sense to why he would do this. That's it. But I think he overplayed his hand. That's the only thing I can see.
You,
yeah, but it makes no sense. If I'm not working out for you, why am I giving you an interview?
He invented a new letter.
But
you know what? I think his father had a lot to do with all that.
Yeah, I say it had a lot to do with because Dion was very vocal about what he wanted his son to play.
Did you guys see when he got his draft call?
Man, he was vocal about that.
Dion was standing right there next to his son when he got the draft call, and he tells Shador, tell the GM I want to talk to him. It basically like being the ultimate parent there, and just he wants to talk to the GM after he called his kid. It made me realize like how kind of childish Dion's been kind of into.
I'm not happy with that.
Yeah, he's got a lot of spread his wings.
Let your son grow. Let your son be the man that he should be. You don't need to hold man up.
Yeah, I mean, nobody else's parents were saying, "Put me on the phone with the GM so I can thank him." Nobody else that was drafted had that going on.
I mean, but how do we know that? We know how freaking Johnny Manziel and all the ball grabbing he was doing and all the bolstering and posture he was doing. We don't know what his parents was doing at the night of the draft, and it didn't hurt his draft stock.
That's fair, but I think typically when you see someone get drafted, they're not handing the phone to their parents to talk to the team that just drafted them. It comes across as very childish, immature. I mean, it looks like that's kind of.
I don't know. I guess that's it.
In this draft, I get what you're saying, Joe Rist. I kind of agree, but at the same time, I see what Crypto is making out too. I definitely agree with both of you, but Mama T, who's Keyshawn Junkins' mom, answered the phone for him when he got the call because he was on the toilet.
Yeah, that's a different circumstance. Yeah, that's a different circumstance.
So I'm just saying he was dropping deuces already, not even on the field yet.
If he's getting the phone to thank him because his son he felt it was drafted in the wrong number as far as say, finally, you guys giving my son a opportunity. I don't see a problem with that.
I'm just saying it gave the vibe of like, let the adults talk now that you had your fun, kid, and go jump in the pool or whatever. That's
Can somebody?
Well,
Can
that's how
somebody
I'm
tell
telling
me?
well, that's how I'm telling Dion's an adult too. He's talking to another adult on the phone about
Right,
finally thank you for giving my son a
That's my
chance
point,
because
Crypto.
I didn't think he was going to give it.
The call to draft his son
So,
had nothing to do with Dion. Why does he even need to be on the phone? That's kind of my point. Like, let the
so,
kid be man. Let him
No,
do it.
because Dion opened his mouth in the first place that probably could have hurt his son's well, most likely hurt his draft stock
Oh, I
because
agree.
they didn't think he was going to do that.
I agree. I think had they separated the umbilical cord, so to speak, a little bit earlier, Shadur might have been in better, eyes with a lot of these organizations. A
so,
lot of them, they
so
don't want
can
that
somebody?
guy coming in.
Can somebody?
No,
Can somebody
that to
tell
me
me?
showed the organization's immaturity not to separate what was shown on the film that was projecting him in the first round in the first place, and then let an outside source influence you.
I don't think it's immature.
That shows immaturity for the organizations to do that.
I don't think it's immature to not want a distraction coming into your locker room. I
Can
think
can
that's
can
immature, in fact.
can
No,
somebody?
you can just tell that parent he don't have to have access to the child as long as he's on employee grounds. If he's my future employer, I can exile that parent. I don't have to have nothing to do with that parent. They can make them own distractions in their own mind. But me as an owner of this team, I can ban that parent from as long as that person is under my employee. You can talk to them afterwards. Yeah, I understand you their parent, but as long as you're working for me, you're gonna be. I can just exile you out. Nothing stopping those owners from doing that. There's no law where it's saying that they have to be mindful for a parent. What's the requirement that's saying that you have to be mindful to somebody else's for the parent of somebody you employ? No, it doesn't. That's why I don't let them off the hook with that.
Hey, by the way, real quick, and to Crypto's point, and I know Nate, I agree with Nene, but look at the dude in the for basketball team. His dad is banned from the basketball arena. That basketball player.
Exactly.
Oh, the guy from the Pacers.
Exactly. And the Oklahoma and the Indiana Pacers ain't they turn around and punishing their player because of their father. They went straight to the parent and told them you cannot come in this arena. They didn't say, "Oh, I'm going to go to the player and say, oh, because we don't want the distraction, I'm gonna now take you off the team." No, that player is still an Indiana Pacer right now.
Can somebody tell me? Can somebody tell me what teams it was that?
These speaking owners are being immature themselves.
Can somebody tell me? Hey, can somebody tell me what teams it was that Dion didn't want his son to play for?
You'd have to assume.
He listed a whole bunch of them. He listed a bunch. What he did was narrow it down to a few, and then he just isolated the other. He just said he just named specific teams he would like to see his son play for, and automatically eliminated the other.
I mean, but wasn't he? But didn't he go as far as to say, like, tell teams like, don't even call?
Yeah, because he wants him to be able to start quickly instead of sitting there behind some team that already has their guy. They narrowed it down to the spots where this guy could start quickly.
I think there was about 10 to a dozen teams that he told don't bother.
He want to play.
Where's he going to start quickly, bro? Like,
Saints,
Tennessee.
Well, where he at now? Because they only got like 5 quarterbacks on the roster.
Yeah,
could be where he at right now. Because so we got one person 1,000 years old, and you got one that's injured. So right now, you already moved up 3 slots.
Yeah.
So team that was looking at QB this draft is where he was really narrowed down to. He wanted to be the guy that they took, and not just scooped up by like I don't know, the Bills or something.
Well, I don't think in the history of the New York Giants they've ever had an Afro-American quarterback.
No, you're right. And a lot of people say that about the ownership of the Giants too.
But what about Pittsburgh? Like, what about Pittsburgh? A team that
have they ever had what are you talking about? The Giants. The Giants had Geno Smith at one time.
Did they?
Did he start? Was he starting? He started for them too, right, Jake?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, it was Pat McAdoo, and when Got him fired. What this is what pissed off a lot of New Yorkers. Pat McAdoo stopped Eli Manning's streak because he had a streak of starting because he never got injured to play Geno Smith. Benched Eli to start Geno Smith, and New York was pissed about that.
That's right. That's 2017.
Yep. I think Shador needs to just be
now the Giants.
Just
well,
be
he got
humble.
that good opportunity now because of the roster.
It's just enjoy the fact that he was drafted, bro.
I'm sorry if I'm late to that question and I was doing something. Did I hear that that there hasn't been a black quarterback for the Giants?
Besides
Geno Smith,
I did say that.
Recent, I thought was Tyrod Taylor.
Tyrod Taylor. Not Geno Smith.
Starting QBs.
Tyrod.
Okay.
I don't think Tyrod was a starter.
No, I don't think so either.
He didn't start for the Giants.
He came in for
start for them a game.
He came in for what's his name? What's the Daniel Jones
Didn't
he came in
Didn't
for?
he replace Daniel Jones a couple times?
Yes, he did replace
Daniel Jones. Yeah, he came in for Daniel Jones.
But they do have Jameis Winston in house, so that's nice. And Russell
Wilson. Now they do.
Mr. Unlimited.
I think they're making up for all the years lost years.
I think he just needs
I'm
to be
not gonna
humble
lie.
and just got
I
a
wanted us to-
franchise to go to, man.
I kind of wanted us to go get Jameis Winston just to push Tua.
No, that's not.
You know what I mean?
Two wasn't gonna let that happen. The 2 years wasn't gonna let it happen.
Oh,
No,
I know.
I think I'd rather have Zach Wilson than Jameis Winston.
I wanted
Really?
Mac
They
Jones.
feel-
We needed to get another Alabama.
They feel it's easier because
there we go.
they shitted on Zach Wilson so much, so the 2 years don't feel as threatened because they shitted on him enough.
But I've said this before. Say Tua misses, say 5 games. Okay, and Zach starts all 5. Say he goes 4-1. What do you do?
There's the end of 2. There's the
He'll
end
start.
of 2.
He'll finish the rest of the season. They won't bring Tua back at that point.
It wouldn't surprise me if they did put him back.
Yeah, they probably would.
I think he's one injury away, man.
They'll put him back because of peer pressure alone. That's in my opinion. They'll be pounding the table. The 2 years will be so strong and pounding the table to get back in there.
No,
But I
but
mean,
I think the Dolphins is going to be moving off the two. How you say?
But what if he gets another concussion?
Oh, I got a picture.
That's the end. Then he'll retire. Then,
His
bro.
career is over. Then his career
You
is
think the
over.
NFL will step in?
I think the NFL stepping in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, they might be forced to take a settlement.
You mean to tell me? You mean to tell me the Dolphins have to? The league has to tell Tua he can't play anymore before the Dolphins organization would come up off of him if he took another concussion, bro.
Yep. Unfortunately,
I think if he
to
gets
him.
another concussion, he'll just retire.
I don't know if he does it on his own tongue.
I mean, if he gets another concussion, there's going to be other forces.
He said
that
they're
step
gonna
in.
he'll die planning things unless he's taken out in a pine box.
I mean,
That's the only way.
if he gets another concussion, I think that the head coach won't.
That's the only way.
No, you'd be surprised. Freaking who's that? What's that guy?
I know, but man, if he gets another, dude, if he gets another,
What's that?
concussion,
Troy Aikman had like 8 or 9 concussions.
he had 10.
Yeah, and Steve Young had like more than
He
that.
had 10. Yeah,
Who had
but
10?
but
These players are real stubborn. You gotta realize how stubborn these players are. They're not leaving on their own.
Yeah, but was Troy? I think some of those Troy Aikman didn't even know he had a concussion. Was he on the ground flinching the way Tua is?
Not really. No.
So it's
on the
like
sidelines,
what was some people can maybe handle them better than other players, but I think if he gets another concussion, I think the head coach is gonna be like, "Look, dude, you."
Well, Tonka, if you go back and look at the play where with a guy from what's the guy from Buffalo name again?
He was out.
Right, he was already out when it looked like that guy from Buffalo pulled 2 up. and keeping him from falling on the
I
ground.
mean, for
Look
someone
like
who has
look,
10 concussions, Troy Aikman doesn't look like he's struggling.
What you mean, Mr.
But we
Paul?
don't
Somebody
know.
died.
no.
And
I
you
was
can
saying
literally,
that. No, I was
you
saying
can
what's
literally
the guy
die.
name? Hold up, Fred. What's the guy name that plays with Buffalo? The one that had the
Hamlin.
Junior
DeMar
Seau?
Hamlin, man.
Oh,
DeMar
Damar
Hamlin.
Hamlin.
DeMar Hamlin.
right him. Now
Oh,
when
the
he
chest
when
injury?
no what I'm saying when Tua can't ran towards him and would have looked like he was holding Tua up and keeping
Oh,
Tua from hitting the ground.
that was the safety. That was Hamlin from Buffalo.
Right, Hamlin, right, and looked like Tua was already concussed when Hamlin. If you look at that play,
Yeah, from his
Hamlin looked like he was trying to hold Tua up,
Yeah, but it
like
didn't
something
even.
was wrong.
I remember that play. It didn't even look like it was that bad of a hit, was it?
It was
No,
a
it wasn't no
wasn't.
hit.
It was a love
That's what I'm
tap.
But
trying
that's
to
what
say.
I'm saying.
This,
That's what
this
I'm
is that's
It
what I'm
saying.
wasn't.
trying
It
to
was a
say.
love
It
tap.
wasn't no hit. Looked like he was looked like he knew that Tua was concussed or in trouble, and he was actually holding Tua up.
No, I
Yeah.
don't think he knew that. I
I
don't
don't
think
know
he
if he
knew
was
it.
holding them up,
I think it was too bang
but
bang.
Yeah, I don't think he knew
Yeah.
it.
I mean, but look, but think about it like this:
right.
regardless of what anybody else says, if he gets another concussion, we don't know how bad it'll be. He might not even want to play again after that.
I
You
think
know,
that's
we
what
don't know.
Then he will be
No,
doing
but
the Dolphins a
here's the
favor.
thing, though.
When has anybody done the Dolphins a favor, Tonk?
No,
No,
but
but
here's the thing, Tom.
that's the key word.
That one
And that's the
time,
key word. We
Well, I
don't
mean,
know.
that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't
right?
know why they don't require him to wear more protection. It's like
Like a Trojan?
Well, Frank, they wanted
Yeah,
him.
like
yeah,
make him
exactly. Say
make him look like Brian Cox with a
Trojan Noir.
with a juggernaut helmet.
Well,
Hey,
they
man.
wanted him to play with that helmet they have out now.
The
But
Guardian
he's
helmet. Yeah, but it's not so much his helmet. He just needs to keep his head from bouncing around.
You're talking
No,
about the
man. Look,
It's kind of
you
hard.
right here. I
Well,
think you just got to. I think
If
you
he
just
had
got to
That's why
something
dodge.
that kept his head and his neck more stable, you know,
yeah,
he
No,
might not. You
no,
know, he
Unless
might be able to
it,
like
take a
that's
hit.
not going to work. It's
that's
not going to
like
work.
one of those
scientifically
head roll
evaluated.
things.
the neck
But you got to
roll.
remember,
There's not enough
yeah,
padding.
it's still gonna be hard for him. There's
There's not
not
No,
enough
I'm
enough
saying
padding.
padding
not
in
padding, but
his
like
inside of his
stabilization.
skull to
No,
keep it from
no, I'm
rattling
talking about
inside of his skull.
Look, what
Unless
we
you're
have
gonna go
here.
in and put padding in between his brain and his cranium, that's the only way you're gonna
Well,
prevent it.
well, that's what I'm
Okay,
Yeah,
saying. Like, you know, preventing his head from
no,
moving so much.
no, man.
No,
Y'all,
you
you
gotta
guys are missing
surgically
it.
insert it
You,
in his skull
you guys are
to
missing the
stop the
point.
concussion.
What we have here is a quarterback who initiates contact. You know, he's always trying to take on hits, man. He's trying to take them on more than he is trying to get away from them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
He
but
turns back
that's who he is, though.
tacklers. That's exactly, bro. So how do you go? How do you
And that's what I'm
change?
saying. That's
You
what I'm
can't
saying. Like
you can't play
they should try
football
to
like that.
find a way to meet halfway. Like
Maybe
no,
that's his
I
way
know
of thinking. Maybe
Wait a
maybe
minute.
that's his way of.
no, I
Maybe
know
that's
what
his
Tom
way
trying to
of.
say. Tom
Hold
trying to
on,
say the
Mr. Trump.
NFL,
Let me say.
should step in and try to
Let me
and step in and try
yeah,
to
they
protect
should.
Tua from Tua.
let me say,
Yes,
Mr. Park.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
Hold on,
saying.
hold on,
And
Tom.
if you
Let me
don't like
say.
it, oh well, dude. We're trying to keep you. We're
Right.
trying to
I
keep you in the game. Do you want to stay
right. That's what I'm
playing?
saying.
Let's look at this,
That,
bro. Maybe that's his way of trying to not get hurt by putting his head down and going into players. He may have felt this is the way that I not get hurt. Because if you ask me, I think him sliding, I think that hurts. I think that hurts. That puts strain on his hip. And so, how do you stay off? How do you stay off from hurting your hip? You're going to go
What do you
ahead
think of that?
first.
What do you think
You're
of that
going
right there? Maybe that would work.
This guy too.
I'm
He just he's
I
still
mean, look,
playing.
it's just
is
there's
that that's a toilet seat? Oh, my bad.
no, it's a Tua seat.
This
There you
guy
go.
thinks he still thinks he's in high school and college, man, and wants to take on tacklers, bro. It's just what it is, man.
And that's what's dangerous. But
It's
see
just what it is.
that's why Tom brought up what he did. And I understand what Tom is saying. He was saying that the NFL should step in and protect Tua from Tua. Am I right,
Yeah,
Tom?
Yeah.
You have to,
Yeah,
I mean,
and
for the
they
most
should.
Well,
part,
that's what
yeah.
it's going to take them to officially retire. They will, but the Dolphins won't save
I
them
mean,
from
it's like,
themselves.
look, it's like, all right, NFL, would you rather make the guy put on extra padding or extra stabilization or risk him suing y'all in the future or risk
He
losing a
won't be able to
lawsuit over
sue.
CTE? What's cheaper, Pat? What's cheaper?
What
Better
are you
equipment or
talking about?
CTE? You
What
tell me. What's
He's
stabilization?
cheaper?
not. He's not. He's not
Are you
going to
gonna
be
put
able
him
to
in a
sue.
back brace?
No, I'm saying stabilization like what Brian Cox had or something that
That's
keeps his
a
head.
But
linebacker
that's not going to do it.
not going to prevent
That's
a
the neck.
concussion. for them to
Okay,
go
but
straight.
I'm just using that one example.
No, I mean you're right. They do dump millions and millions of dollars into research and helmets every single year. Almost every major university has.
But I don't see any of it actually. But
They do. They force new helmet designs.
No, I know that. Yes,
Right.
I
Nothing they can do.
understand that. But what I'm saying is not so much padding and helmet as much as keeping the neck more stiff.
Yeah,
Like
I mean,
so.
you're sacrificing mobility if there's anything that's going to be doing
Yeah,
that.
man.
Well, I mean, I don't know, man. It's
Yeah, he's
sacrificing
going to be
your
like
brain.
that Tommy Kramer.
No, I get what you're saying, Tonk, but for especially for a quarterback that needs, Tua's not reading the field, but like a QB that's looking left and right and needs to make,
Yeah, he's going to need swivel. Yeah, he don't need nothing restricting his ability to swivel his head.
There's just no more padding. There's no more padding you can give to help this guy, bro. I mean, if you're not going to protect yourself, you don't need to be playing. You shouldn't be out there if you don't have to protect
his shots. He's got to be big, and Tua's not big.
No.
You can be even. I don't care how big he is. If you don't know how to protect yourself, you shouldn't be playing in the NFL.
Right.
Simple as that.
Like look at
But Marino has even stated. He said, "I've tried telling him, throw the ball away," and he said he doesn't listen.
He's trying to overcompensate.
Okay, look. Let's look at this. Okay, he throws the ball away. Wop still takes a while, bro. Still takes a while. So like you got to have a certain slick with you, man, to avoid hits.
Have been
You just
from
got to do it.
tackles, not from QB hits. They've been from tackles. So there's definitely a difference between a QB hit and a full blown tackle.
Okay. Yeah. Say one of these defensive tackles, one defensive end doesn't mind taking this penalty to get this hit off right here, bro, and blows him up. Then what?
Whenever the guy that blew him up, the Buffalo Bill player that blew him up, he didn't give him a concussion. He broke his ribs, but he didn't give him a concussion.
Milano.
I mean, technically, it's a risk for everybody.
Yeah.
Every QB has that risk.
Milano didn't give him a concussion on that. The ground did, bro. Just like in Green Bay.
Yeah, but hold on.
He didn't give him a concussion. That's
Do
what I'm
we
saying. He didn't give
honestly
him a
know?
concussion.
But do we honestly know he didn't receive some sort of concussion from that?
From what?
Which one? In Green Bay?
When he broke his ribs.
He got hurt twice against Buffalo. What are you talking about?
I'm sorry.
Actually, three times against Buffalo.
Damn.
Yeah, three times he got hurt against Buffalo alone.
That's why when he missed those games and when he could come back, they wouldn't bring him back against Buffalo for some reason. I guess they thought it might be bad enough.
Where they blamed it on his back. They said it was a back injury, but we all know.
Yeah, that was a concussion. Yeah,
exactly.
The way he fell down and stumbled and wobbled. Yeah, that was actually his first official concussion.
No, what they got to do? What they got to do is when they're going to play Buffalo, put Zack Wilson in the game.
Just for Buffalo.
That's probably what they're going to have to do.
Just for Buffalo.
Yeah,
No, they should do that. No, you know what they should do that? They should do that for every game of the season.
Well, we're 10 days from that, or 12 days from the schedule release. Once they put the away game at Buffalo in December, Tua's going to be on winter break, so that'll be Zach anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Right, exactly. It would.
Exactly.
It'll be a winter break. You mean to tell me he has winter breaks like we have from the old school back in school
that's
days?
exactly what I mean. He goes on winter break.
The winter breaks from school.
Well, we know where all the cool kids hang out on the yacht.
Yeah. It doesn't get too cold in Miami.
Play every game except for Buffalo. Wow.
Buffalo.
There you go.
So at least he's got 14 games slated. 14 games are slated for the 15 games
Hold up.
And he got to think about the wrist injury that he's been sustaining and the hip injuries now that rekindled itself. So you got to add another 2 games there.
So wait a minute.
The hip injury.
Wait a minute. So
he had ankle injuries also.
So if you're going to hold him out specifically against Buffalo, then he'll never play a whole season.
Oh, if he misses games at the end of the season, I'm embracing it. I want it to happen because I think that's the Dolphin this year. I think if he misses the end of another season, he's done.
Well, how about the fact that the NFL wants to go eventually to 18 games? Now you don't think teams are going to think about, hey, maybe every couple games, hold on. Every couple games, we got to rest our starting quarterback. How many quarterbacks are going to get through 18
that only
games?
applies to the Dolphins.
You're talking about load management.
Pardon me?
Well, that would be the Dolphins. The Dolphins will be doing that after week 3.
Yeah, I say. So you guys are saying we should hold out 2 on day games and night games?
No, just hold them out against Buffalo.
Any of the games that are on local or national television.
Or national television,
or international. Hold them out those 2.
Yeah. We're going to go with a new quarterback like they do in college.
That's why we haven't won an international game in God knows how long. So, we might have to take the international one now.
On games that end with a Y. On days that end with a Y.
Oh, God.
What if our season comes down to we missed the playoffs because of a game that Tua just was held out of because they didn't want him to play against a certain team.
And then it goes on them.
Then they'd be like,
that's on the team.
Then they'd be like, if Tua played that game, we would have made the playoff.
Hey, CCRR with the comment of the day. I'm shocked Karate didn't fix him.
Yeah, because he did take martial arts to help him.
But not of all those games that Tua lost. Even though he missed the game, what if we won all the games he missed and we still missed?
He went to a karate birthday party.
Hey, Crypto, you know how to sum it up, bro. I tell you, man.
While everyone claps.
That sums it up.
Yeah.
Look, man,
we got this new 18-game schedule. That's what's coming, boy.
Yeah,
it's
we're
gonna
going
be
12 and 6,
like
baby.
crazy.
12 and 6, baby.
It's gonna be brutal.
8 and 10. 8 and 10.
Yeah,
Now,
8 and 10. More like it.
I heard the players don't want to allow an 18-game schedule.
No, they get more money.
If I was a player, man, I think they should all get together and say something about, man, you motherfuckers want to add on another week, man. Like, come on, man. Put something else.
It'd be 2 by week.
More money, man.
Well,
and then they're going to go to the playoff game. Everybody makes the playoff.
Goodell himself has said he wants the Super Bowl on President's Weekend.
Would the players earn 5%?
Well, that means you're going to. That means you got to add another playoff game.
Because he wants
you
to
add
be
another playoff team.
Goodell's a chump.
8 playoff teams instead of 7. 8 teams.
Goodell's a globalist.
Under that.
Well,
it'll eventually be 8 teams in the playoffs.
No, you know what's going to eventually happen? You're going to have teams. You're going to have a European division. Watch, it's coming.
They need to bring it in.
I'd like to know who was the.
I got to fix this whole international thing. I don't think anybody should play a home game. I think every game should be a road game in a different country.
Yeah,
give me that.
Nobody should play a home game.
I want to play in Dubai.
That's what should happen. I think we should be playing in Afghanistan, Kuwait, North Korea, freaking damn Chile.
Actually, hold on, Crypto. You're on to something. I demand to have the Buffalo Bills versus Miami game to be played in Kuwait at Al Jabbar Airport.
Yeah, so we're gonna have.
Exactly.
We're gonna
You know why I'm saying that, right, Crypto?
Yeah.
the games in Afghanistan and
Because
Saudi
I don't want to hear.
Arabia.
I don't want to hear about the Miami Heat ever again after playing in Kuwait.
Yeah.
We're
Because
gonna have,
Kuwait's honestly
and
the
we're gonna
hottest place I've
have
ever been to on Earth.
in Qatar.
Exactly. He's
We're
the
gonna have
hottest
a
place on
game
the planet.
in Qatar, and we're gonna have a game in all these countries just for the cheerleaders alone.
I just do it on
There
an
you go.
air.
There you go.
Okay,
In
the
Dubai.
cheerleaders in Qatar. Oh man, that's where it's at.
Talk. You got to go right in the middle of the Persian Gulf on
Who
the
was the
aircraft carrier.
who was the well, how about this?
You have a
You have
game
the
in the Persian
Vegas
Gulf.
Raiders.
Yeah.
You have the Vegas Raiders versus the Seattle Seahawks in Tokyo, Japan.
There you go. That'll work.
Oh no! Look. We're gonna have a team in Ukraine, and we'll call them the Minerals.
Yeah.
There you go. The Minerals.
Who was the brain that put the
No,
Dolphins in the AFC?
we'll call them the front. We'll call them the Ukraine front line.
Tell me that somebody. Who was the brain that put the Dolphins in the AFC East anyway, man?
And the AFC
you gotta remember.
I know. Hey. Even Ryan Tannehill was like, "Y'all aren't in the South."
Yeah, he didn't even know what division that everybody was in.
He's
So,
like, "You're all in the South because you're so far south."
Fred, to answer your question, why were we putting the AFC East? From what I understand, it was due to the AFL and NFL merger, and they voted on it.
Yeah,
that's how it happened.
What would you rather be in, the AFC South?
Well, when it first started, remember when NFL first started, it was AFC East, AFC Central, and NFC West.
Yeah.
AFC Central, AFC East, and West.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's why we were in the East first.
I can't remember a year where there were two good teams in the AFC South.
Damn.
That's why we can't get anywhere.
I did understand. They did when they did realignment.
Yeah, it was only the Colts, really.
It's only one.
And then the Titans, but they went to the Super Bowl like real early when they first became the Titans.
Yep. There's the Texans have had their few good runs, but there's only ever one good team in that division, or no good team in that division. There's never
Who's all in the AFC South?
Texans, Titans, Colts, and Jags.
Yeah, put the Dolphins over in that division.
Yeah.
I want to say the last time they had two good teams is when the Jags and Texans made the playoffs. That was the last time.
When would that have been? 18 or something?
Remember the Jags and Chargers went at it, and they freaking there was like a comeback.
That was like a comeback. It was a 27-point comeback. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Who was
Jags Chargers? You're right.
Lawrence, right? That was Blake Bortles.
Trevor Lawrence's first playoff game. Yeah.
It wasn't Blake Bortles. It was Trevor Lawrence.
It was Trevor. It was Trevor Lawrence. It was his first
and
playoff
versus
game.
Justin Herbert.
Yep. Right, Ali.
So that
was both of them first playoff game.
Yeah, that was the last time I want to say they had two good teams. Otherwise, it's just one team that comes out of there every time.
Yeah, there's probably been some years where our team might have been good enough to even win that division, which it's not really something proud to say, but it almost feels like sometimes that division
Well,
winner
actually-
is kind of the odd man out in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think every team that won that division has won at least one playoff game. That's the division winner. They hosted that first one and they won.
That is true. Because the year, you guys remember the Titans used to have Eddie George, and he was they were one yard out of the Super Bowl.
1 yard, yeah.
I'll never forget it. Very last play, he leaped to the end zone and missed it by 1 yard, bro. I was so mad.
Yeah,
scrambling to get in.
Yeah, that Dyson. Yeah. You were talking about the Dyson play, Tommy?
Yeah, Kevin.
It was I can't remember who they were playing, but they had to do was win the game, and freaking he at the very end he dove for the end zone and missed it by 1 yard.
Yeah, that was against the Rams.
Yeah, the Rams.
That was the Rams game. That was against the Rams.
Are you
when
sure?
they
I
had
thought it
that
was against the
thing.
Ravens.
No, that was the
Are you talking
Rams.
Super Bowl or AFC?
No, to get into the Super Bowl, to the AFC
Oh, get in.
Championship.
Okay, I
Oh,
misunderstood you. I'm sorry.
Ollie, I think you're confusing that with the Super Bowl play where he fell short like by 1 yard at the last second.
Maybe it was the Super Bowl. I thought it was the
Yeah,
AFC.
because it was the Super Bowl. He caught it.
Bro,
He
it's been
dove,
so
but he
long
fell
ago. I
1
could be
yard
wrong. I'm
short.
sorry.
I know it was a lot. Yeah,
That's
it was
okay.
a lot.
That's
I
when
could
the
be wrong.
Rams had the greatest show on turf.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was the Janet Jackson Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Remember that
No,
fondly?
The Janet Jackson one was the Panthers and Patriots.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Was
It
it?
was. That was like a year after, I think.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that was the Super Bowl that the halftime show was more popular and more entertaining than the game itself.
In the game, yeah.
Because the Panthers got smoked like really bad.
That Panthers Patriots. There was a Ricky Prohl went to my high school and he got tackled by a safety, Sean Mayer, who also went to my high school. It was like a huge thing in my town. There was like a photo of the tackle.
Oh, the Panthers Super Bowl with Cam Newton wouldn't try to fall on the fumble. That game.
Yeah, the fumble, or the safety too.
Yeah.
What year
Did Von Miller win like the MVP or something like that? Who won the MVP in that? It was a defensive ball.
I think that was Von Miller.
That was Cam Newton in that Super Bowl against the Patriots.
Yeah.
Cam Newton? Yeah, that was Cam
Yeah,
Newton.
that was Super Bowl 50, by the way. And you know what's funny? I want y'all to think about this. In Super Bowl 50, they said that was the first time that two number one overall picks played in against each other in the Super Bowl.
Ooh, what?
The first time that two number one overall picks played each other in the Super Bowl.
Oh, I see.
Who are the two number one overall picks?
Peyton Manning and Cam Newton.
I can't hear. There was too much feedback. What was that again?
Cam Newton and Peyton Manning were number one.
Oh yeah.
I think we're getting some feedback from you.
Yeah.
You may not
My bad. All I remember is the Patriots were down 28-3. I thought this game's done, and the Patriots came back in overtime.
Yeah.
I went around talking to all my buddies. I said I'd have fired everybody on the spot the next day.
And you know, Malcolm Butler got a big contract the following year after that, bro.
Oh, against the Seahawks, yeah, when he caught that interception, that's another blown call.
They gave that guy a massive contract after that.
You have beast mode and you try and pass it from 1 yard out.
Yeah.
That's another blown one.
I think Richard Sherman was about the most noticeable dude that was mad at that call to anybody on that team, man.
You know the guy. Hold on, you guys.
They were celebrating. They was basically celebrating the win.
I mean, they might have won 3 in a row if they won that second one.
You know, the guy that supposedly made that call is in house, right?
What?
You guys don't know this?
Oh yeah,
Darren
Bevel. Yeah, Darren Bevel.
Darren Bevel supposedly is the one who made that call and got fired over it. He's our quarterbacks coach. You guys know that, right?
I never knew that. I honest to God never knew that.
We're definitely going. We're going 2-15.
That makes me wonder what has Frank Smith been involved with then? What is his story?
And that's what I've been arguing, Joe Rist. I want to talk about this real quick. So I've been arguing that for the longest time that McDaniel's issue is that he needs to find himself in a new offensive coordinator. And people are like, no, Frank Smith's great. If Frank Smith is so great, why is McDaniel making all the calls himself, let alone when they talk about Frank Smith, they talk about him coming down to help out the offensive line training and helping Butch Berry and everybody else with the offensive line. It's never about call play or play calling. I'm sorry. And that's my issue with Frank Smith. I understand he's a great teacher. He's going to teach you technique and all that stuff. But I'm sorry, but if you're not going to use him to call plays, then what's the point?
I know what Frank Smith's job is. He does the press conferences for the offensive coordinator. That's what.
There you go. Yeah, that's reasonable sport.
What's Slowick going to be doing now, Ali?
Who's going to do what? Say that again.
What's Slowick going to be doing now that they hired, bro?
Eating potato chips.
Yeah, with next to on the couch.
He's gonna make sure that they're gonna be eating plantains and
Sitting on the couch eating potato chips.
Drinking
chips
beer.
and plantains.
And watching porn.
Who are you
Come
guys
on,
talking
man.
about? Who is
Come on, man. Give me
They got
something
throwing the porn.
Gonna be watching his Super Bowl on the Super Box. That's what he's gonna be doing.
Yeah, he just bought. He just bought one on Amazon.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Be serious, man. Would they hire
You're serious.
You're not being serious.
Wait, who
He's
is?
gonna drink beer and watch porn.
Right, what you mean? You don't think they're gonna be eating chips?
I'm being serious. I'm being serious. And don't call me Shirley. I'm being serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Too many damn coaches.
Don't you realize? But it's a lot of. But you got to remember, they got a lot of chips too. We got chip for every coach.
Wait, who is Slowick? I don't know about this.
He's the guy. He's the guy from the Texans that they fired. We hired.
For what position?
We just have him as an offensive assistant, I think, or run game coordinator or something like that.
He's a pass game coordinator.
Pass game coordinator. I'm sorry.
All right, so now definitely I'm asking what the fuck this Frank's into.
Exactly. That's my whole point, bro. Thank you.
The guy's just
That's Mike McDaniel's job too. Pass game coordinator, man. That belong to Mike McDaniel. Right?
What's the best drink? What's the best drink shake for the chips that they're gonna be having on Sunday?
Coke soda, bro.
I would say mojitos, yes.
Coke soda and potato chips. That's
Cherry Pepsi. Get a cherry wild cherry Pepsi.
Yeah, there you go.
Cherry Pepsi. Wow, man, Ali, I haven't had that in a while.
I'm sorry, I refuse to drink Coke products, so yeah, I'll take a wild cherry Pepsi.
And I refuse to drink Pepsi, so we're in the same boat.
Okay, no problem. You know,
very wild.
I'm not forcing it on you.
What's wrong with Pepsi
product?
They taste the same to me. Coke soda and Pepsi taste the same.
No. I think Pepsi
RC Cola is better than all of them.
Pepsi
Yeah,
tastes
Pepsi
better,
more sweeter,
but
like
they're a
Mr.
bunch
Coke.
of chumps.
Well, personally, Coke. Let's just say my reason for not drinking Coke is political. I'll just say that.
Okay, my reason for not liking Pepsi because it tastes like shit.
My reason for not drinking
Wait a minute, I mean, they got the best commercial of all time.
We used to usually clean the grill at the cook station. That's who we used to clean the grill. You pour some Coca-Cola on, some Pepsi on
Yeah,
Hey, you remember?
pour on a battery.
brick and clean it.
Hey, you know they got the most iconic commercial, Ali, of all time, right?
Who,
It was
Pepsi?
made in Coke, the real thing. Was made in the 70s. That's one of the most iconic songs.
Real thing, baby.
No, not that one. No,
Not that one, shit.
not
I
that
think
one.
I got to do what Crystal
No.
talking about, but I'm not saying the word.
Yeah, it's called The Real Thing. I like to teach the world to sing a perfect harmony. That one.
Oh my
That was the one they made in the 70s.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
They keep it company. It's the real thing.
Hey, Ali,
That one.
So when you go to
think
McDonald's, you don't get a drink or fast food. You don't go to fast foods then.
hey, Ali, you might think this is some weird shit, man. But whether it be Coke or Pepsi, bro, I like to chug it, bro. You know how it burns your throat. I like to chug it and see how much I can take, man, before it starts burning my throat. Get real good fucking.
That's a pure acid. That's
Hey, listen,
It's pure acid. Right
actually,
there.
I only drink Coke with my rum. So if I drink Coke, if you see me drinking Coke, it's because it has liquor in it.
Well,
So,
wild
this is
theory
how far I'll
Let me
go.
guess, Jack and Coke.
This is how far I'll go. This is how far I'll go without drinking Coke products. To be honest, I would rather drink RC Cola than Coke.
You see, RC Cola is actually good.
The same thing.
You gotta drink the black RC Cola.
It's RC.
I'm telling you, me and Coca-Cola, the brand, don't get along. I'll leave it at that. It's for a different show. that I'll talk about later at another time. But I refuse to drink Coke products. Even at McDonald's, I give my drink to my kids, and I'll go to the grocery store to buy a Pepsi for real.
I get it. I get it. Just get an iced tea at McDonald's.
Yeah, I get iced tea mostly at McDonald's. To be honest. If I go to McDonald's, I get iced tea. Say that.
Coca-Cola
You don't drink Gatorade?
in Miami.
I don't drink Gatorade. No, I don't.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Okay, those Gatorade is Coke. No,
What about what about that soda? What about that soda that just says cola on it, bro? Just says cola.
Oh well, that can be.
Is that made by Coca-Cola?
I don't know, Ali. I don't know, Ali.
If it's made by Coca-Cola, I'm trying to avoid it at all costs.
It doesn't say Coca-Cola, Ali.
You
It
went
just
into
says
El
cola.
Presidente to see that.
It don't say bottled by Coke. A lot of bottled by
No, it don't. It just has cola on it, bro.
All I know is that if they only have Coke products, I either ask for a sweet tea or water, but I try to avoid Coke products as much as possible.
Yeah, because McDonald's that's all they sell now is Coke if you go to McDonald's.
Yeah, that's why I usually either get a water or sweet tea normally.
Right. And Taco Bell only sells
Pepsi products.
Pepsi products.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's because Pepsi, I think, owns them. I think Pepsi owns them or something.
They own KFC.
Young brand.
Yeah,
it's a young brand. Young brand.
Also, Long John Silver's. Long John Silver's owned by the same people too.
Long John Silver's.
That's true.
I love Long John Silver.
Bro, I'm not kidding. When I was a kid, I used to love that place. When I was a kid.
That's what she said I had. She said I had a Long John Silver.
They still have one in Fort
You
Myers.
never see people at Long John Silver's though.
And they still have one in Fort Myers.
Captain D's.
You never see
They got one
people in
closer than Fort Myers. It's supposed to be one up in.
I want to say it depends where you go, Tom, because there's some Long John Silver's that still do.
Up in Broward
There's
County.
a Long John
I
Silver's.
thought they went out of business, to be honest with you.
There's a Long John Silver's in St. Petersburg. I ain't never
I thought they went out of business.
They're across the street from me.
No, they just moved out of the area, Crypto.
So what they did, mostly Tonk, to get business, what they did is KFC, who I guess that company owns Long John Silver's also, they just combined it. So they have KFC Long John Silver's. So now it looks like they're always busy.
I never see anybody in those either.
Maybe I can look it up that way up here.
Hey, Shake, you ever notice that when you go to McDonald's, man, you put your cup under the machine right there, hit the button, the cup against the button. You ever notice how it comes out like a little brown and then white too? Like it's a little bit of soda and water too. What's up with that, bro? What's up with that?
Well, because it's the bags and the white stuff is actually the C2O, whatever the mix it is.
It's
that shit is watered down.
It's mixing a combination of syrup and soda water at the right.
Yeah,
soda water.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Because I was like, oh, they
That's
cheating
the way
shit
it is at the movie theaters. Some products at the movie theaters the same way. It just mixes it up. It's all in one machine. That's the way it is at the movie theaters.
By the way, the McDonald's Coke is different than every other Coke out there. They have their own formula in McDonald's.
Whoa.
Is that why it tastes like? Is that why it tastes so much like African?
I have no idea, but they have a different. They said
that about Taco Bell, by the way. They say the Mountain Dew and the Pepsi at Taco Bell has its own formula too. So I've heard that about both places. That's kind of funny.
I've heard that it's more dialed in because they service them more. Like McDonald's has its own like service fleet for the soda machines, so they have the carbonation ratio dialed in to like an exact for McDonald's.
I don't know what's nastier though. I don't know what's nastier, Mountain Dew or toilet water.
Yeah, Mountain Dew's gross, man. Like
I would say Mountain Dew is toilet water tastes much better, Shake.
Yo, Mountain Dew's the shit. What you talking about?
Y'all realize that Mountain Dew has orange juice in it?
Hey, if you can put a formula get addicted to Mountain Dew, I was at one point where that's all I would drink for the life of me. It gave me kidney stones, and then since then I only have a Mountain Dew every once in a while. I'm more of a Pepsi kind of guy. Yeah, Mountain Dew used to be good, not anymore though.
I don't
Well,
understand.
if you like Mountain Dew, try Mellow. You ever try Mellow Yellow?
Mellow Yellow is
Yeah, I like some of the newer flavors. The best one that I used to drink like crazy was the original, the first edition of it. They used to have this thing called Game Fuel, the first edition of it, and it was like had like 30% caffeine. It was something ridiculous. And
orange, right?
Say that again.
Was it orange?
Yeah, it was orange, but it tasted like an energy drink. But
You know what it was? It was
Go ahead.
so when I used to play baseball, we used to have this drink called Power something, and it was just like that brand that you were just talking about.
You talking about Powerade?
No, it wasn't Powerade, but it was.
Was it green, like Surge? Something called Surge?
No. What you just said? What was the thing you just said?
Mellow Yellow.
Game Fuel.
Game Fuel. Okay, so it was like Game Fuel.
But Game Fuel was a brand of a flavor of Mountain Dew, right?
Yeah. They make it every once in a while, but the original one was the best.
That was like
It had different consistency than Mountain Dew though.
I don't know which one. What was it called, Tom?
Well, they got different. They got Baja Mountain Dew, and they got all different flavored ones now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it had more of a consistency like Gatorade than soda.
You're thinking of Powerade. You're thinking of Powerade.
No, I'm not. No, it's not Powerade. It's Power. It's not Powerade. It's Power something, but it's not Powerade.
Power Steering.
Look it up. Yeah.
Austin Powers.
That literally had me turn. I was turned off that Power Steering.
I'll tell you one thing that was real good. Was Tang. Some good Tang.
Crypto, you stepping on some toes. That thing, man.
Yeah, Tang is real good.
What was it?
That thing was out this world, bro.
Yeah, I love Tang. That stuff was good.
Nah, I couldn't. I usually couldn't get it at the right taste, man. Like too much powder or not enough.
You have to have the right mix. Yeah, you got to make sure you mix it. Get some real ice cold water. Just throw it on the ice cubes and push it up that way. And let it melt.
Didn't you know that? I don't know if you know this, but Tang had it was made with prunes. They call it poontang.
Poontang.
Have you ever had that? That was good.
I have some squirt today. You ever had some squirt?
Some squirt. Yeah, that's good.
It was called.
The squirt is good. Because I love grapefruit. That's the thing, Joe. See, the thing is, Joe, it basically was a grapefruit soda. It was good. I like it. That's all it was grapefruit soda. I love grapefruits. They're like one of my favorite fruits. And boy, you can find some good grapefruit. Yeah, that's what it was. It was grapefruit soda. It was good. Yeah, that's what squirt was. It was good. Yeah. I don't see too much in the stores no more. I have to make it myself.
Oh my God!
I'll tell you another soda you don't see much in the stores now. It's called Knee High.
Knee High. Yeah, that's right. Knee High grape soda.
Yep.
Knee High grape, Knee High orange. Yeah, I remember the Knee Highs.
Yeah,
Knee High. Damn. They even had strawberry Knee High one time, right, Mr. Pope? Did they have a strawberry version of that?
No. Crypto. Here's the one they had that was real good. They had a peach soda. Knee High had a peach.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Squirt.
They got big.
It's a crazy name, dog. But yeah, I don't know. It was a crazy name, but
that big red, that was like a red cream soda almost, wasn't it?
Yeah, you had big red
cream soda
too.
It's like a red cream soda, right, Joe?
Yeah, well,
I
I
think
still
Cream
remember
soda
when
was
they,
cream soda was dope back in the day. I used to drink that at my grandma's house.
I can't
Yeah,
stand. I
the
can't
new, the
stand.
new, the new cream soda was terrible. I
I
don't
can't
like it.
stand neither one of
No,
them,
this was
man.
the
It's kind of
old
like the
school
new
cream
root beer.
soda.
It's just kind of like the new root beer. It's still good. Mark's
So
root beer was over there, or A&W, but now they don't make them good no more.
A&W root
They
beer
don't
is
make them
pretty
good.
good. It's cream soda, but
Yeah,
I
A&W is
was
the best.
a Big Red for
Yeah,
a
but
while.
you know what?
You know where I get?
So since RFK is banning all these artificial ingredients,
No,
so
Yeah.
not
like
just the
everything is
artificial
gonna start tasting a
additives like
lot
the
better.
color.
Because it's not artificial ingredients are made from fucking oil, petroleum.
Yeah. Well, so
Or the
Fucking
artificial
bullshit.
so
synthetic
you talk
synthetic
about
stuff.
root
Yeah.
beer. If you go
I
to
don't drink sodas anyways like that no more anyway. So
yeah,
this is
if you
nostalgia.
go to Cracker Barrel and go into their store, right, where they have all their retail stuff, you can buy the old school sodas and stuff there. And I usually get a 6-pack of Dad's
That
root beer.
shit's thick.
I
I
used to
have to
love
water it
Dad's root
down.
beer.
I have to I water it down with seltzer water.
what, root beer? No, that's
Never had
Well,
terrible.
just know those
You
old
can't put
country
no water in
sodas.
root beer.
Hey, does anybody remember? Does anybody remember Tab?
Yep.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
remember that. They had a better
basically, that's
taste.
like a Dr. Pepper. That's basically
Right,
like a
but
Dr. Pepper.
yeah,
Does
but they
anyone
had a better
remember
taste.
Fago?
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I know some people like that soda, but that tab had a bitter taste to it.
Hey, no, you know what a
They
tab
had
is? It's
a
what
cherry tab.
hey, the tab is what
I
Shay's
missed
gonna
that
be
one.
picking up when he's out here drinking when he's out here buying our drinks.
Yeah, tab, Mr. Pibb, the tab. Yeah, those are great.
Listen, I'll pay for your aluminum water.
The aluminum water.
Yeah, who said that? That was you, Crypto said, Mr. Bill.
Yeah, Mr. Pibb. I mean,
Yeah, man, you going back? You going back,
Yeah.
Crypto? You sure?
They made
Hey, by the way, speaking of which, Tonk, do you drink Liquid Death?
Yeah. The mountain
sparkling
water,
water, ain't
not
it?
the
Which one is your favorite? I like the Dead Billionaire
just
one
the
is my favorite.
just the mountain water. I don't like any other ones. I just like
Oh, I like the Dead Billionaire.
I like the sparkling one.
Nah, because
I like the citrus one. Citrus one.
use that fucking what's that sweetener?
Starts with an A.
Stevia.
Aspartame.
No, stevia.
Stevia.
Like
Oh,
so I
stevia.
buy stevia as like a powdered sugar substitute.
Yeah.
Because it's like good, it's good to dip fruit and stuff in, but when it's in a drink, it's gross. I don't know, it's gross.
I don't know. I have no problem with the Dead Billionaire. Particularly
But I just buy the
Yeah.
mountain water. I don't like the sparkling water. I just buy the
Well,
mountain
Ali, I get the citrus one, the one that's got the gold emblem on it.
Yeah,
That's
that one
kinda
isn't
like
bad
it.
either. That one's pretty good too. But I usually
So,
get that
hey,
or the
hey,
Dead Billionaire,
You
whichever
got
is good.
so Wiz Khalifa has one in crypto. You might like the Wiz Khalifa one.
What, a soda?
Is that citrus flavor or tangerine?
It's like citrusy.
Oh, okay.
What's it
Oh,
called?
okay.
It's
Yeah,
called
I
it's
like
like
the
it's called like
citrus,
it's
sparkling
like
water.
orange juice or something like that, or fresh squeezed or something. I think it's called like fresh squeezed.
Okay, yeah, I
But
like that one.
it's super tart and super citrusy like a grapefruit.
French squeeze squirt.
Yeah, oh yeah, I love that one then. Good
Hey,
Fred.
Ali, have you ever been to Turkey?
Fred, I might see you
Yes, I
some in New
have.
Jersey.
They have
Have
a
you
soda.
ever been in a Turkish prison?
They have a soda in Turkey.
I'm gonna send you some in New Jersey.
So long.
All right,
Joe
guys.
Risk, you went to Turkey?
No, but I've had a Turkish soda in Germany, and this soda is called Ulu Dog, and for some reason they have a.
I've heard of that.
Yeah, it's so good. It tastes like it's got you're basically getting diabetes as you drink it, but it's
Damn. This guy is that concentrated? Damn.
yeah, it tastes like like sugar flavored soda. It's crazy.
Jesus. Have a nice,
Sugar flavored soda.
have a nice tall glass of diabetes, bro.
Yeah, that's what
Damn.
I had to brush my teeth while I was drinking it. It was crazy.
That's how I feel about grape soda. Some grape sodas, it just seems like it's got way too much sugar. I'm like, no, it's terrible. I can't even drink it. No, I can't drink it.
Shit, orange soda.
It's got to be like sparkling water with a drop of like lemon or something in it, or or something.
Most of my
That's what I
sodas
like
got
Sprite.
rum.
Now the grape one's terrible.
Sprite and ginger ale, because the meat don't have that much sugar as some of the other sodas.
I like ginger.
I
Did you
just
guys
get some Welch's grape juice and pour it in the damn thing.
I think it's 7-Up that advertises it has antigens in it or something. God, what is it?
7-Up was one of my favorites.
Oh, hold on 1 second. Let me look it up.
Yeah, they're owned by
Yeah,
Canada
7-Up
right now. It's owned by
Yeah, but
Canada
7-Up and Sprite were pretty much the same.
Like
7-Up's all about
probiotics or something.
Yeah, it has like some type of anti something in it. Hold on. I'll tell you in 1 second.
Speaking of Canada Dry, ginger ale is always my favorite.
Hey, what was that fake ass orange juice crypto? You ever had that sunlight shit, bro?
Oh, Sunny D.
Antioxidants.
Sunny
They have
D,
the
Sunny D. Yeah.
Fake ass orange juice, bro.
I know it's real fake orange juice. I'm like, this is terrible. I used to hate when my mom used to bring that shit home.
Some Sunny Delight.
Sunny Delight. Like, this ain't no orange juice.
Yeah, it's like chemicals.
That's orange drink. That's not even orange juice. That's orange drink. I love that shit though.
It's like how you.
Yeah, it is a drink. You might as well get the mango drink shake if you're gonna do that.
Did you know 7-Up originally was intended as an antidepressant?
What?
No, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, it had an ingredient which was lithium citrate, which is a compound of something used for antidepressant.
Oh,
yeah.
Damn.
It's kind of like Coke. You know, back in the day, they used to use Coke as medicine. Same thing.
Good damn. Trace of cocaine was inside of Coca-Cola for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a small trace of it was in there.
That is true.
There's Michael K just catching strays and he's not even here. Love it.
Yeah.
I think he got pissed at me because I was trolling him in the chat for a while.
He took his ball and went home, Ali.
It wasn't fun for him when every time he tried to get me, I was getting him.
He took his ball and went home. Now,
yeah, it's like this isn't fun anymore.
Don't make the Buffalo Bills fans mad, Ali. The team might take it out on their quarterback.
You know what? I'm going to go ahead and say it. Fuck the Bills. I don't give a flying fuck about anyone from that god-awful town that they should really just nuke, to be honest, and get good riddance. You know what? Fuck it. You know what? Donald Trump, you want to make a good deal? Sell Buffalo to Canada.
Yeah.
There you
sell them the Buffalo.
Give it to them on the low.
No, we're going to just buy Canada and call it New York.
Just make the Niagara Falls bigger. Just carve it out. Just kind of dump it.
There you go.
Well, y'all tripping up here. Ali,
then you have to move the Nikola Tesla statue away.
Yeah.
They have a Tesla statue in Buffalo?
Yeah, Nikola Tesla did.
No, his name is on the water turbines. Oh, he has a
No,
statue there too?
they got a thing there. Yeah, they have a memorial thing.
Oh,
Like a
okay. I've never been there. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I just know from learning about him that that's the only thing, because his technology he basically all gave away. So there isn't really much
they
stuff
do
that
have
has
a-
his name on it.
He's got an airport named after him in Serbia. I've flown in there in Belgrade.
Oh, well, I mean, okay,
In
but
Belgrade?
but
Oh, okay.
that's like one other place. It's like
Yeah, it's a Nikola Tesla airport. It's nice
yeah,
to-
but that's right, but that's it. Like he should be on so many other things, but he's not.
I don't even know how much time he ever spent in Serbia, or if he did.
No, I've never been.
That's
No.
my question. Has he even been
Is
over
that
there?
where he's from? Isn't that where he's from?
I think he's Serbian nationality, but who knows if he even was there. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Who?
Well,
Well,
no,
that explains it. They got
he
the
brought
airport.
amazing technology
Well,
to
that
the
explains
world.
Who? Well, that explains
Nikola
it if he
Tesla.
Nikola.
Yeah, Serbian American.
Serbian American.
Yep.
Mm.
Oh,
He
born and
just
raised
wanted-
in the
he just-
Austrian Empire. It says.
He was just so
Austrian?
fixated. He was so
No,
fixated
he's like
on
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
on like the next piece of technology or advancement that he didn't really care to
Patent it or do nothing
yeah,
with it.
or keep
All
them,
the way
you know,
up.
or
So
sell
I
it.
got your answer, Joe Rist. Nikola Tesla did not have much of a relationship with Serbia. He did visit Serbia once in his lifetime and supposedly only stayed for 31 hours.
So he's just that's right. He was Serbian, so that's why they named the airport after him.
Spent the weekend, huh? That's all it took.
He was a genius.
I wish I could get airport named after me after spending one weekend in the place.
What?
Now they got crypto. What do you mean they got crypto arena?
Yeah, they do. Not an airport.
I'm going back there this year. I'll be in Serbia this summer.
Okay, you gonna fly over there, stay for 3 days?
It's funny. I'm
DVP
about
National
6 feet
Airport.
tall. Huh?
Not the DVP National Airport.
Yeah, yeah.
Damn.
That's what we got to name Miami or Fort Lauderdale. Just call it DVP for its
There you
airport code.
Yeah.
Damn.
Joe Rist, I need to get my passport, man. You talk about going to all these countries and stuff. I want to start going to them, to be honest.
I got my passport 2 years ago. I haven't.
Dude, I mean, I haven't been off the
Yeah, I
continent.
gotta
but I've
update
been
mine.
to
Mine's
Mexico,
expired. Mine
and I've been
expired
to
last
Canada.
year.
I've never had, well, I never needed it because I was in the military at first, but
Right, same
that's
thing,
why
Ali.
I
Yeah.
need a passport.
I didn't need it. Nah, I need it. Yep. I got it in
so Ali,
2014.
you
It
have
expired.
to. Yeah, but at the end, isn't it this month? Yeah, it's this month. If you don't have an enhanced ID, or if you don't have the little star on your
It's
driver's
different in different
license,
states, I think. I think
then-
each state is different.
I've
then
had
you're not gonna be able to
my
fly.
star. Hold on, I've had my star for the past like 3 years.
Yeah,
Florida
then you'll
already
be able
had
to
it.
fly with that.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. But
Anytime you
I don't
update
know.
your
I'll
license,
find
they
out.
give you the-
I fly all over the United States, no matter what. But
What do you fly, Delta or American, or what do you?
Oh, but you have a military ID that you're exempt from.
no. I still need to get a passport. But the military ID only gets me
No,
so
I meant for just domestic flights.
Oh yeah. But I have both. I have my military ID and I also have my driver's license, the upgraded one that has all the required stuff.
Yeah, I thought I had one. I was in Florida.
Yeah, in fact,
No,
I'm
you know what
gonna
I did?
pay
You know
for
what
that.
I did when I got my passport? I
Mhm.
took it to. What you can do is you could take it to the clerk of the court, and they'll
Mhm.
help you, and they'll certify it for you, and then send it in. It costs
Yeah.
like $40, but
Yeah.
but they make sure it's all correct. Like they
Yeah, I'm gonna expedite it when I get it. So I'm gonna pay the extra
because,
money.
and
That's fine.
you get it in like half the time.
Yeah. Yep. Hey, Crypto, real quick before I forget, because I know you and I had a conversation about this. I was gonna pay for the pre-check, right? But I know there's other ones. If I'm gonna be doing both international and domestic flights on the regular, which is the better one to pay for?
between the TSA
There's
one that
TSA pre-check, and there's one where they scan your eyeball and all that kind of stuff. Which is better?
Yeah, clear. That's clear. That's the clear one. That's called clear.
Okay.
And then they got
Do you know
another
which
one
one's
that's
better
called
to get?
global.
I'm going to be going international.
Called global. International ones are more suited for global entry. That's another one too. It's called global entry.
Global entry. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was told that some countries don't recognize pre-check and all that kind of stuff. So that's why I wanted to to verify.
Right. So you have to go to global entry. That's the one you're looking for. Then, if you're gonna do more international,
When I went
but
to
if you're gonna
Colombia,
do more
like 6
the
times.
islands and stuff, you can do Clear because Clear also covers concerts, sporting events, and as well as travel airports. So
Cool.
Clear has got more venues. It covers more venues. Because I use
Have
Clear to get in baseball games.
have you
Get
guys
access to
ever,
baseball, all that other stuff.
Joe Rist or Crypto? Have you guys ever gone to Europe and traveled by train at all?
Yeah.
Do they have like pre-check boarding and all that stuff as well? A train with train? I've never traveled by train. That's why I'm asking.
No,
it's
it's
a
pretty easy.
Europass.
Like,
Yeah, it's easy. Yeah.
it's almost like getting like a bus ticket almost with them. Like
Oh, it's kind of like Greyhound. Not they don't really check you for that. Okay. The reason I'm asking is my goal for next summer is to get the cheapest round trip ticket I can find to Europe. And then I'm going to jump on the Euro rail and just travel everywhere by train. I've never been on train before. But I think it'd be
That's cheap.
Yeah,
That's the cheapest way too. Yeah.
yeah,
He's
right, they
doing
are
better
cheap.
than me. I've never been on a train before.
Yeah, I've never been on a train before. I want to do it, so it'd be fun. It'd be like an adventure kind of thing.
Yeah,
to me.
I would. The train tickets there are cheap, so I would even get like an upgraded seat. Make sure you're comfortable. Got like
Oh yeah, we want to get a full like private room and all that. So definitely.
I've done it in Spain and Austria, Czech Republic, and Hungary. So I've been in like a few different areas in the train. It's so much easier than here, to be honest.
Yeah. And plus, your crossing is like the distance you would take.
But that's
to
like
go
the
from
only thing that's easier than here.
From Florida to Texas would be
I
like
love Europe,
you would be crossing borders in that same amount of train ride.
I want to move to Montenegro and just keep working. I work remote. I sell software, so I could work remote. That's why I travel so much. And I would love to just like spend half my year in the Balkans or something. The food the food is just so much better. The people tend to be friendlier.
Well, it doesn't have so much freaking factory
clean.
bullshit.
You don't see homeless people anywhere. Like it's everything there like runs really nicely. But
That's
like
true.
all those countries have political issues too. It's just if you're traveling for tourism, you don't really get wrapped up in that. So you don't really see that side of it.
No, you don't. Because it's mostly a local thing. It's isolated to local areas.
Yeah, the big cities that you're traveling to, you're not really going to see too much of that unless there's like
Right.
things going on or something.
Unless you're in Cyprus, they always go to the town square and go freaking nuts.
Yeah.
Not Cyprus.
It's every other year you see them having financial problems, bro.
I wouldn't be going to Cyprus right now anyway, with how close it is to all the action going on over there.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Hey, do any of y'all go to Jerusalem?
No, I've never been there.
I've never been there.
No,
It's
never been
Because
there.
I want to. I don't
go there.
Because I just even though like it's just I want to go to the Dome of the Rock, but I heard it's closed now.
Yeah, I mean,
Probably so. I imagine it probably is.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's stupid because it's
Yeah.
like from what they say, like I want to see I want to see if really there's a footprint there.
Yeah, I don't think too many people are planning their vacations to Jerusalem right now.
To Jerusalem,
They used
yeah.
to be fair though, prior to
Yeah,
what's
they
going on
definitely-
now, they used to, prior to even COVID, I remember seeing commercials for vacation spots there all the time.
Yeah,
My mom
yeah,
went there,
Tel
a
Aviv.
couple
Yep,
years ago.
yep.
All the time.
It was it was Jerusalem, Tel Aviv commercials all the time.
Joris, have you been to Greece?
Yeah, I went to Crete for a week in the summer.
That's my goal. I want to get to Greece, bro. It looks beautiful.
By the way, how's their wine? Have you ever tried their wine, Joe Rist?
Yeah. I went.
Good wine.
I went to like a olive oil and wine farm and had some wine there. I will say that same trip I went to Spain and Hungary, and the wine in both countries was amazing.
Was their wine fresh footed?
Yeah, the wine in Spain is good.
Yeah, but hold on. Have you been all around the United States?
Yeah, I've been to like 40 of the states.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, maybe 42. I used to.
I've been to like I think I've been
I'm
to
up
30.
I'm up
I think
the
I've been to
30
32.
something. Yeah, I'm in the 30s now. Yeah.
Outside of Texas, I have
would
not
say-
been anywhere west of the Mississippi.
want to say the
I like
the Great Plains. I haven't been to Montana or the Dakotas, and Idaho, Washington, and Oregon. Those are the only ones I haven't been to.
Man, you
And
got
Alaska and
very
Hawaii. So yeah.
Yo, Crypto,
The
you
Great.
should come out here and we should do a trip from Seattle, like all the way to the
I want to
Dakotas.
at least do right.
And then
Do
I'll
the
fly,
Dakotas and
and then
Idaho.
we'll fly.
Yeah.
We'll fly. You know, you fly home, I fly home.
Idaho
But
Falls.
dude, there's so much dope shit along the top of the United States. It's amazing.
Crater, what's that, Moon Crater Park, whatever, near Yellowstone?
Yeah, I want to be able to go. Yeah, explore that Yellowstone, Cheyenne. Go to Cheyenne where the freaking geysers are at.
And then you got South Dakota near the what's the Mount Rushmore, all this stuff out over there.
Yeah, the Stone Mountain. Well, not Stone Mountain, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's the same area I'm
Black
missing.
Hills.
I haven't been up in those states, pretty much everywhere else.
Yeah, I gotta hit the Dakotas and Montana up.
But
That's a lot of territory that you got to cover. But Montana's a huge state. So
if anyone is looking at like countries to go visit in Europe, I can't recommend Croatia enough. Like that, it was insanely.
Oh, you like Croatia?
Yo, what's it like? Because is it similar? Because
Germany is my
thinking about
favorite.
going over there. What's it like
All
with,
of them.
with women? Like, are they more attracted to like our accents?
No, I mean they don't really like. Honestly, I think they have better values over there than they tend to do
Oh
here.
well, hold on. I ain't worried about that. I got mad, dude. I'm mad.
That's
I'm
a
crazy
little
with the
one,
world
About
and
the
shit. I don't
looks,
be
they're
doing fucked up
significantly
shit.
more attractive too.
How many red light districts they got other than the ones you see in what's it called? Do they have that as well as
No, because
Croatia?
I'm the type. No, what I'm saying is, I'm the type of person. Like, if I went over there and I met a chick, I would consider staying there and like move my career over there.
In Croatia?
No, to Europe.
Oh, Europe in general. Oh, okay. I was say I haven't been to
Because like
Croatia,
what
so
I
I
do
can't
for a
say.
living, I could do it in any country.
Yeah, you work remote, or you're just saying you could find work because you're.
So I can do both. I could find work and I can work remote.
Because I think ideally, if you live over there, you still want to work for like a U.S. or Canadian company because you're probably making more money if you're working for one of those companies. Even though you're living over there. Like if you
Well, just what I do, but what I do, it's being integrated into like construction practices. So more and more construction companies are looking to hire people like me.
You're saying it's like it's not very common.
So like when you so like there's a test called a blower door test at the end of a project where you depressurize the
blower
house.
door. Is that
Like Germany does passive house building. Switzerland does passive house. Like actually Northern Europe has really, really good building codes. We actually follow building codes from the international it's called the international IECC, but a lot of the building codes that the world looks at come from Europe. And they're the ones who started what's called passive house, where it's so like you could heat up a 2,500 square foot house with a fucking hairdryer.
Jesus, you save a ton load of money on that.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. They build houses in the ground and shit, and with like 5 feet of dirt above the house, and like they're really big on alternative energy. No, it's just I don't know. I could go to Australia. I could go to Australia and do what I do for a living. I could go to India and do what I do for a living. It's crazy, dude.
Well, to your point, Tonk, Europe's real big on that kind of progressive.
Yeah, I know. Like I would be able to find it, like, and I
geothermal houses and stuff. Yeah,
I'm saying I could like find a job making local income and probably make good money.
Yeah, you should just move to Iceland or something.
Oh, you get free energy for life there. If you go to Iceland, they got all those freaking geysers and freaking what's it called?
Or I could like get more certifications and I could get a job like there's like Ireland will pay people to live on this island close to Ireland that has really good they have really, really good internet basically. So they'll pay you to live there and work remotely. There's a few countries in Europe that will do that because
Greenland.
they need
Well,
people to live
Dominican,
there.
$100,000, you good to go.
That's
Yeah, it's
Greenland does it
crazy.
too.
Yeah,
For
they
science.
are.
Antarctica, you can do it.
Because they physically need people there.
Yeah, you can go to Antarctica and live there just to work as like a cook for the scientists or like do a general job there.
I mean, someone
That's a
like
hell
me,
of a
I'd be
thing to
willing to
say.
do it. Like, if it
Sacrifice.
were up
I
to
don't
me,
know
I'll
about
be on
you.
the first flight. If it were up to me, I'd be on the first flight to Mars. But
That would be a true culture shock for me. I ain't gonna lie. Plus, I don't like the cold like that. That would be. I would like. I would
I
go
mean, even
spend
though
probably a month there, and I'll be done. I'll be after 130 days. I'm like, okay,
I'd
get me back.
I'd be
I'll go to Chile.
studying
I'll go
like
anywhere.
the whole
But
time. I'd be reading and studying and learning and shit. I'd come back with a fucking degree and fucking like all that time. Who was talking about earlier who likes to read crypto? You'd read 10,000 books. What are you talking about? Crypto? You'd have time to read 10,000 books on the way to the freaking bar.
You'd be working.
no, I wouldn't be doing that.
You'd be like sitting there on
driving
a fucking one of those stationary bicycles to keep, so you don't, because you have to like stay moving because your body. So it's crazy like space, but
but you got to be doing like science and stuff while you're on the way. They make those science. They're not just like hopping up there and hanging out for a ride. They're like working on this on what
you gotta do science.
Yeah. I don't know what they're doing, but I know it's science.
She blinded me with science.
I do. If you can work remote, I highly
Portrait motion.
Like I just like I worked for a month from Europe last year, and it was the best thing I decided to do.
You say Iceland's the Croatia?
Croatia is. I would recommend the Balkans if you don't speak another language.
What's the climate like there?
But you know what's
always
crazy?
sunny, and it's like Southern California there.
You know what's crazy was I went to Mexico. I went to Tijuana 5 years ago, and I walked across, like I went to San Diego and I walked across into Mexico. Yeah. So I crossed over the border by foot, and then I rented a car when I was in Tijuana, and I drove around all over the place. But what was crazy was, like, if you just put yourself in another country, you'll learn the language. Cause like, you have to understand the street signs and like I don't know. I was just picking up the language really quick.
Spanish is definitely easier in that regard because we've been surrounded by it for most of our lives, just in like people around our country, school systems, things like that. I agree with what you're saying. Like immersion is the best way to learn.
Yeah.
Croatia's real close to Italy.
That's basically strategy Rosetta Stone
That
uses to
looks
teach
dope, actually.
is do immersion.
About Dubrovnik. I don't know if you're into like DJs, but Shaq actually DJs at this one club in Dubrovnik that I went to. It's an old fortress in the wall there that surrounds the city, converted into a club. It's awesome. Yeah, but if English is fine there. I went to another place I recommend is Belize in Central America. I went there a few weeks ago.
Robert was about that.
Yeah, you could use the US dollar there. The conversion's 2 to 1, so it's easy to know how much to spend. And it's only a 2-hour flight from here.
You said Belize is?
Yeah, Belize. It was.
They have Cape tube, tube caving or some shit like that.
I did see that.
So that's right next to Guatemala.
Yeah, it is. In fact, I met so many European girls that were traveling from Guatemala into Belize. It was fantastic.
Oh man, dude, I gotta go to Belize.
Is this a 2-hour flight from Florida?
Yeah. Tonk, how old are you?
38.
So I know this travel company that like lines you up with other solo travelers, and it's like 75% women or greater. Like when I went to Greece for a week.
For real?
Yeah, I was the only dude with 9 women, and like
damn, that shit's crazy, dude. Yo, straight up, women act different when there's more of them and there's less men.
Yeah, so and it targets solo travelers age 25 to 40.
Like it's crazy, dude. That's what it's like living in Portland. That was one of the reasons why I struggled to leave Portland, because the girl to guy ratio in Portland is fucking crazy. No, it's amazing. It's amazing. It's beautiful. I remember I went with a group of girls to a bar, to multiple bars, and there was girls there and there was more than the dudes. And it happened multiple times. Like the dentist I went to, the dentist office, there was only one dude that worked there.
Hey,
so it's like like the Amazon on Wonder Woman.
But like, you know what's crazy was like people, like I don't know. It's just like the crime and stuff that happens in Portland is mostly just because of homeless people. It's not necessarily it's not necessarily like gangs or poverty, because Portland is really chill, and I think it's because there's just more women there. And like there's less like testosterone.
It's
because like picture if you go downtown and there's just more women than men, it's a lot calmer. There's less fights.
Everyone
there's
looks
less.
There's
less I don't know. It's just it's just
I imagine that's
it's
conflict.
crazy.
Yeah,
it is, and it's true.
Denver's that similar. Yeah. Hey, Ollie or Shake or someone. I know Bryson put in the chat. He was trying to get the link to join.
I'm gonna have to check out Belize.
Yeah, Tonk. You on IG? I can put you on that.
It's about 4 hours from me.
Yeah, just look up Tonk 7.
Is that your actual last name? 7?
No.
Oh.
That's for my my birthday.
You're Bryce, I'll send you the link.
In reference to my birthday.
1 second. I'll send you the link, Bryce.
The day or the month? You born in the 7th month or 7th day?
Oh, Bryson already got it. Never mind.
He was borneth on 7th dayeth. Lucky number 7. Lucky number 7.
All right, Tonk, I just added you.
Yeah, I'll follow you back.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'll be going to Chile in 2 weeks. I'm going to a soccer game there. I'm pretty.
Oh, which soccer game?
Colo.
Man, you sound like, you know who you sound like? You sound like I met this dude. He was the senior director at Snapchat. I met him right before COVID hit. And every time I talk to him, he's in a different country. And he showed me how he showed me who he was he Googled himself and showed me who he was. And one of the pictures you showed me was him and Jeff Bezos like 25 years ago. Like he told me, and it's like it's all true. Like it's all true. And he's like, yeah, me and Jeff Bezos were like, he was like, Jeff Bezos said to him one time, let's take over the world together. That's what he said to this dude. Damn. And I met this dude in West Seattle just randomly at a bar. And he saw me log into Snapchat and he was like, oh, hey, I like that you use Snapchat. I was like, yeah, I like this app. And then he started telling me about himself. Besides that, I never, like, if I wasn't in that bar at that one moment, I would have never met him. Yeah. And then COVID happened, so it fucked everything else up. So it's like, it's crazy.
Test 1 2 test.
We can hear you. We can hear
okay,
you.
sorry. My mic, I don't know why. My mic's been acting up lately. What's up, boys?
What's going on, man?
Not much.
What's going? Crack the bourbon open for the night. Buddy.
Bourbon?
Yes, sir.
Drinking bourbon now. You in Arkansas or you still in Arkansas? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Easy.
How you been, Crypto?
Oh, pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, Ollie,
the
soccer team, Ollie, is Colo. I don't know if
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever seen that.
Sorry, guys.
I bought a ticket online, and I found this thing where like you can sign up to go to like any soccer game in a different country and go with like a fan of the team, so that they can kind of give you like the inside experience going to like bars pregame and stuff like that.
That's awesome, bro. Let me know how that goes, because I'm interested in finding out how, like doing stuff like that. I want to do stuff like that.
Yeah,
I want to see someone. I remember growing up watching like different news stations or something, and they would show like a team in South America, like what the team that lost, and they would like flip a car over because they'd be so upset they'd flip cars over and stuff.
Yeah. So I'm looking at this all-inclusive trip to Greece.
So hey, have you been to El Salvador? Isn't it one of the safest countries now?
I don't know about that.
Because the president.
That's what they saying, bro. That's what they saying. They got all them criminals out of there.
No, the president has totally changed up that country.
Yeah. He went like full crazy.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
dude.
say crazy, but he went real heavy on the police and literally just like put a whole bunch of people in jail.
Yeah.
Crimes down.
No, and that's great. I mean, it's like those.
The gangs used to control that country. Dude.
Yeah, I know, man.
All of Central America was like that.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like when I heard that, I was like, I honestly never really thought I would hear that.
That's really cool, man. Because like the reason I went to Belize was like I feel like a lot of those Central American countries would be hard for me to travel like safely and effectively and comfortably.
I know, dude. You got to be careful.
But I still want to go see like those Mayan ruins and stuff like that.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
That's why I
That
believe
shit's so cool.
for that.
Yo, you know what's crazy was when I was in Tijuana, I was just playing around on Google Maps and I saw it said Abraham Lincoln statue, and I'm like, what? And so I went to it, and it was a big giant statue of him, and he was like, he was holding chains, like he broke chains, and it was it was completely black, the statue, and it was him breaking chains. And the reason why it's there is because during the Civil War, Lincoln used to write letters to the president of Mexico.
Got it. Say they're big fans. Big
Yeah.
fans of his work.
But I think it was way cooler than the statue of him in Washington, D.C. I mean, that was way bigger, but it's just, I don't know. It's just like seeing him in action. It's just a.
So I'm looking at this all-inclusive like flight to Greece. And there's this hotel, Kivotos Mykonos resort. And it looks beautiful. It's 5-star. It looks like something I've seen in a James Bond movie. For per person, and I could get myself a really nice suite with a pool and everything, with airfare and all. It's about $3,000, and it's about a 16-night stay. By the way,
dude, I mean Greece. You can get some awesome deals with Greece.
Yeah,
go island hopping and stuff. The one thing I don't like about Greece is you can't flush your toilet paper in like almost all of those islands and stuff, which is kind of like if you're trying to peg out at the island, that could get pretty gross. But yeah, that would be my only complaint about Greece. But yeah, I would recommend it, man. Like everything there is good.
I just want to go for the experience, bro. I want to experience Greece. I want to go to Spain. I want to go.
You know what's crazy?
Go Italy and go ahead. Go ahead.
My buddy, he went to Greece, and he's from Ukraine, by the way. He was adopted out of Ukraine, and he just went there once, and his card got stuck in an ATM, and like he went up to the banker, and they're like, "Are you American?" And he's like, "Yes." He's like, "We can't help you." And like the security guards like get lost and like lost his ATM card. Isn't that crazy?
That is kind of crazy.
No one stole it or anything, but it was just crazy situation.
I got my phone stolen, and I went to Colombia. And I was leaving a concert with these girls, and someone pretended to fall in front of me. And when I leaned over to not fall over him, someone slipped into my pocket and grabbed my phone. Like a coordinated attack. You got to be careful with that stuff. But thankfully, the girls walking behind me, they saw it and slapped it out of their hands and stomped on my phone so I could get it.
Nice.
But yeah,
Yeah,
you like, especially me. I'm pretty pale white, and I, a little bit taller than most people in Colombia. So like, I was sticking out like a sore thumb there. Now, when I went to Montenegro and Croatia, everyone there is like significantly taller than me. Like if you're 6 foot, you're short there.
Yeah.
It's easy to see how they have so many good basketball players.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, Bill Belichick and Nick Saban are Croatian.
Yeah, they are.
I thought Bill
I didn't know
was like
Saban was, but I knew
Azerbaijani
Belichick
or
was.
something.
I thought it was Bill Belichick and Jordan Saban.
Or is it Azerbaijan or Armenia or something? I thought that's what Bill was.
I know for a fact Nick Saban is Croatian. Croatian. Wow. Bill Belichick is no longer a citizen of the United States. He's actually Croatian.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Bill Belichick became a Croatian citizen and spoke with the men's national soccer team ahead of the 2024 Euros. This was per Fox Sports.
So hold on, was he born there?
Thanks for that info, Shake and Ali. That's awesome.
No problem.
Yeah.
What do you mean? So he's not from here, Bill Belichick?
No, he just became a Croatian citizen somehow. So I guess he gave up being a U.S. citizen.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Like, was he born? Where was he born?
Well, certain countries can let you just go there and gain citizenship for various factors.
Yeah, he has Croatian origins, so that's probably why they
but
allow
that
it.
doesn't mean that you have to forfeit U.S.
In some instances, it does.
Yeah, sometimes.
Right. There's instances of both. You can have dual citizenship.
Yeah.
It depends on the country, the other country, I think.
Yeah, I don't think any of the former Yugoslav
No,
countries
bro,
have.
I
dual.
hate Timo. Sorry.
One thing I do know about Croatia is, Zinfandel, right? The grape Zinfandel?
Yeah.
That and Primitivo, which is the Italian, is a clone from is Zinfandel. They're both clones from a grape. I forgot the name of the species, but it was originated in Croatia.
Yep. Croatia actually has some of the world's best olive oils too.
So I just found out Croatia does allow dual citizenship, just to clarify.
Oh, so maybe he didn't give up his, or you're saying he did give up his U.S.
He didn't give up
saying
his
he
US
has dual
citizenship, but he did become a Croatian citizen.
So there's no complications with like coaching or anything else like that with being a non-U.S. citizen?
No, this is saying he is a dual citizen.
Oh, I see.
What I'm reading.
No, because we've had lots of head coaches. What's his name was a coach over here, and he was from other countries. We had the head coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers was from another country. That coach LeBron.
What's interesting, I'm looking at the list of countries that don't allow dual citizenship. Like, I understand why, like Iran would not allow it. But there's some countries I'm actually surprised here. Austria does not allow dual citizenship. Japan does not allow dual citizenship. Let's see here. India. Everywhere else is I expected. Yeah, all these other countries I definitely expected, but it's just interesting that that those couple did not.
Hey, you like wine, Ollie?
I like some wines. It just depends. I'm more of a red kind of wine kind of guy. I don't like
I
white
love
wines.
wine. I'm a big wine guy.
And Croatia's a lot of wine and prosciutto. And cheese.
I like prosciutto.
Yeah, nonstop cheese, prosciutto, and wine.
So you had the original Zinfandel?
Did I?
Yeah, I forgot the name of the grape, but it's a clone
Zinfandel.
of-
No, that's correct. Zinfandel.
It's Zinfandel is a clone of a Croatian grape. I can't remember the name of it, but
Oh.
its origins come from Croatia.
Yeah, I can't remember. I went to one winery that specialized in whites on the way back from a national park there towards the top of Croatia.
Mm-hmm. You guys know the origin, or where was the first country to have wine?
Wine?
Italy.
Nope.
Nope.
Canada.
No, not even close.
Oh, I think I know this.
South Africa.
Nope.
Switzerland.
China?
Nope.
Croatia.
It's Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia.
Oh, okay.
From Georgia. Egypt had it before Rome did. Then it went to Greece.
Yeah.
Then it went to Babylon. Then it went to Egypt.
So what did they find, like pots that were used for holding wine or something there?
They found like one that was like 3,000 years old or some shit like that.
I know, like they used to, because the water wasn't drinkable back in the day. They used to put it in pots and with yeast and everything, and used to make beer. But they weren't even trying to make beer; they were just trying to make drinkable water. And then they realized it got you drunk.
So I'm going to show you a place I've been to, and it's one of the most beautiful, peaceful places I've ever been. Give me a second. I'm going to share this in a second.
Buffalo, New York?
Hell no.
That was a good one, Jake.
1 second. I'm going to... No, that's not
where the Barfalo Michael K's play.
No, give me a second.
Hey, Shake, have you heard of the dessert wine called Tokaji Azu?
From Hungarian?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of like Sauternes.
Yeah, I brought a bottle of that back with me, and I also went to the Etiek region out there, which is like famous for white wines, and it was phenomenal. I'm not even a white wine person really, but I loved them. They were so good.
Yeah, I actually have Sauternes, which is the same style. With the what's it called? Botrytis. That's the name of the fungus that makes the sweet like that. And I usually have it with shrimp fried rice, sweet and salty.
That's not.
We can have it frog while they say.
I'm going to be doing some winery tours in Chile in a few weeks. I'm pretty pumped about it.
Nice. The good thing about Chile is all their wines have their original raw
Hey,
roots.
Joe, what do you do about vaccines and stuff?
What? I'm not getting a fucking jab.
No, but you don't did they tell you
Most
to
of
get
them are
any
just recommendations.
I'm not
you don't have to
suggesting
get
anything.
anything unless
I'm
you're
just
going to
asking. Yeah, I'm not suggesting. I'm just asking.
No,
you know, like when you go to all these different countries,
know,
do they say anything?
I'm just messing around. It's only if you're going to Africa or Asia that you usually have to get something, like you have to make sure you have certain shots. Europe, they're not checking any of that. South America and Central America, they're not checking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I mean, if you're going to Africa, like it's probably it's probably a good idea to get.
Yeah, no, there's like certain requirements that I think you have to prove or something. I'm not really sure how it works. I've never gone to Africa or Asia.
Have you ever blessed the rains down in Africa?
Hey, speaking of, I was hoping Color would fill us in about that concert. Didn't he go to see Toto?
Here we go. I'm going to share this now. All right. So one of the exotic places I've been to, it's called Darband, right? It's in the mountainous area. I want to say like north of Tehran in Iran, right? I was there when I was a little child. And I've been to this place right here. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit on this picture. Maybe not in this image, but right
Ali, I got
here.
a question for you after this.
No, kid you not. I really like one of the places in my dreams I've been to.
So this place
What I
here,
dream about that place.
it's right along the mountains, and there's this free natural spring river that flows down the mountain. And you can sit on these like $100,000 carpets and smoke hookah and have some of the best foods you can ever think of. Look at this stuff that they have. This is basically, you guys know what a fruit roll-up is, right? Well, this is their version of it, all naturally made and stuff. Look at the fruits you can have and everything. And there's like flowers.
Yeah, the
like
red
this.
dye. The
This
red dye is from bugs.
This place right here with the carpets. I've been to this place, right? This is what it looks like. The bazaar and everything. It is beautiful there. If that country ever straightens things out politically and it becomes a destination stop again, that's where I'd want to go again. It was beautiful.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking, Ali. Like, so well, you have ancestors from Iran.
I have family that live there. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, because
the Prince of Persia.
The reason why I'm asking is because, and I don't want to get political, but
it's okay.
I'm just curious because I think it was Obama that signed the law that allowed Iran to eventually get nuclear weapons, and now Trump wants to stop them. Do you think Iran is a threat like that? If they get nuclear weapons, do you think that they're going to be dangerous to the world?
All right. Well, any country
you've been there. You've been to the country.
Okay. To be fair, any country that doesn't have any regulations or people that are overwatching nuclear access could be a threat like that, right? There's some stuff going on between India and Pakistan right now that I think people need to pay attention to be honest. But Iran, though,
they both have nuclear power. So.
this is where it's okay if you want to get political. I can't go back to Iran because I'm very harshly against their government, right? I speak out politically against their government.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah, you don't want to go back there if you're doing that.
That's why I said until they figure things out over there and they actually make that place a destination where people can go again, then yeah, I'll return.
So why? So like when you were, but do you think that?
Let me just finish real quick, Doc. I want to get my point across. No, I don't think they should have rights to nuclear weapons. Do they have rights to nuclear power? Yes, they need it because half the day in every one of those cities, for half the day, they're without power. So yes, I do think they need that, but I think they should allow other agencies to make sure there's an overwatch to make sure they're not doing stuff they're not supposed to be doing. That's the only reason why they should have nuclear power is for power purposes. That's it. So, am I for governments that are harsher on them? Yes, but only to the point where I want them to somehow force the good people of Iran, because those. I'm going to tell you, if you ever go to Iran, it's very much like here. You have people that are exactly the same, except their government hold with a iron fist and more religious based than anything else, right? So if they get rid of those lunatics,
theocracy, ain't it?
Will be a much better place to visit, and you'll trust me, you will love some of the things you see there.
I think that's the plan, man. I think what's going on right now, and you're starting to see it. What's going on, guys? I mean, this right now is a touchy subject because you're seeing more and more of this type of, like, I don't want to say they're encouraging it, but it just seems like it's going down to the road where we're going to end up in war with them, bro. It really does seem like they're trying to egg them on.
I think it has more to do with Israel.
Yeah,
exactly.
Not like an Iran. I think that's what the problem is, because it was Obama that literally signed the law that started Iran on the path to get nuclear weapons. So,
okay, Tonk, I'm sorry. I don't want to get into a political fight with you, especially when you're stating something that's not quite accurate.
Okay, what's not accurate?
He did not sign a law that put them
he
into
did.
a path No. I'm sorry. I served my country. I know what we signed. Okay.
Well, what was it then?
We did not sign a law that put them into a path to have nuclear weapons. We signed a law that limited their capabilities of using certain types of nuclear.
Right, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah, but hold on.
Create those
We
weapons.
got to inspect their camps, but then they didn't give us inspections anymore.
And I'm sorry, but we were closer to being at war with them than we were before that law was put into place. And it wasn't even a law; it was a deal or an agreement of some kind.
Yes. But the agreement is a trickle down agreement. What you're saying, like what you just said, there's like a sliding scale to it, and it eventually ends up at 0.
I guess I don't understand what you're saying. I'm sorry.
So it just say what you said again, and I'll repeat myself. I have to go after.
I'm not following you. I'm sorry, bro.
So can you just repeat what we signed? Just repeat that again if you can. What we signed.
It was supposed to like let them have access to inspections if they were like developing.
It was more checks and balances involved. There was a limit of how much they could actually enrich, which it was just enough to have nuclear. Really,
something like that. Yeah.
A lot of stuff.
Yeah, but I remember specifically though.
It wasn't a perfect deal. I get it. I'm not disputing that at all. Just to be clear, right? But it wasn't a law that gave them a path to have nuclear weapons. They were on path to have nuclear weapons before that deal got put in place. They were about to have it, actually.
That's why the deal was implemented. For the inspection.
Right, so they could slow it down to try to at least deter them from
slow them down,
using it in make bad ways.
And do what it was supposed to do. I understand that we paid money.
But I just remember
I get why people would disagree with that. But I want to make sure that when we talk about things, we actually talk about it in facts. So that's why.
I'm not okay, and that's what I'm trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm asking you. That's why I'm asking you.
Okay. All right.
I don't know. It just was. I just remember it going down, and I remember it being stated that like their limitations would decrease on what they could be capable of doing. I think is what it was.
Yeah, they could only enrich so much that it was not enough to create nuclear weapons. That's basically what it came down to. But even then, the whole deal wasn't even perfect because a person that's even a novice like me could see that there's holes in the creeks. You know what I mean? Like there's holes in the seams.
Well, maybe that's what I was. Maybe that's what I learned about it.
Yeah.
What was it that happened though?
There was loopholes that could lead.
But what was it that happened though? There was like a bombing in the embassy in Iran or something like that. That happened not too long ago?
No, there was some terrorist attacks that happened outside of Iran, but Iran recently they've been hit several times over the past couple of years. So I'm just hoping that finally the people of Iran have tried to stand up to their government several times, but the government ends up hiring some mercenaries to mow their people down. It's pretty bad. I hope one day they have enough.
They're still ruled by the Ayatollahs and a theocracy, right, Ali? More of a theocracy form of government, right, Ali?
I don't know what kind of government. Yeah, it's some type of. They have a president, right, and a vice president, but then they have a supreme leader that. Weird.
Shiites and the Ayatollahs and all that.
Yeah, they're ruled by a religious leader.
Yeah.
More so than a president is more like a figurehead for them as far as their state government.
I think that's a big reason why.
I would say,
no, not today. No.
That's why a big reason why the agreement was kind of ended is there were so many other issues that it wasn't really solving for that they intended it. So they kind of removed that agreement that it was Obama that put it in, if I'm not mistaken, and then Trump.
But who did he?
They started doing sanctions instead.
It's just crazy how are we able to control something like that?
Well,
the Joint Comprehensive
a
Plan.
non-independent nation you can probably control more than more so than an
No, it has to
independent.
do with it's just crazy. It's
You really can't.
To be 100% honest, the sanctions, though they will work for a bit, unfortunately, there's other bigger governments that still deal with them regardless of the sanctions.
Yeah,
And
they
that's
went around,
And like
exactly.
Ollie, I
That's
just
the
want
way
you to
around.
know that like if I bring something to you and I'm inaccurate about it, that's why I ask.
no, it's just because we're talking about politics. I would just want to make sure we're being factual about things.
No,
That's
it's
all.
fine.
I don't like
That's
to not
fine.
be factual about it. It's
No,
different when I'm
that's
talking
fine
shit with
because
forks and stuff. I wasn't trying to disrespect you or anything.
no, I
talking.
know, I understand that, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That like I appreciate you correcting. You know, if I'm saying something incorrect, you know,
But yeah,
I
if
think-
you guys ever get to travel there, it is very beautiful. The countryside is beautiful. It's not unlike what people think. It's not like deserts or anything. There's some desert.
Oh yeah, they
places.
modernized. Yeah,
It's
the
not
Iran,
modern,
parts of Iran are very modern.
Yeah.
That picture you showed looked like Morocco, like the colors and everything. It looked beautiful.
It is very beautiful. In fact,
Yeah,
Shiraz, which is my favorite place to go to, that's where Persepolis is, which was the capital of the Persian Empire at one point, right? And it's like the old Roman style numeral, the columns and everything. It's very, very beautiful. And there's a mountainside there that a sculpture of Alexander the Great was made and everything. And they had at one point, if you didn't know, if you go back in history, I believe it was Alexander the Great got captured and was a prisoner for just a hot minute, right? And there's a picture of him on all fours while the Persian general or whatever was using him as a step stool to get onto a horse. It's kind of interesting.
It's unfortunate that an area so rich in history like that has so much turmoil going on around it.
Yeah,
that's what I get, man. It's
Because
considered
a lot of neighboring states. That's the reason. Yeah, a lot of neighboring states has interest. That's
Yeah, it does suck, bro. To be honest, but
and they
somebody,
went isolationists. That's probably what helps them get around sanctions like that.
you guys asked me why I'm against Coca-Cola, right?
Yeah.
Even after the 1970s hostage situation and all the stuff that Iran and their government has done to their own people, Coca-Cola still agreed to do deals with Iran, and that's why I'm against Coca-Cola, and that's why I try not to drink Coca-Cola.
but there's a lot of countries that do deals with Iran, though.
Yeah, but Pepsi didn't. 7-Up didn't.
Bro, did you guys know Pepsi makes way more money per year than Coke? But that's
But hold on, you just went to Iran.
So
Iran.
what is that? What do you mean?
I mean, you said you don't want to go back because of politics.
Well, I can't. It's not that I don't want to. It's because I can't. I can't. I will get executed. So-
Are you going to the Falcons game? Because that's like Coca-Cola City up there in Atlanta. You can't hit a restaurant.
Trust me, I know. I'll be
Yeah,
bringing.
that's where they headquartered at and everything. But yeah, you can find Pepsi in there somehow.
I love Pepsi, bro, and the cans. The best.
Got to play it down.
But yeah, that is the capital, Coca-Cola. Atlanta is the
Chick-fil-A and
Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola.
They have a Coca-Cola factory in Iran. That's why another reason. So it's like anybody that does business with them. Until that government has been cleansed, bro. That's where I'm at. So
yeah.
And
So I'm reading.
Let's go back to sports, please.
So let me ask you this: What if Stephen Ross? What if Stephen Ross did business with Iran? Would you stop rooting for the Dolphins?
I'll be the one trying to get him out. To be honest.
Yeah. He'll start.
That might make me stop buying season tickets. Yeah, that might be. I'll still be a fan of the team, but I'll have to watch from home. To be honest.
Well, it will be kind of different for Stephen Ross to do it because he supports Israel.
Yeah, that would be really messed up. To be honest, you're absolutely
right. He'd be playing both sides of the fence.
Well, America honestly is playing both sides of the fence. Let's be honest. Maybe
Yeah.
not with Iran, but with every other.
What was interesting though, when I was in the Air Force, right? Crypto, and you may have seen this. If you go to Shepherd's Air Force, was it Shepherd's? Yeah, Shepherd's Air Force Base in Texas. Well, Wichita Falls, right? You go there. And in their hangar where they have like the F-15s and F-16s and they do their weapons load training, there's a big portrait of an F-16. And it has the flag of Iran for their royal military back when the Shah was there. So that was kind of interesting. When I was there, I was like, "Is that an Iranian F-16?" And they're like, "Yup." And I'm like, "Oh my!"
Oh, those are one of the best. I think those are one of the best ones.
Not
I don't know.
anymore.
I don't know. I know we invested a lot in Iran back in the 70s.
Yeah, my cousin's boyfriend works for he works for the military. He's not in the military, he works for the military. And I went to one of the bases there in California, and some of the planes that they use for target, like for practice, one of them was an Iranian jet, and it was colored in camouflage. I was like, oh my god, a camouflage jet. I was like, oh my god, if I could splurge my money on any one thing, it would be a camouflage jet.
Oh, that's funny.
I was like, oh my god. The bitch was crazy.
Iron Eagle is one of my airfare movies. Top Gun. Top Gun's my favorite. Top Gun 1 and 2, but I do like Iron Eagle. The first two were really good. The first two were
like the follow up to Top Gun. You liked the sequel,
Maverick.
Yeah,
Maverick was pretty good too.
Was okay.
I liked it, but Top Gun 1
are currently filming Top Gun 3. By the way,
I did not know that.
Yeah.
What I was gonna make a joke about Val Kilmer, but I won't.
It's more about Goose's son, though. Tom Cruise is only being like a bystander in it. He's not. It's not fully about him.
I remember when Val Kilmer did
that
movie
Tomcat, bro. That Tomcat is such a badass plane, bro.
Remember that Val Kilmer did the movie Top Secret?
Yeah,
that was a funny movie.
I love
That's
that.
sad about Val Kilmer. He did some good movies, like The Saint. I actually liked The Saint. That was a good movie.
Real Geniuses was good, bro.
I think he did too.
No, y'all gotta see. Y'all gotta see top. Y'all gotta see Top Secret.
Oh yeah.
I don't think I've seen that.
Who's in that one? It's
Val
with
Kilmer.
Yeah, Val Kilmer. I remember.
When he goes inside, what was it, the horse or the cow?
Yeah.
Undercover.
Yeah, dude, the movie's great, man. It's great. Like it's one of those movies that I didn't even know it existed until just a couple years ago.
Yeah.
I was like, what the hell movie is this?
Or the Trojan horse with a cow? They try to sneak into like a Nazi boot camp or something like that.
I remember. I didn't see the whole thing, but I just saw enough of it where I was like, this movie's funny as shit.
Around the same time, they made the movie Real Genius. You guys remember that one?
Bro, how did they you seen they fit up? What was it? A kid-sized pool with popcorn in that living room, and then they just angled the sun right to make it pop, bro. That was awesome.
Funny.
That
I
was
would love to be like the guy that figured out the lottery, and he was like winning all the lotteries.
Yeah, he lived on the ground. Yeah. You had to get to.
Don't worry about nothing. I figured out the system.
They always try to go in the closet to try to figure out what the hell. How do you get in there?
Top Secret was the same directors as Airplane and that other.
Yes, exactly.
Hey, speaking of movies like Airplane or Top Secret, are you guys going to see the new Naked Gun movie?
Maybe.
I have to, man.
Yeah.
I have to see it.
Yeah, I was
Just to
thinking.
I'm going to go see Final Destination. That's going to be the best one.
No, I'm going to see tomorrow morning. I'm going to see Thunderbolts.
Actually,
Let me know how it is. Don't ruin it for me. Just say yes or no if I should see it.
I don't like it. That's going to be one of the cheesiest Marvel movies ever made. I don't like it.
By the way,
what's his
Thunderbolts is terrible.
the guy that plays the father of what's her name?
Yana or Lana or whatever.
The
Red Guardian.
Yes, Red Guardian. I'm a big fan of Red Guardian. Big time. I think that guy, I like the actor too. The actor's funny to me too. So
Never heard of Red Guardian.
Actually, speaking of Final Destination, it's taking place in your neck of the woods, Tonk. While the freaking Space Needle's gonna get a new name.
Well, because they're gonna have the big trucks with all the fucking logs on it.
By the way, this Sunday I'm gonna see the movie.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see the movie Sinners this Sunday.
Oh yeah.
Has anybody
Yeah,
seen
that's a
that?
good one, Shake. Yeah, I seen it.
I heard it.
I seen it last weekend. Yeah.
You have to
I
like
went
keep
and
it
saw
in
it
mind.
Sunday.
That's the what's the
pretty
guy,
good.
right? Peel, right? Peel directed that one.
No, the guy who did he did the boxing
B.
movie
Jordan.
with Michael B.
Yeah.
Jordan.
Michael B. Jordan. Yeah, Jordan. And yeah, he did the Creed.
Creed, yeah.
Talking about Creed. Yeah, that was pretty good movie.
And
Yeah,
he
you like
directed
that.
Ryan Coogler. He
Okay.
directed Black
Black
Panther.
Yeah.
Black Panther. He did direct that.
So you telling me there's gonna be like an Apollo vampire coming
Yeah,
from back
Apollo.
from the dead?
Dude,
Not quite.
What's up,
it's gonna
Cap?
be a
It had
vampire.
everything. It's a mixture of everything.
What's up, Cap?
What's going on, Mr. Paul? What's everybody doing tonight, man?
What's up, Cap?
Blood pressure, cholesterol.
Good to see you, Cat for life.
Likewise, fellas. What's going on, man? Talk to me, man.
Yeah, Shake, but yeah, you'll like it. You're gonna like it.
So,
It's pretty
Cap,
good.
I haven't talked to you since the draft. What was your favorite pick and why?
Oh, Savanea, man. Savanea, you fill in the gap, and then on defense, you stop the run. And that's pretty much it, man. I just, secondary, we'll fill in the gaps in the secondary, and we just got to roll, man. Roll with the punches, man. I just.
I get you. Mine was kind of Kenny G, to be honest, because I really felt we needed a defensive tackle no matter what.
Yeah.
But my second favorite, I really liked the running back, Ollie Gordon, bro. I think
Yeah,
Ollie
right.
Gordon can be a hell of a pass catching running back. He's big too. And I think under this offensive line, we're going to start running in the middle instead of going at the outside.
Yeah, I
think
like the Ollie Gordon pick, but the wear and tear scares me.
But we're playing a committee. We're playing committee, running back by committee, man. You don't have to worry.
I'm
Really
saying
hasn't
the
ran
wear
that
and tear
much
that
at
he
all.
has coming into the league. He
Yeah,
was
but
running
he's
to the
not
ground,
really run
running
that
to the
much.
ground at Oklahoma State.
That's not true. They had last year he had a running back by committee.
No, before that.
Yeah,
His
before
first-
that,
One year of
How they
285.
did.
That's not that
They did.
much. That's not that much at all.
But
He'll probably be a third down specialist, though.
he's coming into a committee. We don't need him to run all the time. I think it'll be okay. I think it'll be all right.
Yeah, when you worry
Yeah.
about wear and tear, you're talking about guys like Jonty that's been running 350, 400 times a year. For
Genty
3-4
is
years.
a big time.
Anthony,
It is
Anthony,
worth
if
pointing
you do
out,
it right,
though.
Anthony. You let A-Chain do the summertime, and you let these kids that know how to take 1 yard and just get the power runs in the winter. That if they're smart, that's what they do. You got enough heads in that
early
room.
in the fall, you have the two smaller. For me, the two smaller
Correct,
guys are going to be the ones that we run during the fall, during the beginning of the season. A guy like Ollie Gordon is going to be our running back that we run during, like you said, during Christmas time, during December.
Yep,
November,
That's
December.
fine. I mean, you can turn it up, but listen, the thing is, and this is what I thought was an absolute travesty with Jalen Wright last year. You need to give your rookie running backs the ball. I don't care if they're getting 1-2 yards of play. The thing about running back is the holes open and close way faster than it does in college. And the only way they see that is by live play. Jalen Wright would struggle, and it wasn't even struggling that much, and then take the ball away from him. You have to give these young running backs the ball early and often.
Yeah, I don't know what it is with the Dolphins in general with rookie running backs. We lose faith in them after
Anthony. It's
after a
not
few
just
plays.
running back. It's every position on the field. They do not trust rookies. They don't like rookies. They don't play rookies. Cam Smith, where's he been? Eric Azukamas, where's he been? Malik Washington, they put him on ice after he had that mess up. I mean, all these rookies, they put them on ice unless they're proven things. And I'm sorry, but this roster, You cannot do that with this current roster. There's too many holes on the team to sit these rookies on the bench. They need to be playing. I don't care if they're struggling. That's how they get better, is by making mistakes and learning from them and getting coaching during the game, on practice, all over the place. They need to be getting time, live time, all the time.
I've been
What
saying
in the
that.
world is going on with Kamara? Because I haven't seen him on the field since we got him.
And Bryson, this is what I've been. This is what makes me mad. I've said this with the corner position multiple times. Corner specifically is the one. DB in general is the one position that you need reps to build confidence, and that's what I hated about Fangio. He refused. He was so attached to the veterans that he didn't want to give Cam Smith the chance to.
I get that, but like I do not think Fangio is a problem. I just don't think his coaching style went well with the McDaniels country club style. It was a polar opposite. I think that was a problem.
So Fangio would have worked well with a guy like
Cam Smith. Don't know where the fucking stadium is. He ain't shit.
Is a great way to describe it, by the way. I like that term.
So you think a guy like Fangio, if a Flores was here, would have worked?
Yes. Oh, perfect. Yes.
Yeah, 100%.
The
Because
thing about
why?
Fangio,
They're both football guys. That's why.
I agree. Fangio, now he's a a grizzled veteran coach, so that might I don't know how Flores would have gone with that, because he did have that with the OC and he was gone. I think now if you took Flores now that he's been in the league longer, he's learned from his mistakes, I think it'd go over really well, especially because I don't think Fangio wants to be a head coach anymore. I think he's okay with being a DC. And I mean, look at him. He just won a fucking Super Bowl. And the Eagles defense was not that good the year prior compared to what they were this last year. They were the number one defense.
You do know though, hold on one second. You do know the guy that was there previous to Fangio was actually his protege, right? They ran the same system. It's just that what they did, and this is something that I do kind of like about the Eagles, every other year in a certain position group, specifically the trenches, they'll reset everything. You remember they were in that Super Bowl not too long ago, not the last one, but the one prior, where each one of their front four had like 10.5 sacks that season.
Let's not
forget about that. You know
no,
what I mean?
I know, but I'm saying that was not the year I'm talking about, though.
Yeah, I get it. The year after, right? So that being said,
and they lost a lot of guys too. They lost a lot of guys.
I think they had the idea that they really wanted Vic Fangio, and the guys that they had brought in were really guys that would fit his system, and that's why it worked out, to be honest.
I agree. And Ali, one more thing too to add to that, I think the Eagles was just a perfect marriage because Vic Fangio is a very, he does things how he wants to do them. And Nick, what's his name? What's the head coach name? Sirianni. Yes, he's a very laid back. I'm gonna let my coordinators run their systems. I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna overlook, but I am there to support them. I'm not there to tell them what to do. And like McDaniel, he's a very hands-on offensive guy. I don't know how much he does with the defense, but Sirianni, he's a hands-off, let me monitor, let me watch, and let me support. That's his style of coaching. It always has been.
Yeah.
You're right. I think he had that Philly job in his eye before he even came to Miami and while he was at Miami.
Yeah.
Well, Joe, don't you remember
the
there
DC
was
for
that
before?
the Eagles defensive coordinator position might be open.
Jonathan Gannon.
And then it got released. Hold on, Anthony. And it got released that, Fangio's coming to Miami. And then Fangio said, wait, I didn't sign any documents. And then, of course, he did sign with us. But there was like a week there where he was talking to the Eagles, say, hey, man, offer me some. I'll come over there. They decided to go a different direction.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, look, for me, I think it would work better with Flores because I think Flores and him would have an understanding.
Well, would that even happen,
especially
though,
since they're defensive guys. But
they do run different systems, though. I will state that
they do. But I think that what Flores could do, though, it would allow him to focus on other areas that would need his focus more. and allow Fangio to do his thing.
And don't forget,
babysit them. You know what I mean?
I agree. And Flores is a DB coach too.
Right.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Well, Boyer was his guy, right? So, and they left. If I'm not mistaken, they left in the same year, right?
Boyer had 1 year without Flores, and then he
Yeah.
got let go.
Okay.
And then
Boyer for 1 year.
got hired.
Right. So my point is, I don't think Fangio and Flores combo would have ever happened anyway.
No, we were just saying if Fangio came and Flores was still here, I think is what we were saying.
Yeah.
No, Joe, that's what I was saying. If
you know?
I believe honestly Fangio, but the issue with Flores is he comes from the Belichick coaching that Belichick defense scheme. I don't think and that Bill Parcells scheme. I think they're two different schemes. I don't think it would.
It is, but they can complement each other.
Oh, you think so?
Fangio and
I think so. I think when you have great minds and they come together, I think you can make something beautiful. I do think so.
I think it doubles down on getting rid of the Candyland players off our team too. Like they both would have ensured that we have a better, more physical team and a better disciplined team too.
Yeah,
I mean, this is where I hope. This is where I hope. This is where I honestly hope, Bryson, that McDaniel learns that he needs to move away from some of his friends on that coaching staff. Like, I understand he wants to be comfortable, but being comfortable is, to me, complacent. And he wants to be around people. He wants to stick around with a Frank Smith, who
you're saying McDaniel,
freaking horrendous.
It's not Frank Smith. Frank Smith is not the problem. He's far from the problem. He might not be the solution, but he's definitely not the problem.
I have a theory that McDaniel doesn't.
But you understand what I'm saying? When you stick with your friends, complacency sets in.
You're right.
Stuff like that.
You're definitely right.
I think the problem. And I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but I don't think McDaniel's changing at all. We've seen him make mistakes that he made in his rookie year, in his third year as head coach, and I don't see any change from him. I think Ross likes this style of country club, and I think it's just perfect for Miami, and the fact that not for us to win, but it's perfect for the players that are coming here to come and hang out and party and get paid.
It's recruiting.
Yeah. And that's what Ross wants. He wants whatever's going to sell the best for the tickets, and speed, finesse, and flashy players. That's what sells.
Yeah, and
you sound like Cap.
The draft does not sell.
Yeah.
You sound like Cap.
Yeah, and this is what makes me mad, to be honest, too.
I mean, I'm not saying that in a bad way.
No. I love Cap.
He said exactly that. Like, we had a very long conversation about this, and it's exactly what you just said.
Well, this isn't uncommon in sports leagues. Almost every major.
That it's like it's all about marketing.
Yeah.
Like for instance, when they revamped the stadium, they have less seats now, but more TVs.
Yeah, man. I mean, and that was another thing too. Another reason why they did the stadium is because the NFL said, "Hey, you got to renovate this stadium, or we're not giving you more Super Bowls." And so, sure enough, they did it, and they got a Super Bowl. They got the Chiefs one.
I've said this, Bryson, with the stadium too. He's catering to his billionaire friends instead of the actual fans.
I will say though, the stadium is beautiful. I do like the changes they made, but it was made so they could get another Super Bowl.
Yeah,
and I honestly hope. I bet.
Yeah, instead of being made to try to help their team win.
Yeah, but
well, listen. The thing is, Ross thinks he's helping the team. He's not doing it because he's just trying to
helping
sell
his
tickets.
fucking globalist agenda.
That's where me and Cap would probably disagree. Is I genuinely think Ross thinks he's winning.
No, he wants to
Ross thinks he's making the changes to win.
He can't be that much of a clown.
I don't think he is a clown. He just doesn't like change. Is the problem. And most old people don't, by the way.
Well, we've also
If
made.
he thinks he's doing good by making it more about marketing, then he's a clown.
Is he though? Because he's made a lot of money, and they've got
better. But we have zero play. We have zero.
I agree with you, Tonk. I agree with you, but to him, He goes from a team that was a 5 to 8 win team.
He's a real estate
to
guy
winning
who cares
10,
more about
11, 12 win games.
Yeah,
you know?
I get what you're saying. It's just
I'm
sucks.
just saying from his
It
perspective.
just
I don't
sucks that
agree
it's
with
like,
it.
yeah, it's like, oh, it must be nice, at least someone's making money, like you buy season tickets and we get a lawn chair instead of a playoff win.
Yeah, no, and this is why I hope
thanks for the swag bag, Mr. Owner.
I don't know.
No, and Tonk, this is where I hope he sells the rest of the whatever his family
He
said he
won't.
doesn't. They want nothing to do with football. So I hope they sell
Well,
it.
his daughter's a part owner, and she's supposed to take over.
No, but she's supposed to. But she actually said that she doesn't want anything to do with football. She wants her father to sell his whole entire shares,
we could be
including theirs.
talking. We could be talking 10, 15 years away. This subject.
No, to the current part owner, Josiah, the Nets owner. They want him to sell it permanently to Josiah, the owner of the Nets.
To sell. I mean, the value of these teams is skyrocketing, so I think he's going to keep holding it.
Josiah's he has oil money. You really think that? You really think he cares?
No, I'm saying Ross is going to wait till the price doubles or triples from what it is now to probably 5 years from now, when you've got these super billionaires investing in teams, from other countries too, or these, large groups. I think,
the Arabs are going to come into the NFL. That's what scares me. The with all that money.
Well, I mean, it shouldn't scare us unless there's rule changes and things coming.
Listen, the Arabs, they know how to make a freaking sports.
Right.
They know how to make sports big. Listen, literally the PGA went from I hate what's it called, live golf to literally
signing with them.
PGA. No, they went down to their knees and begged and said, "Fine, we'll merge with you." They didn't want to do anything with Live, and then they merged.
I know.
Which I love PGA. I'll always be a PGA fan.
They're saying the Arabs are trying to get into college football.
They're trying to get into everything that makes money in the sports.
Entertainment business is a big attraction right now for that kind of investment.
Yeah, and that's what honestly I hope what happens with the dog. I think Ross cares more about property values than the actual value of the team, to be honest, because no, to me, I honestly don't think he cares about the team. I think he cares about a toy for him.
Everyone's trying to win, and some people unfortunately aren't, and we're unfortunately one of those teams. We make these moves to try to win, and they end up kind of putting us in this hole that we're constantly trying to get.
The Cowboys and Dolphins are on the extremes
and there's not many teams that can say the same thing.
Bryson, the Dolphins and the Cowboys are extremes on the other end. They have an owner that gets involved too much. Our owner doesn't get involved enough.
No, you don't want any owner to be involved any more than signing checks. These guys made money off of business.
So you don't like Jerry being involved? You think Jerry's way too involved?
I think he's a terrible owner. I think he might be one of the worst owners in the NFL, other than him, making it a $10 billion.
Yeah, I think you're kind of right, Bryson, because hiring the GM and hiring the presidents and hiring
those guys are football guys.
Yeah, let them run the team. You just make sure.
It's I'm not going to go to my plumber for landscape help. I'm going to go to my landscaper for landscape help. My plumber, he knows how to do plumbing work. He might know how to do landscape work, but that's not his profession. Just like if you want me to control some planes, I'll control some planes for you. But you better not ask me, how to freaking do something that I have no business doing. I'm not doing electrical work for you. You know what I'm saying?
What do you mean?
Yeah, no, and I like Ross what he's doing for Miami.
Yeah, Joe, I'm an air traffic controller.
Oh, I was like, that's a strange reference.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Bryson, you're an air traffic controller. Coming from
the question just popped into my head. I think Anthony's too.
Yeah. You said you're an air traffic controller. All these accidents Do you think it's all the regulations being laxed, like these plane crashes, or do you think
No, the
eventually?
plane. Listen, other than the one that happened in DCA, the plane crashes have always been a thing. Other than DCA, that one was on the military pilot. In my opinion, that's not opinion of the FAA or anything. You can look at the NTC, the panel that's doing the.
Was she drunk or something?
No. If everyone thinks military pilots are the shit, and they're actually kind of not. The hardest pilots to deal with are military because everyone on base is built and centered around them, and they're not the greatest on the radio. Sometimes they ask for a lot of weird stuff and they don't really know what they're asking for. And like, for instance, like when that situation, they were using visual separation, which is completely on the pilots. And all you need as a controller is a receipt that they have that aircraft in sight and that they're going to maintain their own visual separation. So from the controller's perspective, his hands were clean. Now he asked again to see like, hey, just want to make sure you have the right plane in sight. And they said affirmative, we'd like to maintain visual, and he approved it. Other than that, I mean, it's a shitty situation. I hate for that guy because honestly, I don't know if that guy's ever going to control planes again. I probably wouldn't if I was in that situation.
To your point, Bryson, like the pilots aren't as great, but also the parts aren't as great. I used to work in aircraft.
Oh yeah, 100%.
MRO, and like there's way less qualifications for military.
And I'll say this too: there's some outstanding pilots in the military. Some of the greatest pilots come from the military. But it's like when you have people training and they're not fully sure, and they're kind of leaning on their instructor, and maybe the instructors. Maybe a little too confident in the trainee and not paying attention as much as they should.
Yeah,
I don't know all the scenarios.
And I've talked to a friend who's a fighter pilot, and he says the military now cares more about the simulation and more about simulation flight time instead of actual like.
Yes, that's correct.
Hours,
that is correct.
Actual flight hours in a plane and stuff like that. So
like the whole Air Force. I'll speak for the Air Force. They're pretty much going completely simulator for the most part, other than like check rides and stuff that are required in the cockpit. But yes, a lot of their flights are being supplemented via the simulator. And some of those simulators are great, but it just doesn't, you can't.
It doesn't replace actual hands-on controls. Yeah. And I think that's what happened with, I think she didn't have enough experience flying.
Damn, Ryan Garcia lost the fight, huh?
Yeah, he got knocked out by
Romero. Yeah, good.
I want to see that rematch now. I want to see if he beats Devin Haney, and if they do a rematch by chance. If Devin was right, if it was, let's be honest. If you're a guy getting punched in the face, you have like. If they're getting punched in the face, I don't care if they don't care about what they put in their body and stuff like that with steroids. Fans shouldn't be complaining. These guys are the ones getting punched in the face, not us, and stuff like that. That's and this is what I hate about sports fans in general. We complain that these athletes are taking steroids and cheating and ruining the integrity of the sport when they're the ones getting beat up on a day-to-day basis and we're never on the field and stuff like that. Like,
to be honest, I like what steroids did to baseball. I think some sports it's better with steroids.
Hey, real quick, guys, I'm gonna tap out. Ali, you want to close this down or keep it going, or?
You can close it down, bro. Unless Color wants to stay on. Like Color's back, I see.
I think he's been. I don't think he left.
Oh, I thought he had left and come back.
No.
I haven't heard Color in a minute here.
Yeah, but anyway, real quick before he shuts it down, check out my new channel at 4th and 10U.
Put the link in the comment section.
Here, let me do that real quick before you shut it down real quick. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
Let me put it in the comments.
Hey, tomorrow is Sunday rather is May 4th. May the 4th.
Yeah, May the 4th be with you.
Yes.
It's kind of funny. My sister's baby shower is on Sunday, right? She's having a little girl, so I'm an uncle again.
Oh, congrats,
And,
man. That's awesome.
She I'm sorry, my kid's crying. Apologize for that. My sister's having a Star Wars baby shower.
Oh, sick.
Who's playing what system? Is that Shake Money?
Sorry, that might be me. I'm on my computer playing League.
I love Star Wars
okay.
stuff. I went to a Astros game once. That was the Star Wars night. It was awesome.
Tonk, did you hear clicking? Is that why?
Yeah, it sounded like a controller, a game controller.
Keyboard.
No, it's my keyboard. I got a mechanical keyboard. It gets
It
a little
sounded
kind of
like,
loud.
yeah. Sounds like a fighting game.
Those keyboards feel great.
Oh, I know. I love this one. It was expensive though.
The clickety clack gets on people's nerves. But
All right, so I put it in the chat. If you guys could please give us a follow. When we get to 100 followers, we're gonna turn around and have a giveaway. Then when we get to 500, we'll have a bigger giveaway. It'll be pretty cool.
Give it away now.
Get away, get away, get away.
Sweet. I'm gonna dip out. Ollie, congrats and good luck on your spin-off venture here with the college show.
Spin-off adventure.
Definitely. Thank you. And great talking to you, Joe Rist. It was, thank you for the information.
Yeah, no doubt. I'll catch you guys later.
All right, y'all, man. Be easy.
Hey, guys.
All right, man. Everybody, I appreciate y'all for coming up, man. Y'all the reason I do this shit because, you know what I'm saying? So I appreciate everybody for coming here and supporting the show, man. So once as always, we out this biznatch. Peace.
Later.
As soon as I can find the fucking outro. God damn it, what the fuck is that? There it is.
Fins up.